Good afternoon. Um, Good afternoon. I'm trying to see if my audio is working real quick because we have a special collaboration today. What's going on here? Hold on. Yeah, I'm not sure if my audio is working yet.
Okay, Evie, are you there?
Um, I'm here, but I'm not Good sure if the afternoon. I'm audio. trying to see if my audio is working. All right, there it goes. Real quick Hold on. because we have a special. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I'm here. Okay. It's just my browser was being a little laggy. I think that's why I wasn't picking up the audio. I'm about to confirm that my audio is working and then we can get started.
Okay.
There are certain things I can't test till we're actually live, such as does my stream actually pick us up? It's wonky when I have two apps pulling from the same microphone, so I'm guessing that's what the issue is here.
Okay.
So are we working? Um, um, I just turned the audio on my stream playback to see if I get anything. Can you say something?
No, I'm just waiting. I'm trying to oh, actually never mind. I have solved the issue here. Yeah, here we go.
I have two apps pulling from the same microphone, so yeah, there
Oh,
it goes. It looks like a is all right. Here. All right. So
okay,
where?
so give me a mic check from you real quick.
Uh. Okay. Can you hear me? I think you're finally coming through on my stream, so I think we should be good to go at this point.
Your mic seems a little low. Any chance you might be able to bump that up just a bit
Yeah.
without, breaking anything or undue hardship?
Um. Well, here's the thing. I have my mic running into two apps right now, so it may just be something to do with that. Because I have my mic going through to both Discord and the studio, so I'm not sure if that's affecting anything.
Oh, yeah, and it could be because the last time we did this, you weren't doing that.
Well,
Because remember the last time you were having yeah, we were just doing it all on my stream. Okay.
last time I think I had both of the webcams plugged in. And so I think Discord was running one microphone and the studio was running the other microphone, even though they were picking up exactly the
Ah,
same sounds, of course. But I
okay.
unplugged the other one because it wasn't working, and I haven't had a chance to. The camera side wasn't working, so I just unplugged it.
Yeah, it's and stuff. We just as long as it's functional. Let me try and get my music going. And by the way, Chef Pirate, hi Pirate. Pirate, I hope you saw my eye patch impression there.
Microphone in the studio was
So
running the other microphone,
we're doing
even though they were picking up exactly the same sounds, of course. But I
okay.
unplugged the other one because it wasn't working, and I haven't had a chance to. The camera side wasn't working, so I just unplugged it.
Yeah, it's. Why does that
So
sound
as
better?
long as it's functional. Okay, I can confirm that the audio is working on my end for real.
Yeah,
So
no, when you played, it sounded better.
I was
That's very
just
strange. Oh well.
doing playback through. I sometimes keep the browser open with my stream so I can check playback and whatever. But I guess that's what you were getting.
Yep, maybe I don't know, but you still sound the same now, but your recording from a minute ago sounded better, is what I was saying. Anyway, that's fine. We can go ahead and continue. I got you bumped up on this side. Hopefully that's balanced out. Okay, fingers crossed.
Okay, so we got
We were
about
doing.
yeah. I'm going to switch my stream over to the game.
All right, so we're doing just a word of explanation. E Mysteries London. We've been doing a while now, and we got kind of sidetracked by other summer stuff, and we're gonna knock this out. It's a really charming little old DOS game from way back in the day, and I meant to title, but it's more.
All right.
It's got educational set, different little things. Oh, my audio's cutting in and out. All right, hang on a sec. I know how to fix that.
Oh, so it's not just me then.
I think.
Okay, good, because you were dropping audio a little bit, and I thought it was my connection for a moment.
Okay, that was an.
Talk for a little bit.
Because I think I've been clipping. I think it made what was going on. Check 1, check 2, check 3. Off now. I come in. My mimicking. Check 2, check 3. You know what? Let me just. That isn't.
You're still cutting out a little bit.
I get it. Because I'm going straight through from the board. I'm not even doing the processing at this point. Okay, is any better? It should flipping. That's what was going on.
Talk a little bit.
Check 1. Eagle Eye Mysteries is the thing we are doing. We're gonna mystery in some eagles and some eyes. Check 1, check 2.
I know that eagles have eyes, but I don't think they go in that order. Maybe we'll see.
Though.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Still doing. Is there still?
Yeah, you're still cutting.
Yes,
a little
can
bit.
me?
You're still your audio's still cutting a little bit.
How about now? Can you still hear me?
I can hear you now. That.
Check 1, 2, 3, 2. It's still out.
It's getting a little.
Is it still cutting out on it?
It's coming in a little better. I can't tell if I heard a cutout or not.
I don't know what's going on.
But it is coming in a little bit better now. So if you want to go ahead and get started, I'll let you know if you have to stop reading for a bit if you're having a cutout, and maybe it's a momentary thing.
Yeah. Let me know because I don't know what's up. What I've done, I had a processor set up here that is supposed to be a limiter and answer, but doesn't really seem working. So I don't know what's. I mean, it sounded fine in my head, but it's like I don't know what's going on with the OBS. It's when it's going into the unit, going into OBS that's crapping out. But we'll go ahead and continue on, and if there is continuums with them, I'll try some other things.
Okay.
Did it cut out any during my? Did it cut out any during that stuff there when I was saying it?
There was a slight bit of clipping, but that's just where I had the gains. I adjusted it in my end. You're fine for now.
Oh, okay. So it was on your side, you think? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'll let you know
watching,
if you cut out again for
if
real.
you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody watching, if you don't mind, let me know if there's still audio issues. It should be good, I hope, but we'll see. All right.
And meanwhile, for the people on my side, I didn't properly introduce the stream. So we're on with BretTheBreton. We're going to try and knock out the last 10 mysteries in London because of all the summer mishaps that caused my stream to basically be non-existent over the summer. But since we're back, and we're back solidly, let's go ahead and return across the ocean and go back and... for some reason, the English are incapable of solving their own mysteries. They have to summon a couple of American teenagers. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, so let's see. It's been so... Alright, we're going into the game, it looks like. So we're in the Uncle Evie save. and we were using Jennifer for the second casebook, right?
Yes, I believe so.
It doesn't really matter functionally from a game perspective, but whatever. Oh wait, we want to go to choose a mystery. And yeah, that last one that we did on the last episode all the way back months ago, that one is broken on the copy. But the other mysteries should be fine. The way do-
Oh,
what? You're gonna say
I was
something?
gonna say mine. Yeah, I was gonna say I have my
You have your what?
the VOD. If you,
Oh, you're cutting out again. Audio.
you know, I think it might have something to do with Discord. Hang on a minute. Last time we did this, did we, all right, and I do keep an eye out for or an ear, I guess, for the yard.
Yeah. So the way old DOS
Uh,
disks work
um,
is is that the glitch that prevents the previous mystery from finishing should be compartmentalized to that file and should not affect us with the remaining 10 is the way I understand DOS disks, but I could be totally wrong. So we'll see what happens.
okay. All right, so I just turned down the input volume on Discord, so maybe that'll help with the popping. I don't know, or with the cutout stuff. Let me know if it doesn't.
Okay, do you see the case list?
But in the meantime, I have the case list. Now, a quick question: the mic you're using, which mic are you using?
I'm using the one in my webcam.
Ah, okay. All right. Never mind then. I'm trying to they're on the same input on my mixer, and I'm trying to bump you up and not turn up my music level. But my music is down like as far down as I can get it without muting it. So your mic is like really super weak today for some reason. I don't guess the sensitivity on that, can you? Can you? Hello?
Hello? You're dropping out again.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here.
Do you want a few minutes to work on playing with your audio, and I'll run and get some more water?
Hang on a minute. Hey, Evan, hang
Yeah.
on a minute. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the door. I'll be right back. Well, so far this streamed a train wreck. So, how about some Rio?
Um, talk a little bit. I'll tell you if your audio is back.
Hope they didn't drums. Check 1, 2. Okay, now. Is it working? Crapping out. Blah, 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 blah. Test 1, 2, 3. Or check, 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 check.
I'd say you're about 95%. It's the other 5% that concerns me, but we got to get started.
Let's see if I've got, just real quick, let me check and see if I've got anything that's doing something. Give me a moment. Because my system is starting to bog down, and I think a lot of it is because of Discord. Give me just a second. I'm almost done. Memory there. That actually does seem... Let's try it. Let's roll with this, and if it messes up too bad, then we'll plan B, whatever that is.
Okay. Well, in that case, ignore Rare Art Raider. That's the broken one. We already did that mystery. That's the one that broke at the end. So ignore that one. And which means I guess we're going into the case of the phony prevaricator. Let me know you're ready for me to click on.
Okay, we're almost there. All right, I turned off the limiter. I think that might be what's doing it. So, because that's in software and I can't hear it because this thing's stupid. So, all right, yeah, let's go ahead and go. Okay, so the phony the phony guy. Let's go.
That last thing you said, you didn't cut out at all. So whatever you did, fixed it, at least on this end. At least for now.
Okay.
All right, phony prevaricator.
I've got a hardware limiter. I've got a hardware limiter on order, but it's not going to show up for like a week. So. All right, so yeah, here we go. First of the Eagle mysteries. Let's see, and that's the mom or whatever. Okay.
Aunt.
Are you two willing to help out Scotland? Huh?
It's Aunt Miranda and Uncle Basil.
Ah, okay. So you're willing to help out Scotland Yard?
You bet, Aunt M. Hopefully, they're investigating some really cool crime, like counterfeiting, or maybe the daring theft of a jewel.
Not Jennifer, but it is rather a puzzling theft. Someone stole a trophy down at the Sherlock Holmes pub.
Were there any witnesses?
No, were there? Oh, yeah, in fact.
Sounds pretty simple then, Aunt M. What would Scotland Yard need us for?
The trophy was the... Hang on, I can't see that. Give me just a second. Get my other window up. It was the old Paris Cup, and the three are all worse liars. They seem to be sending Inspector Blodgers quite a bit. Can you nip down to the...
You're cutting out again.
Okay, I have to do it. Just go on.
You bet. We love those liars, Aunt Miranda. They totally crack me up with those whoppers they tell. Let's go. There's Inspector Blodgers with Officer Bardbrook. All the liars seem to be gone.
I have spent an hour in those people for nothing. In my line of work, some big liars in my... These three really take the cake. Say. I'd be happy to have you take on this case, Uncle. All I really know so far in this photo.
In the instant photo, 3 champion liars are gathered around a trophy. The 3 liars are Lloyd Gregory, Tommy O'Leary, and Megan Jones.
That photo shows the 3 liars were here with the trophy about an hour ago. Then the trophy disappeared. That's all I know. Now I'm going to go home and have an aspirin. PC, what did we do for her? Was that SpongeBob? Did I do SpongeBob for her?
I don't remember. It's been months.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure I did. All right. Let's see.
Right, team. Listen up. Our 3 suspects are Tommy O'Leary, the Irish prevaricating wizard, Megan Jones, a top fabulist from England, and Welshman Lloyd Gregory, the reigning king of British liars. The 3 all have a busy day ahead of them. They're the stars of Liars' Day. Each one's making a public appearance to raise money for medical research and health. Tommy is a guest auctioneer at Snoopy's today. Jones is tours at the National History Museum. Gregory's lecturing on history at her castle. Who are the... Why don't you interview these people? Pop there and see me when you're done and we'll compare notes.
Hi, Brett. Hi, viewers.
Hey, Q, what's up?
At least we know that means there won't be any snoring on stream.
Alright, let's see. Robert Page. Let's look at him. Oh dear, I organized a free event. I had no idea it would turn criminal. I was from the Pevasky not to say a single truthful thing, but promise not to steal. I guess we'll start to lie. It's not long before the cheat and steal. Only Megan Jones, Tommy O'Leary, and Lloyd Gregory were present when our publicity photo was taken. Only one of them could have taken the trophy afterward. I personally suspect Megan Jones or Tommy O'Leary. Ever since Lloyd Gregory beat them out in the Old Britain Prevaricators contest, they've been looking for a chance to seize the trophy for themselves.
Okay, let's go take a look and meet these liars.
And off they go. Yep.
We'll go to Snoopy's first.
Snootbees, I love that name. That's funny. I'm on a bus.
Great Scott! They are letting Tommy O'Leary
big
actually
red bus.
auction off some rare artifacts.
Let's see. Let's see, what would O'Leary sound like? Tommy O'Leary is a fine Irishman, and last priceless. The actual by Cleopatra when she visited England with her mummy. See what I did there?
Harry Parker of Snoopy's holds up a real-looking necklace for everyone to see.
What's bidding it? Oh, I know what he's O'Leary. I can make him Jacksepticeye. We'll start the bidding £100. Oh, I say, I'll trade you my car for it. Ah, it must be mine. Give me the necklace and I will give you my...
Piffle, your castle is drowned, and Toby, your car leaks oil. I have a chalet with private beach. I offer that the appendix. Me.
Oh, I can't with this guy. Good lady, now do I hear any other bid? Going once, going twice, sold! And thank you, Tommy O'Leary, for running a completely roguish and fraudulent auction. Okay.
Mr. O'Leary, we were wondering, can you tell us what really happened to the Prevaricators trophy?
I told you once already!
You did? I don't think so.
Lloyd said, place called Hampton, you know. My, it looks splendid on his mantelpiece there. I congratulate him on it every time I come over to ride his elephants. I myself live in the Castle Tara, and all my trophies completely top two floors.
Trophies for what, Mr. O'Leary?
Oh, tornado riding, moonwalking, and chess. Having the greatest lawn in Ireland, being the best transocean, such like. So my trophies have been won by dinosaur.
Mr. O'Leary, do you really always tell lies?
Now, what kind of question is that you be asking me? I never told a fib in me life.
Congratulations, Lady Edna. That's a beautiful necklace you bought. But are you sure it's worth as much as a house in Switzerland? It might be a fake.
Oh dearie, I know it's a fake. The items auctioned today were obvious notorious fakes, and so it's a chalet in Switzerland couldn't have an ocean beach because Switzerland doesn't border any ocean. I don't own such a place, you see. I just did a voice for him and I can't remember what it was already. Damn. I don't know. To attend the auction, we each made a small donation. It goes to a good cause, and then we're free to make up clever bids. And the most outrageous one wins the trinket Bags of Fun. Wins the trinket, period, Bags of Fun. He's brought the artifacts in Coven. None of them cost more than Tommy O'Leary, and the way he described their own Jew, diabolical.
All right, let's go to the Natural History Museum and meet our second liar. Listen, Megan Jones is pretending to be an expert on mammals.
Oh, this ought to be good. And that's how the rhinoceros mammal here with the tusks in the trunk. Many of you mistakenly think this is an elephant. It's actually much too big to be an elephant. Elephants rarely get taller than 6 inches. 6 inches taller. This is a Cephalophilus. Cephalophilus. God. Cephalophilus. Cephalophilus. This is a Cephalophilus, a sea-dwelling creature from the African Ocean. You can tell because it uses its trunk as a snorkel.
Hold on a second. I want to Google that and see if anything actually comes up. What is it? Cephalophilus.
Cephalophilus.
Sorry, we're having a little bit of an educational detour here. Cephalophilus.
Opalus. Something like that. I was going to say there's a cephalopod.
Yeah, no, we want to search for that thing.
But
your search did not match anything.
No,
so even now, that's an obscure reference. All right, let's go on.
If that's a whatchamacallit, Miss Jones, why does it have such big tusks?
That should not have sounded like SpongeBob, but it did. Okay, good deal. Pirates reporting they're now in the audio much better. I turned off the filtering in OBS, and that seemed to take care of it. Fingers crossed. What am I ringing? Why is my phone ringing? I turned it down. There we go.
Like on there actually is. When the Cephalophilus wants to sleep, it's under the sword to keep it. It's on the sea.
You just cut out again.
Mute. Oh. Okay, I don't know what's doing it. Let's just continue on. I read the line, so.
Can you read this one again? We didn't hear any of it this time.
None of it?
No, okay. This whole paragraph it cut out for.
Okay, that's right. Those tusk-like horns on the front are actually anchors. When the Cephalophilus. When the Cephalophilus wants. I'm saying this right. When the Cephalophilus wants to sleep, it rams its anchors into the sea to keep it around while it's seabed. So did that series of mess of lines come through?
Yeah, it came through that time. Keep going.
Uh, Thank you for your special tour, Miss Jones. Your utter incomplete fabrications about mammals have been hilarious.
Miss Jones, we were wondering if you would answer some questions about the Prevaricator's trophy. It seems it's been stolen.
No, it hasn't.
It
You
hasn't.
can't
Then
make
where?
me.
It hasn't. Then where is it?
Abby, no one grabbed it and stuffed it in my false leg. I need it for ballast. Go. My husband is waiting outside. Toodaloo.
Well, that was simple, wasn't it?
Ciao.
We have a confession from the culprit. Or do we? Okay, we know it's not Megan Jones because we know that everybody can only tell lies today. And she said she has it, therefore she doesn't have it. Are you in agreement with that?
That's true. First lot. I am. Yep. This is some special. She can talk up about almost anything at all, and not says is even close to the truth. I hope this animal is indeed an African elephant which lives land and which grows quite large as the one you see here. In fact, it is the largest land animal living today.
Okay, we have one more liar to meet.
Let's meet some liars. Let's do this.
And this one involves going to the train station. Do you have your handbook with the schedules ready?
Go to the train station. Crap. No, I'm not ready for this. I forgot about this. Hang on a minute. I gotta pull it up.
I have my folder pulled up in case it
I,
does the map question. You know, it's a good thing the world isn't full of liars. If you couldn't trust people to tell you what train to get on, for example, you could never get any place. So we're going to go to Windsor Castle. Luckily, the train ride to Windsor isn't very long. And it didn't ask us this time, but try to have it ready for the next time because you know it's going to ask for stuff from the handbook.
yeah. Okay, get a minute. I'm still getting it loaded. For the train schedule.
Well, the handbook, we don't need it right now. It didn't ask us any questions this time. But you know sometimes it does. So,
or excuse me, this is English, so it's going to be schedule. My bad.
yeah. Here we are in the grand vestibule.
Says
What?
pirates telling pirates telling me the audio is doing the same thing again, but all the audio, not just my mic.
Okay, well,
It's got something to do with Discord. I can almost guarantee it's something to do with Discord. Let me see if there's something I can do with that real quick. Give me a mic check real quick if you don't mind.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing. This is we really do need to go on. 7 o'clock is going to be here before you know it.
No, I mean, I know, but at time it's like there's no doing it if nobody can hear us.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn off the processing stuff and see if that does anything. Hang on. Okay. All right. Let's. I've done quite a few things with my Discord help, so we'll go on. The difference.
Okay. Here we are in the grand
All right, go ahead.
vestibule. And look, Lloyd Gregory is giving a lecture about British history. We can just catch the end of it.
When London was built by the Victorians in 1870 BC, the Thames River did not flow through the town. It flowed through Stonehenge. But when King Henry IX ordered London Bridge built, they needed a river to flow under it. The Royal Engineers constructed a wall to divert the Thames to run beneath the London Bridge. The chief engineer was named Adrian Mole, so they named it Adrian's Wall. So, Mr. Gregory, are you saying that today the Thames River flows under London Bridge? Yes, of course. Except, of course, it flows the opposite way. Well, I've never had such a long and impressive series of misstatements in all my life. Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Mr. Gregory, we were wondering if you saw anything suspicious after your photo was taken with the Prevaricator's trophy.
No, not really. Of course, I wasn't really there. That's my twin brother, Oscar, you see in the photo. I was the one taking the picture. Of course, that isn't really the trophy either. It's just a cardboard cutout. Tommy O'Leary took the actual trophy.
He took the trophy because he's not allowed to tell the truth today. Wow, so Tommy O'Leary took it?
Yes. Tommy explained he needed to buy a tour of the solar system from the crop circle aliens. Personally, I've never had a bigger bunch of money in all my life.
Give me
So
one moment.
He has heard a bigger bunch of malarkey.
Give me one moment. I have my daily spam artist that I need to ban. I have banned the spammer.
While you're doing that,
let's continue on.
Okay. Never mind. Oh, children, you should have come earlier. Mr. Gregory explained all about the history of Windsor Castle. It was quite amusing. He told us this was the royal dining room, and the swords all around us were steak knives. It had to be long, he said, because there was no dining table, so they had to reach down to the plates on the floor. Really, Mr. Gregory so smoothly. After a while, you don't know what to believe. The man's dangerous. He said I was beautiful.
Alright, let's make sure that there's no more clues open up back here. But we know exactly who did it at this point. We're ready to close this first mystery.
Alright.
But let's return to the scene of the crime and solve it there. I always like... yeah. It looks like it's flashing anyway, which means there's more information. So we had to come back here anyway.
Good, pop down to the pub for a pint. I see a man in a kilt.
There you are, Uncle. While you were gone, I called in an expert to help us. Do you remember Angus McPeel?
Oh, he's another one of the liars. Of course, the champion fib teller of Scotland. Don't tell me any lies today, Angus, please. We've heard enough already.
Don't you fret, Uncle and Jennifer. I'm not a liar today. In fact, I'm Sean Connery. You must understand, in the Prevaricators Club, we don't lie all the time. Only during special times. Megan, Tommy, and Gregory. Now, don't you believe the word they say. For Liar's Day, Mr. Page made them promise to tell nothing but lies. And they'll keep their word. Everything they say today will be a lie. Everything.
But Angus, I think I caught one of them telling the truth. Lloyd Gregory was asked if the Thames River flows under London Bridge, and he said yes.
But he's right. I mean, wrong. Years ago, London Bridge was sold. It was torn down and shipped stone by stone to America, to Lake Havasu City, Arizona. They thought Tower Bridge was London Bridge. It's a common mistake. You know, Lassie, I should explain about the Prevaricators Club. We're here to have fun, yes, but also to make a point. The point is, lying is bad. When someone lies, he or she destroys the trust that holds us all together. You know, kind of like the Force. Every day we rely on people to let us know what's really true and what they really feel. If they lie these things, they let us down. Yep. Hang on, I got a spam bot I gotta deal with myself. They're a popular thing. Give me one second. Oh, hey, Shinobu. Shinobu says, what am I on so early? Well, we wanted to finish up this game. We've been doing episodes of this for like months now. And, oh, somebody already got it. Excellent. Thank you, Shinobu. But, yeah, we wanted to finish up this game, and we're trying to do like probably what's going to be a very stream, but, just be aware, and, if anybody else is on here that just came in, be aware that we are having some audio problems. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but we're trying. We'll see how it goes. We're going to keep going for now anyway. So, moving along,
Easy to lie. Sometimes it seems like the easiest thing in the world. What's hard is to repair the damage that even a little lie can do. At the Prevaricators Club, we have a sacred pledge. At certain times, we tell lies. The more incredible, the better. But at all other times, we try to tell the truth.
Oh, Shinobu, you're live right now. Oh, wow, you popped over? Cool. All right, well, thank you for dropping in. We'll probably be going for a while, so. Peace. Thank you.
While you were gone, I talked to 2 barkeeps here at the Sherlock Holmes pub. They tell me 5 people in all had access to the trophy in the back room. In addition to the 3 prevaricators, there was a photographer named Brian Wynn. He took the photo that Inspector Blodgett had. He must have been at the crime scene. It's pretty obvious. Not only was he there, but the barkeep said he had big bags of equipment that he hauled in and out. It would have been very easy for him to slip the trophy into one of those bags. I slipped Gary into one of the bags just to test it.
Sorry, I was choking on SpongeBob there. I had to mute my mic.
The 5th possible suspect is Robert... That guy, the organizer of the charity event. He was the one who discovered the trophy was missing. Obviously, he could have nicked it at that time. Should probably investigate these suspects. Robert Page went back to the Phaeton Club. The photographer said he was on to Parliament, but when I went there, he was gone. You might check that out. Now, what did you find out from the prevaricators? Anything at all?
Not much, Officer Barbrook. They all lied through their teeth. Tommy and Lloyd accused each other. Megan Jones said she took the trophy herself. I'm not sure that proves anything. Okay, so there's always a catch. I thought we were winding down this mystery.
Okay, so we know that Megan Jones didn't take it.
And that's the only thing we know at this point, with 2 additional suspects.
Yeah, it's almost like we need to review the statements of the other guys.
I don't see Robert Page around. Maybe Colonel Sweeney can tell us where he went.
Yeah, I came out from Torbay for Liar's Day. Smashing fun. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Now, what's all this about Mr. Page?
We heard he came back here. We had some questions to ask him.
Well, you're too late. He did come in with a suitcase, but then he left straight away. He seemed quite jolly. Must be going on holiday. I must say, it was nice to see him in good spirits. He's a member of the Prevaricators Club, of course, and when he didn't win the trophy, he seemed quite upset. I'm really glad he's wearing an Australian hat. That way I can remember how to.
So we're going to Parliament to meet the other guy?
So I can do my worst Australian accent ever.
Look, it's Nigel's friends Aaron and Felix. They look like they're waiting for someone. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Felix. Did you guys see a photographer go through here?
Did I ever? He was with a very famous woman. Can't think of her name. A major luminary she was. A celestial event. They left a while ago.
Do you happen to know where they went? It's real important. We're on a case.
Sorry, Jen. I did hear him talking about the magnificent staircase of the king, though. Maybe that'll help. That's right. It's in a palace, right? There's some painting there with Jupiter and that lot cavorting about. They went on about it like it was some wizard's work. Oh, yeah, and they took a train. I heard him talk about catching the 12:15.
The king's staircase in a palace? Shortly. Thanks. Are you guys waiting for someone?
Yeah, my mum and dad. They're going off to tour the House of Lords. See you around.
Alright, so I guess we're going back to the train station.
Yep, and now they said the 12:15, so I'm
It's probably going to ask you a different question from the handbook. We know which platform we're going to, but we're going back to Windsor. Now we need to figure out which train the photographer Brian Wynn took. Oh wait, so Windsor is where we were previously. We need to find out where the other guy went. We just wasted a train ride. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's only like £1.50. So.
Eh.
What was it? 12.15?
Yeah, I think that's what they said. We have to click this train schedule thing. One clue we have is the King's
There's
Staircase.
it.
It supposedly has magnificent paintings about Jupiter and the other Roman gods from mythology. Do you remember visiting a palace like that? The other clue we have is catch the 12:15 train. That number could mean either the time of day or the train number. Let's look at our train schedule.
Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead.
To get to a magnificent palace, did the photographer catch a train numbered 12:15 or did he catch a train that left at 12:15? Look at the train schedule and see what do you think.
Okay, so not a 12:15 train. There's a noon train, but not 12:15. In the meantime, let's see if there's a 12:15 train here, like a number 12:15. Hang on, let me zoom in a bit. I'm looking at the numbers now. Huh, that's weird. I don't see a... Wait, hold on. Okay, there's multiple... I thought the list was all just in order one time. There's a couple of 12:15 trains. One to Court and one to Oxford.
Hampton Court, would that be a fancy palace? Isn't that King Henry's palace?
Probably. I think so, yeah. Because the Oxford is college.
That's it. We'll grab the next train out to Hampton Court.
Okay, cool. It was interesting how they played that one. With it could be a number, it could be a train.
That must be Brian Wayne, the photographer. And look who his model is. It's the incredibly fabulous screen star, Amy Jolana.
See, this is photographer guide. Right, I'm out of film. Take a breather, Amy. And what can I do for you two?
Mr. Wayne, the Prevaricator's trophy has disappeared. Do you have any information about it?
Hey, what's all this? You think I nicked that trophy? What would I need that old thingamabob for, eh? I'm not a liar. You want proof? Right, I'll give you proof. Talk to my assistant. Look through my bags, but don't bother me. I'm busy. Here, let me help you. Don't mind Mr. Wynn. He's just a bit touchy when he's busy on a shoot.
In all of Mr. Wynn's many bags, there is nothing that even resembles the missing trophy.
Let's see. So this is Amy Jolana, so she should be like glamorous and all that. So let's see it.
Hello, children. How nice to see you.
Great to see you, Miss Jolana. I thought your latest film, Mystery House, was a smash. I loved it when your character figured out where the trapdoor was just in time.
Well, thank you. Now, what are you and Uncle up to today, Jennifer? Out sightseeing?
Actually, we're on an investigation. We're trying to track down the person who stole a valuable trophy from the Sherlock Holmes pub, and Mr. Wynn is on the list of suspects.
I'm trying to do Fran Drescher for Amy here, and it is just not working. But I'll keep going with it. Maybe it'll improve, maybe not.
Really? Well, Miriam and I... Hang on. Well, Miriam and I picked up Mr. Wynn at the pub just after he was done photographing there. We've been with him ever since. If it's not in his bags, I don't think he could have stolen whatever trophy it is you're talking about.
It's the Prevaricator's trophy, Amy. It's given to the person in Great Britain who can tell the wildest and most fantastic lies.
Well, children, I've met a few people in Hollywood who could probably win that trophy. No sweat. Now I gotta get back to work. Bye now.
Goodbye. Alright, I think we have enough to go now. It's that other guy who disappeared, probably.
So the camera that she used to take that photo, that takes 110 film. I know this because I used to have a camera like that. Little flat sort of camera, yeah. 110 film. I don't know why I remember that, yet I do.
But Robert Page was also lying that day for the contest. So he said only the other 3 liars were present. Well, I'm saying this is going to be a clue here. This is the guy who disappeared. And we learned later that he participated in the contest. So he had to be a liar today. So this is the first statement that is towards that, because his lie is that only the 3 other guys were present. Let me just...
Angus McPeel. Oh, so it's true. Well, I mean, we know
that. We're looking for the clues revolving around Robert, because he's the one who skipped town. Bard Brooks says that Mr. Wynn and Mr. Page were present. He was carrying something in his suitcase. He was upset after he didn't win, but then he seemed jolly. And okay. I think that's what we need to know.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
It's Robert Page.
You got it. It was Mr. Page who stole the trophy. I have to tell you one thing. Don't you ever lie to me. After this episode, I feel I've heard enough lies to last us for years and years. Some of the lies we heard were important clues. Tommy O'Leary and Lloyd Gregory each said the other had taken the trophy. Megan Jones said she had taken it herself. But they were all world-class liars participating in Liar's Day. Everything they said was a lie. Therefore, we knew none of them actually did it. That left either Mr. Wynn or Mr. Page. Amy Jolana herself vouched for Mr. Wynn. Suddenly we remembered that Mr. Page said only 3 people could have stolen the trophy. He conveniently forgot Mr. Wynn and himself. He is a member of the Prevaricators Club. He should have known better than to lie like that.
And here we are for the wrap-up. Precious Liar's trophy recovered. Tipped by private investigators, a Hampstead policewoman nabbed a London man shortly before he left for Spain and recovered the priceless Prevaricator's trophy he'd stolen earlier. The man, Robert Page, apparently stole the trophy after failing to win it in an earlier Liar's contest. He might have gotten off scot-free if not for Uncle Evie, said Inspector Blodgers of Scotland Yard. Uncle and Jennifer Eagles somehow sorted out the meaningful lies from the falderall. They were great, said Scottish fabulist Angus McPeel. They were smart, they put together clues, and that's no lie. Coming up at the top of the hour, we got more hits for you and sports.
Let's go on to the case of the tricky tusk. Are you ready?
Yep, thus endeth one episode, thus beginning the next. Let's go.
I have a feeling this is going to be another animal one. We might see McCavity. What?
How's my audio for this bit? Has it messed up any further?
No, you're solid right now.
Okay. Fingers crossed, we'll go with it. Uncle, Jennifer, have you heard? It's all over the news. McCavity's threatening to spoil an auction at Snootby's.
Yipes, Aunt Em. Tell us all about it.
Snootby's plans to auction a few very valuable ivory items, and just now McCavity delivered a note saying, Caveat emptor.
Caveat emptor? What's that mean?
Let the buyer beware. I'm going to say it before that popped up. It's Latin. It means let the buyer beware. I think McCavity's hinting that one of the items for sale is a fake. If so, it must be a clever one. I rang up Inspector Gage at Scotland Yard. He says they're on the case. I'm going over there. You can come with me if you want, or meet me later at Snoopy's.
Okay, Aunt Em. We'll come back here and catch up with Jake when we find out what's going on.
We're on a bus, yeah. We're on a bus.
Except we're off the bus by now. There's Lady Cheswick. She's here with Count von Coburg. Whenever there's something rare and precious for sale, he always seems to be around.
What a shame. I had my mind set to buy that unicorn horn for Lord Chiswick. He so loves unicorns, you know. Even the Royal Crest of England has a unicorn in it.
Well, if it's a unicorn horn, that must be the fake, because unicorns aren't real.
Exactly. And I had hoped. Wait, that's not. This is the German guy.
And I had hoped to buy the comb, most unusual nine, made from a mammoth's tusk.
That might be legit.
But now I daren't buy a thing. What if it's a forgery, as McCavity says? How dreadful.
I mean, it's a unicorn, lady. Seriously. Have we seen him before?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Let's see. I don't know what he would sound like.
When the man handed me the note, I did not read it immediately. I wish I had. I could have captured that immense scoundrel McCavity. The note said one of our ivory items is a fake. As the chief authenticator for Snoodbees, I must say I find that extremely unlikely. What you read about each of our ivories is true, I'm sure. This note from McCavity is nothing more than a cruel prank.
Where's McCavity's note now?
The lads from Scotland took it.
Alright, let's take a look at the treasures. A card reads, "This king is one of many such chess pieces carved by an unknown artist out of walrus tusk. The pieces date from the 11th or 12th century AD, when chess began to become popular in Europe." A card reads, "This beautiful and rare comb was carved from the ivory tusk of a woolly mammoth." Oh, sorry, misclick. The tiny replica of a sailing ship is only about 4 inches long, yet it seems perfect. It has sails, rigging, and small cannons that move back and forth. A card reads, "This ship model was carved sometime between 1803 and 1814 by French and American prisoners of war held in England at the time. It is made entirely of ivory and bone." You know, it seems impossible that anyone could have made anything so small so long ago. But all these pieces are so delicate and beautiful. Their creators must have been wonderful artists. A sign calls this a unicorn horn. The unicorn horn is white and about 4 feet long. It spirals up to a sharp tip. Around the base, someone has carved figures of dancing unicorns. A fine script says, "For my beloved Cheryl, the rarest of the rare, J.P." A card reads, "A sailor named Josh Payton prepared this unicorn horn for his sweetheart Cheryl during his whaling voyages during the 1870s." Actually, that could be legitimate. Narwhals are sometimes called the unicorn of the sea.
Right. I'm thinking the same.
That's
the thing that I'm thinking.
That's the most suspicious one.
The thing that I'm thinking is the boat might be fake, and here's why. If they were in a POW camp and that thing is so fragile, how the heck did they get it out of it?
Okay. It sounds like Inspectors Gage and Blodges disagree about something.
Okay, so now it's my turn to talk. So, Salem.
You're both of these guys.
Okay, I know. I have a Salem, so I have to do my Salem cam thing. Give me just a second. Give me just a moment here. I gotta get him a treat, or he's gonna bite my leg. Hang on. There you go, buddy. Salem cam is around my stream. All right, so what I'm gonna do, it's playing music, but it's going to where is it? Hang on a sec. I'm gonna go ahead and mute that. There we go. Okay. Now we got. Oh no! What? Why is that not working? Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. So we don't have the game screen on right now for reason I don't know why. This is everything's chaos today. So we're just gonna keep going. Let me get back to the Discord window. One moment.
So do you or do you not actually have the game? You just said
no. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
This is McCavity's bent on humiliating Scotland Yard. It's time we put a stop to sinister antics.
get my spot here. All right, we're making too much fuss over this McCavity chap. His pranks are meddlesome, that's all. It's best to him, I say.
McCavity's note is made up of letters cut out of magazines. One of the ivories is not how it looks. Caveat emptor. Signed King of the Crooks.
It's a dead for the other notes we've gotten from Cavity.
Salem's meowing at me.
Like, I'm right here, pay attention to me. You have nothing in life, pay attention to me.
Hey, Jennifer, have you caught McCavity yet? No, not yet, but maybe you can help us figure out what to do next. We think McCavity has somehow placed a fake in an auction of 4 rare ivories. I have pictures of them in our notebook. We have to figure out which one is not what it seems to be. There's a little sailing ship that supposedly was carved by prisoners of war in the early 1800s. It's really cool, Jake. You should see it. Then there's a king from a chess set, supposedly carved from a walrus tusk in the 1200s. It's kind of cool, too. His eyes are all wide and staring. And there's a comb made from a mammoth tusk. Hold it right there. Haven't mammoths been extinct for thousands of years? Sounds like that's the fake for sure. Oh yeah? Well, get this. The last one is the horn of a unicorn. It sure looks like one. What's going on? Am I talking too fast?
Okay, sorry. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Was I talking too fast?
No. We had an audio problem on this end. Oh. Something went nuts. I don't know what's going on with the sound today. Anyway, go ahead.
It sure looks like one, but that's too much. Everyone knows that unicorns never existed. Now, Jake, let's not jump to conclusions. We have to outthink McCavity, remember? Let's decide how to check out all these ivory artifacts. Let's take the chess piece first of all. Didn't we see some cool chess pieces last time we were in the British Museum? Yes, here they are in the guidebook. The Lewis chess pieces. Great. About the unicorn. If it ever existed, I'm sure the mammals exhibit at the Natural History Museum will tell you. The unicorn horn has an inscription too, a bunch of dancing unicorns. Even if it was a horn from a different animal, someone could call it a unicorn horn because it's a horn with unicorns on it. Now that's a different way of interpretation. The unicorn horn
hold on a minute. Don't read yet. Hang on. I don't know if you could hear that, but Salem was right in front of the mic, purring away. It's cute. All right, go ahead.
The unicorn horn had some writing on it, too. Josh Payton wrote a sweet poem to his girl, Cheryl. Maybe we can look up their names in the British Museum's library. Yeah, I think the Natural History Museum has a woolly mammoth display, too, over by the big dinosaur. Check that out. To find out about that excellent little ship, we could go ask questions at the Cutty Sark. There are always a bunch of sailors hanging out there. And while you're in the British Library, look up ivory. Maybe that will lead you to a clue. Those are good leads. Thanks, Jake. Let's go. You lead the way. Looks like we have a lot of places to go for this one.
Yeah, sounds like it. They may be getting a little more complex as we go along.
Well, this is the second casebook. This is the second casebook.
Yeah, that last one wasn't particularly complex, though.
Let's ask these old sea dogs about the carvings on the unicorn's horn.
Carving, said Scrimshaw, laddie, to while away. It was a sailor would carve fanciful designs into a whale tooth.
I think he a little something for his sweet.
The horn runs like a narwhal's horn. Narwhal whales with one horn going out of their foreheads. The old sea dogs called them unicorns of the sea.
Don't you believe it, this old sea hag, children? Whoever heard of a whale with a horn? He's pulling your leg with an old sea yarn for sure. But sure, there were plenty of sailors carving whale out of 1800s. Many of your Yankee soldiers landed from French ivory carvers when they were all in British prison together. French were captured in the Napoleonic Wars, and many American sailors were our prisoners during your War of 1812. People ivory or marble to carve. Being stuck in jail, they had naught else to do.
They would trust prisoners with the sharp implements needed to carve ivory? That seems a little fishy, but if it's historically accurate, then maybe not. Alright, we're in the Natural History Museum.
Okay.
Every time I see that dinosaur skeleton, it just boggles my mind. I almost forget what we came here for. Cool, mammoths. Here's an exhibit on them. The mammoth was a large animal that once roamed much of the northern hemisphere. Mammoths were much larger than elephants are today. The largest known pair of elephant tusks are the Kilimanjaro tusks, which are 24 feet long and weigh almost 460 pounds. Elephant tusks are small, however, compared to the tusks of mammoths, which commonly weigh 500 pounds. Although mammoths are extinct, their tusks can still be found in Siberia and Alaska, and the ivory is still useful. Alright, all ivory comes from mammals. I think we can find some answers in the mammals exhibit.
Let's go look up some mammals. I like
It always amazes me how many different types of mammals there are, including us humans. And check out that exhibit on mythical beasts.
Which they coincidentally have while we're investigating the unicorn case.
One of the most rare and unusual whales is the narwhal, which lives in the cold waters of the Arctic Ocean. The narwhal is a small whale and has what appears to be a horn rising from its forehead. This horn can grow up to 8 feet in length. In reality, however, this is not a horn but a tusk. The narwhal's left canine tooth grows up out of the front of its head. This has led to the narwhal's nickname, the sea unicorn. Landlubbers often mistake its graceful spiraling tusks for a unicorn's horn. Look, the museum has a special exhibit on mythical creatures, animals that have never been proven to exist at all. Old legends describe the unicorn as a graceful kind of wild horse, but one with a single horn spiring out of its forehead. Many magical powers are associated with the unicorn. Like dragons, griffins, and the like, the unicorn is a mythical animal. That is, it exists only in tales. No one has found any proof that the unicorn ever existed in real life. So, the real unicorn is not real, but the sea unicorn is real, apparently. Let's keep that in mind and keep that distinction in mind.
Yeah. Seems like they could do DNA testing.
That's Philip Mind sitting over there with a chessboard. He's on Nigel's chess team. Maybe he can tell us about the Lewis chess pieces. Let's see, what else are we looking up here? Oh yes, ivory. And Josh Payton and his girlfriend Cheryl, who lived over 100 years ago, if they really existed at all. This is that chess guy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the Lewis pieces carved from 1200 ASO on display in the museum. It's one of my favorite exhibits. Do you want to know more about them? Come with me.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination.
Cecil Grange is the museum's authenticator. He's a good person to ask about the Lewis chessmen.
Sorry, I was drinking some water.
Mr. Grange, we have some questions about the Lewis chess pieces.
Were they carved by someone named Lewis?
No. Yes. No. They were found on the Isle of Lewis, one of the Outer Hebrides Islands in Scotland. Quite remarkable, really. About 70 chess pieces just sitting in a little stone shelter, miles from anywhere.
People think maybe someone salvaged them from a shipwreck and stored them there. Or maybe the shelter was used to store things by Norsemen. We may never know.
Are they the only ones of their kind to exist? Is it possible that other chess pieces like them might show up?
I think other pieces like them have been found. One was discovered in a river in Hamburg, and others turned up in Scandinavia somewhere.
It seems the artist, whoever he or she was, made many such pieces and shipped them all over Europe. I wouldn't be surprised if more pieces like them are found. They're made of walrus ivory, and ivory lasts a long time.
Okay, let's go back to the library.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if we learn a little more about ivory, we can pick out the fake. Which of these books would be most likely to have ivory information? Encyclopedia, G to I?
Second.
Encyclopedia?
Yeah, second encyclopedia, for sure. Yep.
Great, the encyclopedia will have the info we need under I for ivory. Since ancient times, humans have made things from the bones of animals they hunted. Ivory, one of the most useful and beautiful types of bones, comes from the teeth of certain animals. Most ivory comes from the tusks of the African elephant. Tusks are teeth so big they stick out of the animal's mouth. Although tusks look like horns, they are actually teeth, unlike horns or antlers. Ivory can be carved into beautiful shapes and is very durable. In the 17th and 18th centuries, Europe and America used hundreds of tons of ivory each month to make everything from piano keys to billiard balls. In the year 1890, almost 700 tons of ivory was sold each month in the International Ivory Centre in London. That is the ivory from almost 15,000 elephants killed each month. Vast ivory hoards of African kings were shipped off to Europe and Asia. Hunters searched the continent in vain for the elephant's graveyard, a legendary place where old elephants went to die. It supposedly had acres and acres of tusks. When it became clear that the world was running out of ivory, scientists began to look for a man-made substitute. That led to the invention of celluloid and eventually to the development of plastics. Because of the demand for ivory, the African elephant was almost hunted to extinction by poachers. Poachers are still a big problem, but today many countries concerned about the elephants refuse to allow items made of ivory to be brought across their borders. It'll take too much time to look through the old directories by hand. Let's use the electronic database to see if we can find out anything about the sailor and his sweetheart. I'll enter in the keywords Josh Payton and see if the computer can find anything. Rats, nothing. But maybe Cheryl married Josh and took his last name. Here, I'll enter Cheryl Payton and we'll see if we find anything. Nope, the database says there wasn't anyone named Cheryl Payton in England until the 1930s.
That's right. That because Cheryl is a modern name. It's a combination of sherry and beryl. It was first used when beryl became a popular name in England and America in the 1920s and 1930s. Now, I need to use the data machine if you don't mind. Grumble, grumble.
Alright, I think we have what we need then.
Yeah, so the Cheryl thing was basically the clue there.
Yeah.
Is this what we need about the 4 ivories? This is all true. That might be an indicator of guilt, but we'll come back to it. Okay.
We want the stuff regarding Josh Payton and Cheryl Payton. Unicorn horn.
Yep. The next one says, for my beloved Cheryl. So, yeah. Sailing ship. King of the Crow, blah, blah. Name Cheryl. There you go. Yep. Yep.
Many people mistakenly think the spiraling tusk is a unicorn horn. Let's just make sure that's... Alright, let's click this one other clue. No one has found any proof that unicorn really existed.
Yeah.
So we want the unicorn horn.
Yep.
You got it. The unicorn horn is a fake. McCavity was probably angry that ivory items were being sold at Snootby's, since elephants are killed by poachers for their ivory. To embarrass both Snootby's and Scotland Yard, he tried to slip a clever forgery into the auction. But he or she made one small mistake. The forger took an authentic narwhal's tusk and carved it to look like Scrimshaw from over 100 years ago. The horn was called a unicorn horn, not because it was a horn from a unicorn, but because it was inscribed with pictures of the mythical beast. But something Mr. Sneed showed us where McCavity slipped up. He or she put a modern name on the tusk. McCavity apparently didn't know that the name Cheryl wasn't ever used until the name Beryl became popular in the 1920s. A real piece of Scrimshaw from the 1870s couldn't have that name on it.
See, I don't think McCavity messed up. I think he left that deliberately as a clue. He or she. We don't know that it's... Young playwright signs a big deal. Promising young playwright Jules Harper has signed a contract with theater tycoon.
Hold on. It doesn't look like this matches up with the case.
It doesn't, does it?
Let's see.
How did that happen?
Another bug? I'm going to click through the scrapbook real quick and see if it comes up.
Like maybe it jumped past it or something?
Yeah, but it wouldn't do that in the... I'm sure it just bugged out. That's about a guitar case. This is the bird watching thing we did.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
Mystery cat.
That's the robot tiger from the toy shop.
Yep. Remember that.
The Stonehenge assault.
Yep.
The pirate ship. The pony thief. Yeah, that's all going way back. This is the Liar's Trophy from the last case. Okay, and here we have... So when we get to the case with this playwright, we'll probably see the scrapbook for the ivories.
That's what I'll bet. They're just out of order or something.
All right. I was quick to click that off because I didn't want the answer spoiled for us because we haven't seen that mystery yet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm glad you did. I saw something about a playwright and I thought, well, maybe somebody is making a play about some of this or something. But
I need to stretch. Can I have about a 3-minute break? That's all I really need. I need to stretch, get some water.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. You can either take a break if you want, or you can talk and fill the air, whatever you want to do. But I'm not going to be long. This isn't going to be a full break.
Yeah, no. I'm good to go. Go ahead.
All right, I'll be back in just a couple moments here.
So, okay. All right, so while he's stepping away, yeah, I love these old DOS games. There's a couple that I'm thinking about maybe trying to track down and play on the stream. I tried playing Space Quest once. It was one of the Space Quest games. I can't remember which one, but the interface bugged out or something. I can't remember. Something happened and I couldn't play it, and it was really disappointing. And I never went back and tried to troubleshoot it. I just moved on to something else because I had another stream I was going to do like the next night or whatever. But and there's another one.
I think it'd be cool to have another Brothers time, you know.
The Life and Times of Willie Beamish or something like that. That was a fun one. And then probably one of my all-time favorites, Freddie Farkas Frontier Pharmacist. That was pretty good stuff. I want to see if that's available somewhere. I might do that one. I want to make a note of that real quick. So if you're just joining us, we're going through the last 10 cases of beer. No, I'm kidding. We're going through the last 10 cases of Eagle Eye Mysteries London. And we finished the first two. Evie's on a quick break here. And I'm making a note about Freddie Farkas. Because that's got to be out there somewhere. It's just got to be. Pharkas. Frontier Pharmacist. There we go. And then Willie Beamish. I can't remember the name of the Willie Beamish game. I'm going to look that up real quick. I hope the audio problems from earlier have gotten straightened out. I think they probably have. Although I still don't know really what was doing it. I'm kind of baffled by the whole thing, honestly. The Adventures of Willie. Oh, it came out on Sega CD. That's funny. I didn't know that. Yeah, Adventures of Willie Beamish. Players control Willie Beamish, a 9-year-old boy trying to avoid trouble and win a video game championship, navigating a time-sensitive world where choices impact his relationships with his parents and his chances of success. Let's see, it's available for purchase. Yada da da da. Yeah, GOG has it apparently. Interesting. And somebody's selling a copy of the Sega CD game on eBay. Interesting. I was trying to see if... Oh, they have it on the Internet Archive. That's funny. Trying to see if there's any place I can just play it online without having to install it and mess with all the stuff. Here's Best DOS Games. Oh wow, somebody did, wait, what now? Somebody did cosplay? Oh no, it was just for cosplay week, never mind. I'd say that's a deep cut to go into to do a Willie Beamish cosplay. I actually played the game. I owned it like decades ago, but there's no way I'd recognize the character unless he was, you know, flying through the air on a skateboard or something, maybe. Here's the cover. I don't know if this is going to show up on camera or not. Let me try. It was a cute game. I remember, if I remember right, Willie Beamish was one of the first times I had to troubleshoot my computer, because it had enough RAM in the computer, but it was a 286. It had enough RAM in it, but it wasn't set up correctly. So boy howdy, I needed to tinker around with that quite a bit to get it to work. A lot of the games were like that back then. Your computer didn't treat memory as like one big lump, right? Like if you had a DOS system, or even a Windows 3.1 system, anything pre-95, and I think even 95 used some of the old memory management stuff, but you would have, what was it, like regular system RAM is what you would have, and I forget what the name for that was, because they had some other name for it, but then you had extended and expanded RAM, and they were two different things, and you had to set up an EMS manager, and there was all kinds of crap you had to do.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
And it turned into a lifelong career, so there you go.
All right,
Yep,
so
I can hear you just fine.
let's get right into the next one. We still got 8 more of these things to do.
Yep, let's do it.
All right, so the browser, the DOS emulator has just recaptured
I just
my
realized, I just realized something.
What?
So when I went to I just realized something. When I went to Salem Cam a few minutes ago, it's programmed to automatically go back to the default screen, not the co-stream screen. So that last case was like almost entirely a black screen on my side.
All right. Well, you know how to manually switch it back, right, for moving forward.
What's that?
Can you see it now, though, is the question.
Yeah, no, I can see it fine now. Yeah, I switched the scene appropriately.
So it looks like
it's because I have all these friggin' windows bouncing around all over the place, and it's hard to manage this stuff when you're on a single monitor setup.
Okay, this next one is the case of the Panicky Playwright. I'm assuming this is the one with the broken scrapbook entry that we just saw by accident.
Probably so.
So when this one's over, we'll go back and read both of the scrapbooks, I guess.
I'm going to do a thing quick before we get too for this. And in fact, before I do this line, give me just a second. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna try to. Right now, I've got screen duplication on. I'm gonna try and do separate screens. Hang on a sec. Extend displays. Just a moment here. Okay, looks like we got it.
Okay. Now, if we're not 100% done at 7, it's not that big a deal. The service itself starts at 7:30, so if we're running a few minutes behind, as long as I'm off by like 7:25, I can switch over and get that going.
All right, we might, as it gets closer to time, we might shun it.
Well, we'll see how things go. We got plenty of time right now.
All right.
We got about 4.5 hours.
Keep changing.
So at an average of 30 minutes, at an average of 30 minutes a case, that's time for 9 cases, and we have 8 to do.
Yeah, so, we should be good. Give me just a second. I'm moving my windows around here to get them on the right screen. Yeah. So that the thing that happened, I'm doing this so that the thing happened. I've got a bunch of automation stuff in this. Is what's going on, and I'm trying to make sure that that I don't get another whole thing with nothing but black screen on it. So give me just a moment. I've almost got it set up here. Oh, it's resizing the thing. Oh my God, seriously? Oh, OBS, I hate you sometimes. Hang on. I'm putting it back as and then we'll just continue. Now let me make sure that my OBS isn't irretrievably broken. Oh no, it looks fine. Okay. All right. Let me get back to. There we go. And now my cat's coughing up a hairball. Uncle Jennifer, come join us downstairs. You remember Astrid's friend, Jules? Well, he's disappeared, and we simply must find him. Why don't you go on the floor, buddy?
We remember Jules, Uncle Basil. You can count on us. We'll get our coats and be right down.
Oh, he's on the couch. This.
That's Jeremy. He's a really big fan of Astrid's band, Stiff Upper Lip. Jules is in that band, too.
Can't remember what Jeremy sounds like. Jules was so uptight about his play opening, he wasn't even there. He just sat in his flat, stewing in his own juices. Then this morning, Jules must have heard something about his play. He took off in his car. And then this bloke, Mr. Tony, comes over to the theater. Yep, this is the one with the other thing. Yeah, you were right. Well, Mr. Tony buys plays, and he wants a contract with Jules. But it must be signed before Mr. Tony goes back to New York. We have 2 hours to find Jules. Fortunately, Jules is a predictable guy, and I, as the greatest expert on everyone in the band Stiff Upper Lip, know everything there is to know about him. He went to one of 4 places, depending on what he believed about the premiere of his play. If he believed the premiere was really bad, he'd have gone east to Dover. He likes to look out from the cliffs when he's feeling really low. If he believed his play was just okay, he'd have gone west to the town of Bath. He'd want to start another, better play, and the Costume Museum in Bath really inspires him. If he believed his play was pretty good but still had some bad parts, he'd have gone north to Cambridge. The university's quiet, and he could rewrite the bad parts there. And if he believed his play was really good, he'd have gone south to Brighton and had a bunch of drinks. He'd want to celebrate at the Royal Pavilion with a bunch of drinks. We can't ring him on the phone at any of those places, and we only have time to drive to 1 of the 4 locations, so we have to figure out what Jules was told about his play before he left. Well, of course, this reminds me of my book, The Disappearing Draughtsman. You see, there was this artist... Basil, really, how you witter on. Time is of the essence. Shut up, husband. Let's see if we can find clues about where Jules has gone.
His flat's on Quaint Street. There may be some clues there. And it's a very quaint street, so it's very nice. And you said this man from New York, Mr. Tony, is staying at the Ritz. And let's not forget the theatre. The play that Jules wrote, Castle Perilous, opened last night at the Old Vic. Uncle and Jennifer, why don't you investigate these places? I'll see what I can find out at the newspaper office. Jeremy, you go see if Scotland Yard can help. And what shall I do? Perhaps if I rang the taxi stand and told every taxi driver in England to be on the lookout. No, Basil, you bring the car round and stand by. Suss out the quickest routes to Dover, Bath, Cambridge, and Brighton. Off you go, everyone. See, Marina knows what's up. She's got it going on. She got it figured out. She got them brain cells. That's what it is. We're on a bus again. Every day we're on a bus.
Jules lives in that apartment over the eyewear shop. You know, the shop that's different every week.
The only shop apparently in this part of town.
And it's a cursed lot because no business lasts more than a week.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes, I saw Jules this morning when I delivered the morning issue of the Times. He was anxious to see it.
Hey, Gemma, can we see an issue of the paper? We need to look at the section about the theater.
Sure, here you go.
Uh-oh. Big article about Jules's play, Castle Perilous. It's written by the critic N.V. Green. The headline says, Theater Perilous. And the review says...
Green with envy?
The review says, although one or two lines shown small rays of hope for young playwright Jules Harper, on the whole, this boring little bit of melodrama was merely okay. N.V. Green talks about two other new plays in his article. One, written by Amanda Botts, he calls Piffle. Seems like he's pretty hard to please.
Yes, Jules left this morning. He packed quite a few things in his car. I think he might be gone for a few days.
Did he say where he was going?
No, he did leave me a note about taking care of his cat, Gawain. Here you can read about it. Here you can read it if you want.
The note says 1 cup of kitty kippers every day in the blue bowl. Fresh water in the green bowl. Thanks, Jay. Look, this note is written on the back of someone's letter. The letter is written in blue ink. It reads, Jay, surely you've heard by now. Your play went over a bomb. A.B. This is a great clue. We know Jules had this note in his hand when he decided to go on his trip because of what he wrote on the back. A bomb. Wow, that sounds pretty bad to me.
Yeah. Now that they said the actual text said that it was just okay, but I think he's going to view it as a bomb, especially if he wrote it down on the thing.
Let's ask at the front desk for Mr. Tony. We'll talk to him about the play he wants to buy from Jules.
Friends of Jules for Mr. Tony? Of course. One moment and I'll ring him for you.
Yeah, this is Mr. Tony. Look, bottom line, I want to bring a play back to New York. Either your friend calls me in the next hour and a half or I buy Amanda Bott's play. Makes no difference to me, you know what I mean? Your friend Jules is so British and they love that, oh, I say, jolly good old chap stuff in New York. But I just talked with Amanda Botts over at Chumley's toy store. She's American, you know, I can understand her. And if Jules doesn't call me, I'll buy her play instead. And then take care of Jules's kneecaps, if you know what I mean. Got it? Capiche? Good. Bye.
And over to Chumley's toy store. Chumley's toy store, where you can buy a chum.
That woman is Amanda Botts. She's the other playwright Mr. Tony was talking about. Let's ask her if she talked to Jules about his play.
Yes, let's. Well, I didn't talk with Jules exactly, but I did write him a little note saying that his play was. Well, I told him his play flopped. I'm sorry I did it because his play was really super in every way. It was so good it made me a little crazy, you know? I was jealous that my play wasn't nearly as good as his, so, I guess I blew it. I wrote him this heinous note.
How would he know the note is from you? Did you sign it?
I didn't need to. Jules is really good at recognizing people's handwriting. He'll know for sure it was me, and he'll be hurt. I feel terrible about it now because Jules and I are actually very good friends. He's helped me learn to get round in London since I came out from Virginia. Oh, she's American. I'm screwing this up. We don't have a subway, I mean the tube, in Virginia Beach.
I knew right away you were American. You don't have an accent like British people do.
Well, at least not since my voice actor remembered I was an American. That's funny. All my British friends tease me about my American accent. And the words I use sometimes mean different things to my British friends. Here in London, we're the ones with sense, Jennifer. You know, I've heard Mr. Tony wants to buy Jules' play. Even though I envy Jules, I'm very excited for him. I hope you can find Jules in time to sign a contract. So hold on, before you read this real quick. So, so she wrote the note, but there was an issue of the paper that said it was bad. So
yeah, she said she intentionally wrote a note saying it was a bad play because she wants the contract with the publisher.
Well, right, but the review in the newspaper also said it was bad.
The review in the newspaper said it was just okay.
Oh, true. Yeah. That's what it said.
But it also called her. That review also called her play piffle.
Piffle. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
On Amanda's desk is a pile of unusual multicolored pens.
Like that pen? It's something brand new. It writes in multiple colors. I love it. I use mine all the time now. I think when we put them up for sale, they'll be really popular.
Hey, I remember seeing those. You know, the pens which had like multiple
the four clickers on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were cool. It was an interesting invention. The Old Vic Theatre, formerly known as the Royal Victoria Hall and Coffee Tavern, was opened in 1880 by Lillian Boylis. It's been a landmark of British theatre ever since. Thus endeth the BBC.
Looks like the actors are preparing for tonight's performance of Castle Perilous. Let's ask them if they've talked to Jules since the play opened.
Okay, before we go into this, I am noticing something that's going on this side. My chat keeps reconnecting over and over again. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I think I've got some bandwidth things happening. I don't know what the deal is. I'll check it out later.
No, I haven't seen Jules since the play opened. I rang his flat when I saw the review in the paper, but he wasn't in.
Review in the paper? What's that all about, Miss Askew?
Well, newspapers hire writers to see movies and plays and judge whether they're any good or not. These are called critics, and their reports are called reviews.
So they go see movies and plays as their job? Maybe that's what I'll do when I grow up.
Anyway, the critic for the Times has a review of Jules' play in this morning's issue. I tried to tell Jules not to be reading it.
Why? Does it say the play is really horrible?
I don't know. I didn't bother to read it. It was by N.V. Green, and he hates everything. Nobody ever any attention to what he says, Jules included.
Okay, so Jules didn't see the just okay review.
Yeah.
Jules saw the bad note.
Yeah, but even if he had seen it, he probably wouldn't have taken it seriously because of who wrote it.
Well, I thought the play was wonderful. Of course I'd think so, since I directed it.
Have you seen Jules since opening night? Did you tell him what you thought of the play?
No. You should talk to Astrid. He really respects her opinion on things like that. I think she works over at Madame Tussauds Wax Museum.
Mr. Friscora, why does Jules need to talk to anyone about his plays? Doesn't he know if they're any good or not?
Hang on. Sorry, I had to shift around a bit.
Jennifer, when you work on something really hard, you get used to it. It's like a joke you hear over and over. You forget how good it is, but if you tell it to someone else, and they laugh, you know it's still funny. course, Jules knows better than to trust his actor's opinion.
Wait, Jules knows better than to trust his actors' opinions? That's a strange thing to say.
They're often too full of themselves to think clearly about a play, especially the rather big-headed ones like our Camilla. To her, the only good lines in any play are the ones she gets to speak.
Oh, I rang Jules the moment the play ended last night. I told him exactly what I thought of it.
And what did you think of Castle Perilous, Miss Wren?
Oh, it's a perfectly smashing play, with one or two tiny problems.
And what are those problems?
Well, scenes in Castle Perilous don't have Lady Clarabelle in them at all. She's a wonderful character, and we should see much more of her.
Who plays Lady Clarabelle in Castle Perilous?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It so happens that I do. Coincidentally, purely coincidentally only. And we're on the bus. Yip, 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 yip.
Astrid works here at the Wax Museum. She and Jules are in the same band together. They know each other pretty well.
Jeremy rang me about Jules. I do hope you can find him in time. Jules takes his playwriting so seriously. Jules is predictable as let me try that again. Jules is quite predictable, as I'm sure Jeremy told you. If he believed the play was a fluke, he'd go to Dover, just okay, Bath. Good with some parts, Cambridge. If he believed the play was really good, he'd scarper for Brighton. If he got my letter, he's in Brighton. After I saw his play last night, I wrote him a letter that said the play went over a bomb. Oh, God.
But I thought you said he'd only go to Brighton if he believed the play was a success.
That's what I said. I saw his play. It was a smash. Fantastic, magnificent, great. I tell you, it went over a bomb. Oh, boy.
Astrid, in the USA, if your play is a bomb, it means a total flop. Are you saying here in England it means a big success?
Oh, yes. If it's a flop, Jules and I'd call it a dud, not a bomb. How do you Americans talk sometimes?
But if the other lady called it a bomb, then it would mean bad. So we still don't know exactly which one it is.
Ah, boy.
When did you deliver your letter to Jules, Astrid? Are you sure that he saw it? And if you told him the play was good, would he believe you?
So many questions, Jennifer. You must be a detective. I dropped off the letter earlier this morning on my way to work. I put it in his mailbox. I guess if he hasn't seen it yet, I guess it'll still be there. When it comes to his plays, Jules doesn't listen to just anyone. I think the only people he'd believe are Mr. Frescura and Amanda Botts, the writer. And maybe me, Astrid Blake.
So they both have the same initials. And they both could have used the phrase went over a bomb, but they mean opposite things depending on which one wrote it.
Exactly. Ah, okay, hold on. Oh, that's right, because
Amanda's American. Let's go back.
Said it was... Okay, hold on a sec. Wait. Amanda could have said it was good by saying...
No, Amanda confessed to saying she wrote the letter.
Oh, she wrote the... So, yes, so the letter and the note both said bomb.
Yeah.
Okay, but one of them means something because it's written by the American, and one... Okay, got it. Go ahead.
All right, Jules lives in that apartment over the eyewear shop, and that's his mailbox down below.
But it's still the same store.
The mailbox says Jules Harper, musician and playwright on the lid. Inside is a sealed letter addressed in multicolored ink. It's from someone with the initials AB. He saw the American's letter.
Yep.
Well, Uncle, we can't... we can't fool around with somebody else's mail. Let's get this thing solved. He saw the American's letter.
Yep. All right.
He's going to Dover.
Yep.
We're not going to worry about the things about the critic because that's not relevant anymore. Your play went over a bomb, AB.
Yep, that one.
Jules saw that letter.
Well, an American wouldn't say the play went over a bomb, though, even if she meant good. We would have said over like
Mr. Tony will buy Amanda's play instead.
Yep.
Amanda said she told the play was bad. If an American says the play is a bomb, it means the play was a failure.
Yep.
So we are going to Dover.
Yep. To the cliffs of Dover. Oh, wait.
Oh,
Okay, it's not that.
so no. So we know it's the American's letter he saw, and
wait. Time out. Okay, so if he thought both letters were telling him it was good.
But here's the thing: he didn't see Astrid's letter. Astrid's letter was still in the mailbox.
Right, but he did see the American's letter, which also called it a bomb. And if he didn't know that Americans had that other thing going on, he would have thought it was good.
He could have thought the letter he opened was from Astrid because it came with the initials AB, and they both use multicolored pens.
Ah, yeah. So they said that. So then he would have thought they were both really good for sure.
All right.
So we need to, yeah.
We need to.
Which one was good? Brighton. The fourth. Go back one. That last one there. You might do the British and American clue. Yeah. The third one, maybe.
I'm not sure. I wanna. Whether we didn't get all the way down the clue list by the time we picked 5.
Yeah. And then there's the multiple colors business. Or Astrid Blake. So
okay, the one sitting in the mailbox is the one with multicolored ink. So that would be Amanda's letter.
Yeah.
So
he got Astrid's letter. I mean, it almost kind of doesn't matter because both of the letters said the play was fantastic.
Yeah. All right. The clue that was slipping us up was the multicolored pen, because Amanda's the one who used that, and the letter in the mailbox is the one in multicolors.
Yep.
You got it. Jules went off to Brighton to celebrate his play's success. To solve this case, we had to find out 2 things: what had Jules heard about his play, and did he believe what he heard? Astrid told us that when it comes to plays, Jules only trusted the opinions of a few people: Mr. Friscora, Amanda Botts, and herself, Astrid Blake. What anyone else said did not matter. We knew he got a letter from AB that told him the play went over a bomb. But which AB was that? Amanda Botts or Astrid Blake? If Amanda Botts, an American, wrote it, he might have thought the play was a disaster because that's what a bomb means to Americans. But if the letter we saw was from Astrid, then he'd know that your play went over a bomb meant that it was a great success. The key was the unopened letter in Jules' mailbox. It was written in multicolored ink. We saw that Amanda had a pen that writes like that. It was brand new, not yet on sale. That's when we knew that the note Jules had seen was the one from Astrid. We called Uncle Basil and sent him to Brighton. And sure enough, he found Jules in the Royal Pavilion, and Jules called Mr. Tony just in time. We found the ivory scrapbook.
Yep, we found the ivory one. Yep. So do we just want to go ahead and read this and then
read this and then I'll click through the scrapbook and you can read the other one and then we'll go on.
All right. Gotcha. All right. McCavity scandal foiled. An attempt to disrupt a Snoopy's auction was foiled today by Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle of the Eagle Eye Detective Agency, who identified one of the ivory.
Come on, click.
There we go.
objects in the auction as a fake. The false artifact planted by the headline-grabbing scoundrel McCavity. We're very relieved that the two detectives uncovered the fraud, said authenticator Mr. Williams. It could have been embarrassing for Snootbees. It was a tough fake to spot, said Jennifer Eagle, because the ivory itself was real. It was the carving on the ivory that was bogus.
Alright, I have to click through this real quick.
Yep.
Again.
Wiki 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 Slim Shady. The pirate ship. We're almost there. The Ponyoni. Liar's
Trophy was today. Here we are.
Here we go. Young playwright signs big deal. Promising young playwright Jules Harper has signed a contract with theater tycoon Mr. Anthony Tony. The glitzy American proponer wanted to buy Jules' smash new play Castle Perilous for an exclusive run in New York City. Jules said the spectacular deal would never have happened without the assistance of Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle of the American detective agency Eagle Eye. I thought no one knew where I'd gone, but they somehow figured it out, said Jules. In return for their efforts, Jules has arranged for a special showing of Castle Perilous in New York on their way home, including a the-scenes visit with star actress Amy Jolana, who will play Lady Clarabelle in the American tour of the show.
Alright, so now we should be able to just go on at this point.
Yep, so is that 3 down? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3 down. We're moving along. Oh my.
We're going into the case of Blood-Spoiled Bauble.
All right. Yeah, let's do 2 more, and then we'll do a break, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Uncle and Jennifer, can you keep a secret? A really important family secret?
Sure, Aunt Miranda. I mean, if you tell us to.
Very well, then. Come on down to the kitchen and meet my brother-in-law, Patrick.
You didn't go to the kitchen. You went outside the house. What do you do? Jump out the window?
That's how the game works. You have to. It takes you to the map to go to the first place, even if the first place is in the house. Maybe they're doing work on the staircase, and we had to climb down the rope ladder from the window and go around.
Yeah, maybe so.
Patrick Moss is married to Aunt Miranda's older sister, Joanna. I remember them from one of Aunt Miranda's tea parties.
Remember now, you two have sworn to absolute secrecy about this. Once you've heard Patrick's story, I'm sure you can't help but be interested in helping him suss out what happened. You'll need to speak with each of his children, Claire, Darren, and Jeff.
Not Joff, Jeff.
One of them must be involved, unless this is all some sort of horrible misunderstanding. Claire Moss works at Oxford. Jeff Moss is an actor down at Stratford-upon-Avon. And Darren is a cadet at the Tower of London, Smithwick Royal on Thames. After you talk to them, we'll meet you in the lobby of the Ritz Hotel. Remember, it's a secret.
The year was 1671. A rogue and his lads were running away from the Tower of London down the Tower Wharf. In their coats and boots were stuffed some of the crown jewels of England. The ringleader, called Captain Blood, accidentally dropped a small ruby in his hurry. It fell off the wharf and landed right in the lap of a poor fisherman named Smilliam With. What went through his mind, I do not know. He put the ruby in his pocket, rowed his small boat out into the Thames River, and calmly went fishing. Meanwhile, the Tower Guards arrested Captain Blood and his men and recovered the jewels. All but one. In all the confusion, nobody missed the little ruby. But William Smith was afraid if he gave it back to the king, he'd also be accused of theft. Instead, he eventually gave the ruby to his son. William's son gave it to his son, who gave it to his daughter, who gave it to her son, and so on. Nobody ever sold it. Now I have the ruby drop of Captain Blood. Uncle and Jennifer, here it is. See, that's the story he told, but I bet he was doing the robbery. Just last week, I told this story to my 3 children, Claire, Jeff, and Darren, for the first time. One of them will inherit the ruby. But now listen to what your Aunt Miranda found in the newspaper. Upon his return from London, Mr. Tony of the Tony Studios announced an exciting new movie project. It's a new twist on the Captain Blood story. It's a gem. It will millions for every involved. Mr. Tony declined to say more. I'm afraid that one of my children couldn't resist the temptation and wrote down a family story about Captain Blood and the Ruby. Then he or she sold the story to Mr. Tony, the movie producer, for a great deal of money. I know that after 300 years, the secret of the ruby can no longer hurt our family, but for generations, the moment when parents share the secret. Wow! But for generations, the moment when parents share the secret with their children has been a moment of trust, a bond between us that ties us together as a family. No one's ever told the secret. No one's ever betrayed the confidence and trust of their parents and all their ancestors through the centuries. I need to know which one of my children could do such a thing. That's why I'm to you for your help.
I have my suspicions already, and we haven't even met the kids yet. He just said he hasn't told the kids the story yet, so how would they know he's the one who blabbed to the producer?
Yeah.
But we still have to go through the motions, so...
Yeah. Yeah, when he said that, I was like, I was thinking maybe they might have heard the story somewhere else or some other relative or something, but who knows.
There's Darren now with his friend Simon. It's funny, we've met Darren a couple of times. I never would have guessed he knew a secret worth millions of dollars. So, every time we went with Nigel and his friends, we were really hanging out with our our cousin who we didn't know was our cousin. We've seen Darren a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's just like Arkansas.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Dead quiet. Even the ravens are behaving themselves today. We were talking about films we've seen. Darren's always bonkers about movies, spends all his time at the Wax Museum staring at those old stars. You seen any good films this summer?
Just that one with Amy Gelana. The rest were totally dull. You know, if I had $1 million, I'd make a movie about Captain Blood.
Oh, would you now? He didn't get away with the stash, you know. He got caught. That's a pretty dull ending now, isn't it?
Maybe I'd rewrite the ending so that someone did get away with the crown jewel.
Duh, that'd be a good one. Oh, better than the balmy plots you're always coming up with, Darren. Oh, yeah? Well, you just wait. One of these days I'll sell one of those balmy plots to the people who make movies. Then I'll be rolling in the lolly. Mark my words.
This way to the crown jewels. All but one of them, maybe.
I don't think it was him.
Aren't you worried about someone trying to steal the crown jewels, Mr. Hargreaves?
No. Yes, we worry about it, but not too much. No thief's laid a hand on the crown jewels since Captain Blood's infamous attempt in 1671. Thomas Blood was a notorious adventurer. During his life, he tried to seize a castle, fought on both sides in the same war, tried to kidnap the Lord High Steward, and tried to steal the crown jewels of England.
Fought on both sides in the same war. Doesn't that sound like someone from Star Wars?
Maybe, yeah.
In April 1671, Captain Blood disguised himself as a clergyman and won the trust of the assistant keeper of the jewels. In May, the clergyman and several cronies came to see the jewels. When they were brought into the jewel vault, the bandits silenced the assistant keeper and began to load it with priceless treasure. Captain Blood snapped flat one of the priceless crowns and hid it under his cloak. Others pocketed a scepter, one of the royal orbs, and famous Black Prince's ruby, among other treasures. Just then, the keeper's son arrived unexpectedly. Blood and his cohorts fled, and soon many of the Tower Guards were in hot pursuit. The chase ended out on the Tower Wharf. In the struggle and confusion, several treasures were dropped, and one of the royal orbs may have ended up in the gutter. but eventually the robes were captured and all the jewels recovered.
Wow, I bet Captain Blood was thrown in a dungeon for years and years.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no. Well, the king was intrigued by Blood's boldness and asked to see him. The king pardoned him. In return, Captain Blood probably spied on the king's enemies. At least he caused no more trouble.
What a cool story. That king was pretty wily, turning an enemy into a helper like that. What king was that? Grab the chart of kings from your Eagle Eye handbook and let's see. We Captain Blood stole the crown jewels in 1671. Check your chart of monarchs to find out who ruled England. Who are we dealing with? 1671.
All right, let's see. Yep, hang tight for a second. Let's bounce over to it. Make sure I clicked off a window. I'm trying to make sure I didn't break anything. This is so fragile when we do these Discord things. It's weirdness. All right, here we go. Oh, geez, what? Hang on. Got weirdness happening here too. Okay.
1671.
How'd you find that? You just look it up?
Now it says right here that's the year that the jewels were stolen.
Oh, 1671 is when they were stolen?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been under House of Stuart Restoration. Charles II.
Yep, he's a choice here. Charles II. I'll have to remember that. I bet there are a lot more cool stories like that about him.
I bet.
For hundreds of years, the kings and queens of England have amassed a fabulous collection of jewels and treasure. The jewels served as a kind of bank. A monarch would add to them during prosperous times and pawn or sell them if money was needed. Today, the crown jewels are a priceless collection. In addition to some of the world's largest and most precious stones, the tower protects the royal regalia, crowns and scepters used in ceremonies important in the history of the English people. The imperial crown of state is worn by the Queen at important official occasions. It bears the sapphire of Edward the Confessor, the ruby of the Black Prince, the huge second star of Africa diamond, and is encrusted with about 2,800 small diamonds.
Dang.
The scepter of the cross holds the Star of Africa, the largest cut diamond in the world. The Star of Africa weighs 530 carats. That's as much as over 500 fancy diamond rings. St. Edward's crown is the one actually used at coronations. It has crowned every king and queen since Charles II over 300 years ago, except Queen Victoria. She was only 18 when she was crowned in 1838, and St. Edward's crown was considered too heavy for her to wear. The crown made for Queen Elizabeth contains a legendary Indian diamond, Kohinoor, or Mountain of Light. Many other jeweled swords, scepters, orbs, maces, and other treasures reside in the jewel room.
Kohinoor absolutely sounds like something involving Klingons.
Do we want to call a break after this mystery and do them every two? And just keep it consistent like that?
I don't know that we would do it after every two. I mean, it's whatever you think.
Because you said you need a break pretty soon yourself, so.
Well, I can last through another mystery though. I mean, if we don't want to do 5 and 5.
All right, let's see how we feel after this one. We've got a bunch more places to go still. We're going to the Wax Museum now.
Why don't we do 5 and then 3? We'll see.
Let's take a look at the wax figures of movie stars. These wax figures are from a movie called Captain Blood, apparently starring Errol Flynn. In 1935, Hollywood planned to make Captain Blood an epic adventure movie in which a pirate named Peter Blood falls in love with his worst enemy's daughter. Sounds like a lot like the plot of Romeo and Juliet. Surprisingly, the movie makers chose young and inexperienced actors to star in Captain Blood, Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland. At the time, Olivia was only 19 years old, and Errol had played only one part in a Hollywood movie, that of a corpse. The movie was a smash success. Audiences loved the bold young actors and they became big stars overnight. Hey, I wonder if this is the Captain Blood that Mr. Tony was talking about. Maybe no one told him about the secret ruby after all. I think that's a big clue right there. Because if this fictional Captain Blood, Mr. Tony probably wants to do a modern remake of it.
Yeah.
And if the kids had not been told about the ruby yet, it makes sense that this is what's going on here. What a story we heard. I wonder, can it all be true? Let's see what the older Moss children have to say. Mr. Moss's oldest child, Claire Moss, lives at Oxford. I seem to remember she's a scientist of some sort. Let's go visit Cousin Claire at Oxford.
Ride a train, ride a train. Everywhere I'm going, I ride trains. Or buses.
There's Claire Moss. It looks like she teaches here at Oxford. Wow. Oxford is one of the world's best universities, you know. Hello, Miss Moss. Where's some friends of your brother Darren?
American friends, I guess. I can tell by your act. Not visitors. That Darren never comes to visit me. I guess he's busy with his friends or with the cadets. I'm busy myself with my project. I'm trying to raise money to keep my research going. I think it's terrifically important stuff.
What are you researching?
Human viruses. They're little beasties that cause everything from the common cold to AIDS. For many of them, we don't yet have a cure.
What are viruses, and how do they work, Miss Moss?
It's really hard to explain, but I'll try. One of the things the human cell knows how to do is make copies of itself. Well, viruses somehow trick the cell into making copies of the virus instead. And then they kill the cell. We know how to protect ourselves against some viruses. One day we'll have a cure for all of them. And I hope my research will be a help if I can do it, that is.
Couldn't your dad maybe help you pay for the research?
Oh no, it would take a very, very wealthy person to pay for my many thousands of pounds. My family isn't rich like that. They wish we were.
Okay, so she doesn't sound like she knows about the diamond either. Or ruby.
Yeah,
We're talking about a ruby.
No. Yeah, no. None of them are going to know about it, I betcha.
Let's go to Shakespeare's birthplace.
Let's do. On a train, then a bus, then a hansom cab. And we're at a cottage.
Jeff Moss is part of this troupe of actors. I wonder which one he is. Sir, I am looking for Jeff Moss.
Oh, you mean Mercutio? He doesn't seem to be here.
Mercutio? You mean Jeff has changed his name?
No, just that he plays Mercutio in Romeo and Juliet, the play we're putting on. Are you familiar with that play? It's a very famous one, written by William Shakespeare.
Yeah, I saw it at school. There are two families who don't get along. They're always fighting. And then a woman from one family and a man from the other family fall in love. He talks to her up on a balcony, but the ending is really sad.
That's Romeo and Juliet in a nutshell. I play Romeo's father, Lord Montague, and Mercutio is a young friend of Romeo. But unfortunately, he gets killed in a sword fight. It happens. So Mercutio, I mean Jeff, is off practicing his sword fighting. Here, I'll show you where he is.
Yeah, I hope this is all in fun. It looks pretty real.
Let's see, Jeff again. Hold, Tybalt. Some young citizens of Verona beg us to put off this quarrel.
Are you Jeff Moss? We're friends of your brother Darren.
Why is she doing that? We're friends of your brother. Well, welcome to I know why. But...
I mean, if Patrick Moss is Miranda's brother-in-law, wouldn't that make all of these distant extended cousins of the Eagles?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, welcome to Stratford. I know it's a pretty far away from London. I just came back that way myself, and boy, are my legs tired.
Really? What were you doing in London?
I was meeting with a man from America, from Hollywood. But that's all I can tell you about it. The rest is a secret.
it's a coincidence.
Does it have anything to do with Captain Blood?
Captain Blood? Isn't that some old pirate movie? I think I did once on the as I took the lift from the pram to the flat. Now, if you'll step back, I'll try once again to defeat this villain Tybalt. Come, sir, your passado.
So he did meet with a producer, but probably not about the family,
Yeah.
Captain Blood.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's just a coincidence.
Ma'am, we're friends of Jeff Moss.
You're in luck. He just got back from business in London. I don't see him around. Perhaps Lord Montague knows where he is.
Do you know what business Jeff had in London?
Oh, I'm sure auditioning for another play or movie, or maybe just looking for some steady work. It's tough being an actor. Not everyone pulls down lots of money like the big stars do in Hollywood. We'd sell each other out for a nickel. Do you have a nickel?
Let's see if there's anywhere else to go if we're ready to solve this thing.
Wasn't there...
We have to go to the hotel.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a third sibling to talk to or whatever?
We talked to all three of them.
There we go. All right.
Tower of London, Oxford, and Stratford. Hey, why are Aunt Miranda and Patrick Moss hiding behind that pillar?
Psst, Uncle, over here. Shh. Mr. Tony.
Hang on. Sorry. Got choked there.
Mr. Tony stayed here at the Ritz when he was in London. We tried to find out who came to see him here at the hotel. Was it Claire, Jeff, or Darren?
Which we already know who it is, but... But the desk clerk recognized Miranda. He told us we cannot divulge information about our customers to snoopy reporters. He was quite rude about it, actually.
Maybe you can find out who came to see Mr. Tony. You could put on some kind of disguise.
Good idea, Aunt Miranda. I think I know just what to do. Let's put your glasses on and let me do the talking.
Yeah, I messed up on this guy earlier. I think I had him as C-3PO in previous episodes.
Yes, may I help you?
Presenting Uncle Evie, star of the fabulous TV series Kid Detective. We're here to see Mr. Tony, of course.
Kid Detective? I don't believe I've ever seen such a show.
Well, they don't have it on the BBC yet. Surely Moss, our advance agent, told you we were coming?
Hang on.
Moss? Yes, the name is vaguely familiar. Yes, someone named Moss did call for Mr. Tony yesterday.
A young woman with glasses?
Oh, no, no. A young man, very handsome and dashing. He had a sword with him, I recall. He was just one of many actors and actresses from the Old Vic Theatre who came to see Mr. Tony yesterday. I'm afraid you and your star are too late. Mr. Tony finished his business and left here yesterday before dinner.
Oh well, perhaps we will catch up with him in Paris or Monte Carlo or New York. Goodbye. Alright, I think that's everything that we're supposed to go.
I tried to throw on a plate echo for that guy, and I picked the wrong one.
No, there's another place we have to go talk to people. So apparently he met with a bunch of people, so...
He's just a meeting kind of guy.
Good idea. Some of these actors went to see Mr. Tony yesterday. Let's find out what was going on.
Dan Seibold. Is he British or is he one of the Americans?
I think he's British.
Because they had a couple of Americans at one point. And they're not down, just like Aaron did in the movie. And a road on God games. I think that's what he decided to let me. I think it's when he decided to let me star in the movie.
How dramatic. I played like he was my father, and wept and carried on and sobbed. You must pardon him, father, for I'm betrothed to him, just like Olivia. He loved every minute of it.
Excuse me, are you talking about your meeting with Mr. Tony?
As a matter of fact, yes. Dan and I are quite surpassed the audition. We're the new Errol and Olivia. Fame and glory, here we come.
Quiet, Emma. You know this is all strictly hush-hush. That's all we can say now. No autographs. Sorry.
Errol, Olivia? I think I know exactly who Dan and Emma were talking about. Let's go to the wax museum. We already did the wax museum bit,
We
I
already
think.
know. Yeah, we already know who. Yeah.
So, Mr. Tony's Blood movie is about Captain is the one about or the remake of the old Captain Blood movie, which has nothing to do with the real Captain Blood.
And nothing to do with the ruby. Yep.
Yeah, the Moss kids do not know about the ruby yet. The one
Yep.
who met with Mr. Tony, well, Mr. Tony was auditioning a bunch of actors, so that's all that
Oh,
was
wait,
about.
hold up. Something different here that I missed. Mr. Moss told the story of the secret ruby to his children, Claire, Jeff, and Darren, for the first time last week. He thinks one of them then sold the story to Mr. Tony for a lot of money. I missed the part about him telling them.
Um, maybe he did tell the story, but then how would they not have known the story then when we talked to them? Because none of them indicated any knowledge of knowing the story.
Well, yeah, they could have. Well, they could have been protecting the secret. They're not going to say, "Oh yeah, he told me about that. He told me."
Well,
never let anyone
we'll
in,"
come back
so.
to that.
All right. It's a gem. That's funny. Yeah, nope. Blah, blah, blah. Was covered. Yep. Show them my. Yep.
If Mr. Tony was talking about the movie instead of the Crown Jewels thief, pick the actor Errol Flynn.
Yep. So pick the actor. You did it. Yep. Okay.
You got it. No one squealed the family secret to Mr. Tony. The Captain Blood he was talking about was the 1935 movie, not the man who tried to steal the crown jewels over 300 years ago.
Well,
The real problem in this case, we had to know what the mysterious Mr. Tony meant by Captain Blood. Do you think this Mr. Tony is the same publisher as the one from the previous case?
Maybe.
At first, it seemed he was talking about Captain Thomas Blood, the bold thief of the crown jewels. To suddenly make a movie about Thomas Blood, just after Mr. Moss told his children the family secret about him, seemed to be too much of a coincidence. But then we learned that there was another Captain Blood, a 1935 smash hit movie that starred two unknown actors, Olivia de Havilland and Errol Flynn. When we interviewed some actors who had seen Mr. Tony while he was in London, we heard them say they were going to be the next Errol and Olivia. That proved that Mr. Tony was actually talking about the movie Captain Blood. He was auditioning young actors and actresses for a remake of the classic 1935 movie, which had nothing to do with the secret of the ruby drop of Captain Blood.
And on to the scrapbook. Local actor picked for upcoming film. Local actor Jeff Moss signed a contract today with Tony Studios. Moss will play Peter Blood in a big-budget remake of Captain Blood, the classic film that made stars of Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland. I wanted a young, promising, but still unknown actor, Mr. Tony, just like Errol Flynn was in 1935. Jeff's father, Mr. Moss, promised to invite Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle to the set of Captain Blood Returns, but declined to say why. It's a family secret, he said.
Alright, yeah, let's do one more, then we'll be at the halfway point for the stream.
Yep.
Based on our timing, it looks like our prediction is pretty much spot on. It keeps coming back to this broken one. We've already solved that. We don't need to worry about that one.
Yeah, no, it's messed up.
The case of the revolutionary riches. The only downside is we'll have an incomplete scrapbook, that's all.
Yeah, it's alright.
Oh, this is your line, sorry.
Yep, sorry. Jennifer, you and Uncle may be answers to Sherlock Holmes, but do you think you could handle a mystery whose trail is 200 years old?
That's pretty long ago, Uncle Basil. I doubt anyone cares about it now.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'll try, my dear Jennifer. There's a 2-century-old in gold writing on the answer to them. Pop by the Faden Club with me and I'll explain the details.
Everything happens at the Phaeton Club. It's like the only bar.
Well, no, there's also the Sherlock Holmes pub.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Wow, maybe for once Uncle Basil wasn't kidding. That sure looks like a fortune in gold.
Let's see, Mr. Amesbury. I have no idea what he would sound like. Marvelous to have you come to our aid, Jennifer. I'm confident that you and Uncle can be great assistance in this. Like the Phaeton Club voted to extend our wine cellar by knocking down one of our basement walls. When we demolished the brick wall, we found this chest. Apparently, it was walled up on this site over 200 years ago by a regiment of King George III's men, just before they went off to fight the rebellious American colonists. You Americans. With the gold inside the chest was a what? Tontine, an agreement that says all the gold belongs to the last surviving member of the regiment and his descendants. Of course, the clubs made every effort to track down the descendants of every man in the regiment so that we can return the gold to its rightful owner. But that's not easy to suss out now, is it? No, it isn't. We need to find out which one of the men in the regiment lived longer than all the others. I've rung up old Sneed at the British Library, and he said he'd start putting together some information about that time in history. He also mentioned that the Imperial War Museum recently opened a traveling exhibit of Revolutionary War artifacts from America. You might want to pop by and have a look at that if you're one of those filthy Americans. The letter in the box of gold that Marcus found was actually a 200-year-old tontine agreement. Can you imagine? Tontine from the 1700s?
What is a tontine, Uncle Basil? I've never heard that word before.
A tontine's an agreement that a group of people sign. It says a certain sum of money or a valuable item will be inherited by the last surviving member of the group. It's also the name of a small dessert pastry. Who knows where the soldiers got the money, but somehow they decided one of them should have it. Perhaps they felt that they might all be killed in battle, and the tontine was kind of wise to keep them going. In any case, they all agreed to leave the chest of gold for whichever of them survived the longest. Marcus has done quite a bit of research in the last week, and he discovered all 3 of the men were killed in the Revolutionary War at the Battle of Cowpens, North Carolina. The 3 men that survived the war were John Page, Blench, and Samuel Mantlet. Marcus believes he's tracked down their descendants, and he sent them looking for letters or records that would help us discover when each of the survivors died. Mr. Blench said that he had to do some old research in an old building on Quaint Street. Ms. Mantlet left a message that says she's found something over at Westminster Abbey, and Mr. Page just called from Madame Tussauds waxing it. Would you and Uncle help us out by catching up with them and seeing what they found?
Sure thing, Uncle Baz. We're on our way. Sorry, fat-fingered. This is the same dialogue.
Oh, yeah, I accidentally clicked on him. Gotcha. Yeah.
The tontine agreement is written on very thick yellow paper.
So we're going to Quaint Street, so we'll see what new business is there.
It says, we the undersigned, the 5th Regiment, on the 25th day of January, 1781, do hereby agree that this gold shall be held in tontine until but one of us has met our maker. The names of 20 men are written out in a list with 20 signatures beneath it. Look at how fancy they used to write in those days. But see how the letter is covered in splotches of ink? Markers and ballpoint pens weren't invented in those days, so they had to write by dipping sharpened feathers called quills in ink. It was messy. The box is filled with gold coins. The coins are stamped George III. I don't think that's relevant, because we're looking for a death year.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Oh, we got 5 places to go.
Oh, goodness.
We'll start at the Wax Museum.
Yeah, might as well. Should probably check first, make sure they're open. Oh, no, we're good.
Madame Tussauds may be just a tourist attraction, but it's been around for over 200 years. They're pretty careful to get all their history right. Let's see what Mr. Page came up with here.
Okay, so hold on. This guy here.
He's the guy who stole the trophy in the previous case.
No, I know that. So it wasn't an actual theft. It was just something he was doing as a gag, I guess. Otherwise, he'd be in jail.
Either that or he served his sentence, because remember, we're dealing different cases. They're not all taking place on the same day.
Yeah, and see, that could have been that case could have been either way on that day. It didn't
Oh,
really make it clear.
or the other liars could have said, "Oh, that was clever. Bail him out," because they were impressed by his
Exactly. Yeah.
cleverness.
Yep. Exactly that.
There's
Yeah.
there's many reasons why he could be out of jail, even though he was caught in a previous case.
Yep.
Hey, hello, your Basil's niece Jennifer, correct? I wish I could tell you I found the date my ancestor John Page died, but I'm afraid it seems impossible to trace. Sadly, my family's not kept very good records on even our most recent lives, let alone the lives of our 200-year-old relatives. And there's nothing in the legal registries. But I did find one clue in a trunk of family heirlooms kept by my grandmother's grandmother. It's a marvelous treasure trove, full of knickknacks and interesting bits of history. I rooted through the whole thing and found this old medallion. I cleaned it off with a bit of silver polish and found an inscription on the back. Have a look.
Oh, hey, Salix. I can't not pronounce that right. Hey, Salix, what's up?
Mr. Page has found a medallion which is like a medal or badge. The front is very tarnished with age. The back has been polished to a shine so you can read some words engraved there. On the medallion it says, "In memoriam, Lieutenant John Page, perished at the Battle of Waterloo in the service of His Majesty King George III." So after fighting in the Revolution, he then went to the Battle of Waterloo, and that's where he died. So we need to find out when the Battle of Waterloo ended.
Yeah, okay. Is that a guidebook?
No, not yet. Napoleon sat for Madame Tussaud in 1799 so that she could create a wax figure in his likeness. Years later, Madame Tussaud also made a wax figure of his foe, the Duke of Wellington. It is said that after Napoleon's death, Wellington often visited Madame Tussaud's so that he could stare at the figure of his old enemy.
So, Salix is saying he figured out his Wi-Fi troubles on Windows. What was it, out of curiosity?
The guidebook says that Madame Tussaud herself was alive during the French Revolution. This wax model was made from a plaster cast, called a death mask, of Marie Antoinette's actual head. Madame Tussaud was there in Paris in 1793 when King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed. She made imprints of the king's and queen's faces right after they'd been beheaded by the guillotine.
Well, that seems like kind of a bad time to do that.
Yikes, that is so gross. That lady must have had nerves of steel. No way would I ever do that. But since she did, today, 200 years later, we know exactly what Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI looked like.
So, just a quick note, Salix, we've been having trouble with audio, so let me know if anything weird happens in that regard.
So, the Battle of Waterloo. None of those blurbs had said anything about Battle of Waterloo, but we need to find out when that was, because that'll tell us when John Page died.
Library?
We're going to Queen Street first.
Alright. Yeah, we gotta see what new business is there.
Doesn't it freak you out when you think that some of these buildings were built before our country was founded? England is so much older than America.
Hey, it looks like it's a coffee shop now. You see that? Just real quick, for whatever reason, didn't like modulation coding scheme 11 and switched it to 9, and now it's fine when this was never an issue prior. Huh. Driver update, maybe? Who knows? Lucky for me, my family is very proud of its past. It's been a tradition to keep letters, diaries, and photographs of our ancestors and hand them down from parent to child so that they'll never be lost.
Does your family have a famous background or something, Mr. Blunch?
Not really, Jennifer, but just because your family isn't wealthy or famous doesn't mean that its history shouldn't be important to you. I loved reading the diary left us by one of my mother's ancestors in the mid-1800s. It didn't mention any famous poets or painters or Queen Victoria, but it was full of charming stories about her life and the lives of her children, more precious to me than any gold, I assure you. I searched through trunks and trunks of our family's oldest things till I found this box of letters. They were written sometime after the Revolutionary War. This one was written by the wife of Thomas Bletch, the soldier who signed the tontine. In the letter, she's very sad about her husband's death. Unfortunately, it's not dated.
This is kind of hard to read. Let me see if I can make it out. It says, "My dear Rebecca, Your letter brightened my day in this dark time. Since the death of my beloved husband this spring, I feel the year has grown bleak. The troubles in France are too distressing to think on. I feel sure that Thomas would have been amazed had he lived to see King Louis and Marie Antoinette lose their heads to the peasant mob. God forfend that such harm should come to our beloved King George.
I thought it said pleasant mob on the previous screen for a
It,
second. I was like,
It goes on a little bit about sending her love to the family and stuff. Then it's signed, yours with God's blessing, Mrs. Thomas Blanche. This letter doesn't have a date on it, but it does tell us that Thomas Blanche died the same year that King Louis the XVI and Marie Antoinette of France were beheaded, which we had determined at Tussauds was 93, right? 1793?
yeah, I believe that's right.
Okay.
All
So
right,
we know
so,
Blanche died in 1793. We're still waiting for a date on Waterloo for Paige.
Yeah. So to answer the question in chat, what game is this? This is Eagle Eye Mysteries London, which obviously is an old DOS game. When did this come out? Was it 1993?
Something like that.
Yeah. But it's on one of the old DOS game sites, and it's something that Evie, who is my co-host, by the way, for the stream, something he remembered from his childhood and wanted to give it a shot on the stream. So we are running through the last 10 mysteries out of, how many were there altogether?
50.
50. Yeah, we've done multiple streams on this in the past, but it's been quite a while. It's been some months since we've revisited this. So we're trying to finish up and knock it out, kind of like what I did with Avowed on Saturday night. That was nuts. So yeah, we're just moving along with this here. The Imperial War Museum occupies the building of the former lunatic asylum Bedlam. It was established in 1917 to display artifacts of modern warfare. The collection includes an authentic Sopwith Camel and Spitfire flown in the World Wars, tanks, guns, and the Blitz experience that recreates a World War II air raid shelter. Welcome to BBC World Service. At the tone, the time will be 3:42.
Here's the Revolutionary War exhibit Mr. Amesbury told us about. How weird to think that England and America fought a big war once. I always think of the English as being on our side. The colonists living in America around the year 1770 decided that it was time to have their own government and not be ruled by a country and king across the sea. King George III, England's king at that time, had placed heavy taxes on the colonists without any kind of discussion or election on their side of the ocean. This was called taxation without representation. To protest a high tax on tea, a band of American colonists dumped a shipload of tea overboard in the Boston Harbor in 1773. The Boston Tea Party, as it came to be called, pushed the colony and its mother country closer to war. In 1775, the shot heard round the world was fired in Lexington, Vermont, between British and colonial troops. This skirmish began the War for Independence that ended in 1783 after the American troops defeated the British at Yorktown. The commander of the American forces, General George Washington, became the first American president in 1787. The British Army of the late 1700s was one of the finest fighting forces of its time. The crack regiments fought in the traditional European style by lining up in rows, one row firing after another. In this way, the British forces kept up a solid line of fire that would have devastated any traditional foe. The American soldiers, however, did not always use the traditional style of fighting. Early on in the war, colonists found that guerrilla warfare was more effective. This style of fighting included hiding behind trees, fences, and houses to shoot at the British forces as they passed in their nice, neat lines. This weakened the effect of the British troops, as there was no organized force for them to fire upon. The guerrilla tactics of the colonists, matched by their furious defense of their homes, helped to defeat the British troops and gain independence for the American people.
This is a lot of exposition. I'll cover some things in chat real quick. Fresh install, still an issue till change setting. One issue with power supply noisy from the hub controller, or from the USB controller. Also, I know the word was colonists, but I looked away and heard communists and looked back really quick. Brain no worky. I've misread the thing.
I think this is your part.
Yes, I'm answering a question. The font is really wonky on screen too, which makes it kind of odd to read. The huge stone structure of the huge stone structure of Westminster Abbey has been the coronation site of all of England's kings and queens since William the Conqueror in 1066. Its beautifully carved tombs and majestic vaults include memorials to Winston Churchill, T.S. Eliot, and Geoffrey Chaucer. You're watching BBC World Service. At the tone, the time will be 17:52 and 40 seconds.
This would probably be a good place to find out when someone died if they were really famous. Lots of famous people are buried here. But how will we find out about any of the Tontine soldiers here?
Let's see. We haven't seen her before, have we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Let's see. I'm gonna make her Julia Child. We'll go with that. I've been searching and searching for any kind of record that my family might have kept over the years. One of the few precious heirlooms my family has held for hundreds of years is the family Bible. It was kept in an old trunk in my grandfather's attic until he lent it to the rector here at Westminster. The rector was doing a study on old Bible editions. Oh, I just borrowed it back. No one in our family has looked at it for generations, but when I opened up the front page, I found that notes had been scribbled in it like an old ledger. In the past, families often kept records like that in the family Bible. They noted down events that seemed important to them, like births, deaths, and what appeared to be important historical events. It's where I got a great number of my recipes from my television show, you see. That way the family had a kind of little history of its own. I couldn't make out all of it. The writing was so old it had faded away completely in places. I didn't manage to find Samuel Mantlet. The mention was a notation of his death, but strangely enough the date was rubbed out. The only thing that might help to figure it out was a mention of an event that all happened that year. I'm going to drink some wine. The death notice was written on the same line as the words Bastille prison stormed by mob, Paris. So there's a second date.
So we need to find out when the Bastille was. We need to find that, and we need to find out the Battle of Waterloo. we know from Tussauds that the beheading of Marie Antoinette was 1793, so we know when Blanche died. We still got to find out Mantlet and Paget based on their associated historical events. Excuse me, Mr. Sneed. Marcus Amesbury from the Phaeton Club just sent us over to do some research about events in the late 1700s. Do you have any idea where we should start?
Oh, hang on. There we go.
According to the excitable Mr. Amesbury, you two need to know a bit about what was going on here about the time of that colonial uprising you call the American Revolution. I noticed that the Imperial War Museum is having a special exhibit on that particular rebellion, so I chose to pop by there to study up, you rotten, filthy American.
Salix says, I would have assumed Julia Child's most precious book would have been like a cookbook or something. Yeah, I missed an opportunity for a joke there.
In the meantime, I've gone through our vast history section and put together some of the highlights of events on this side of the Atlantic. It was quite an exciting time in Europe's history, as you'll see soon. Yes, you will.
Napoleon Bonaparte was one of the greatest military geniuses of all time. After the French Revolution, he led the French armies to conquer the greater part of Western Europe. In 1804, he crowned himself Emperor of France. His lifetime goal was to follow in the footsteps of Alexander the Great and create a world empire, but the powerful forces of the British Empire stood in his way. In 1805, the British Navy, under the command of Admiral Horatio Nelson, defeated the French at the Battle of Trafalgar. Napoleon was forced to abandon his dream of conquering Britain. In the hopes of securing his empire to the east, Napoleon in 1812 unwisely chose to attack Russia. The brutal Russian winter and the pride of the Russian people, who burned Moscow rather than let Napoleon conquer it, made this campaign one of the worst disasters in military history. Shortly after, Napoleon was forced to give up his throne and face exile on the small island of Elba. Fierce to the end, Napoleon escaped Elba and returned to lead the French army once again. His final defeat came at the hands of the English general, the Duke of Wellington, at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Napoleon died in exile on the tiny island of St. Helena in 1821.
When the
So,
Duke of Wellington went on to develop beef Wellington.
so Page, we know Page died in 1815, which means the Blench does not have a claim. We still need to find out about Mantlet, though.
Yeah, so 1815 is the number to beat at this point.
Wow, what a wild life Napoleon had. General, emperor, then a prisoner on a scrawny little island. I wonder which English king ruled when Napoleon was emperor of France. Let's check our chart of kings and find out.
And that's me.
Who ruled in 1804?
1804. Zoom in on this. Hang on. This is the old school copy protect. Basically, it's a book that came with numbers and stuff in it to look up weird things. And it's PDF, so it's taken forever. Okay, 1804. You said?
Yes.
Yeah. George III.
That's right. King George III ruled England when Napoleon was emperor of France. There sure was a lot going on during George III's reign. A history book says that one of the most important events in Europe just after the War for Independence in America was the French Revolution. In the late 1700s, the people of France became very unhappy with their government. Wars and careless spending had created a huge national debt that kept the common people of France in terrible poverty. The king and nobility, however, continued to live in extreme luxury despite the fact that hardworking commoners starved in the streets. King Louis XVI and his greedy wife, Marie Antoinette, spent huge sums of money on parties and clothes to entertain their court, to the anger and frustration of the poor people of Paris, who could not even afford bread to eat. At last, on July 14th of 1789, the people rose up and stormed the royal prison of the Bastille. They released the king's prisoners and destroyed the building. 1789. That's 26 years before Page died. That means Mantlet doesn't have a claim.
Yep. And these events you're describing, they made a wonderful music. Do you hear the people singing a song of angry men?
The revolution that followed led to the public execution of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette in 1793. The revolutionaries were determined to erase the corrupt upper classes and give equality to all French citizens. Unfortunately, the fury of people who had been mistreated for so long brought a bloody period known as the Reign of Terror. In this time, dukes, princes, and indeed everyone suspected of being an enemy of the revolution was killed. Thousands were executed by the guillotine, a device that beheaded its victims by sending a heavy iron blade crashing down on their necks. Finally, the disorder and corruption of the revolutionary government allowed Napoleon Bonaparte to come to power as dictator in 1799 and ending the French Revolution. All right, I think we got everything we need. We got Mr. Right. Page, who died the same year as Waterloo. So let's go.
So in chat, we've got Salix is saying they love the voices. Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of the series.
Fun fact, Napoleon actually grew up speaking some dialect of Italian and learned French later in life. I did not know that.
Okay.
All right, so we're up to the solving phase. A quick word of explanation. Once we get all the stuff we need for the case, we have to go through and pick the statements. It gives us a maximum of 5. We don't have to use all 5, but it gives us a maximum of 5 clues that are supporting arguments for what we think. So go ahead.
Last surviving member. I think that's a big clue.
Yeah. Died in the same year King Louis the.
We're looking for. We've pretty much figured out that it's John Page because Waterloo's the latest event.
Okay, so we're focusing on that then. All right.
Yeah. We only get to pick 5 clues.
Yeah. Not seeing a lot more about Page. $1789 for the French Revolution, maybe? All right.
Robert Page.
You got it.
Which reminds me of Robert Plant.
You got it. Mr. Page's family should receive the gold because John Page outlived all the other members of the Tontine. According to the Tontine, whichever signer lived longer than all the others should have inherited all the gold. Mr. Amesbury told us that the only members of the Tontine who survived the American Revolution were John Page, Samuel Mantlet, and Thomas Blanche. According to her family Bible, Miss Mantlet's ancestor, Samuel Mantlet, died in the same year that the people of Paris stormed the Bastille prison, 1789. Mr. Blanche found a letter that said that his ancestor, Thomas Blanche, died in the same year that King Louis XVI of France and Marie Antoinette were beheaded in 1793. But Mr. Page's ancestor, John Page, died at the Battle of Waterloo. That battle wasn't until 1815, so he outlived all the other members. The gold will go to Mr. Page's family.
Oh, jolly good.
So,
Yes,
he may have
I
lost the
money.
trophy, but he won the gold.
Ah, the wrap up. Eagle's Eyes return. Eagle's Eyes? Okay, I guess that's right. Eagle's Eyes return revolutionary gold. A fortune in 200-year-old gold was delivered at last to its destined heir, thanks to Uncle Evie of the Eagle Eye Detective Agency. Uncle tracked down the longest surviving member of a regiment of British troops, explained Marcus Ames. He used what he'd learned about the American and French revolutions to figure out which soldier outlived the rest. The gold's recipient, Robert Page, stated, "My family and I plan to donate some of the gold towards research on conquering cancer. That's the kind of war we'd like." All right, so that is 5 of the 10.
Yes.
We are almost done with this. So
And it looks like
I think we said we were.
it looks like my time prediction is right on because we started about 10 after 1 and we're at 4 o'clock now. So that's 5 and 3, and that's even including a short break. So let's take another short break, and then we'll proceed with the bottom 5.
Yeah. We're gonna have a couple of minutes. We will be back. I'd say probably about 4 or 5 minutes, something like that, if that works.
Yeah, and I'm just rebooting the DOS emulator so I can take it back to the title screen of the game and give some visual interest while we walk away.
Okay. All right. So while you're doing that, I'm going to go into break mode and start up the timer, and we'll be back here in just a few short minutes. So go ahead and grab a snack. Grab, if you need a drink, go grab one, and we'll meet you back here in a few. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, I am coming back in here. I don't know if Evie is back yet. Up here. He should be back momentarily. Let me get the volume right on this. If we want to, if you're still there, put something in chat that I can copy. I think Ooh has been on the screen. Oh, welcome back to welcome back. It sounds like the TV third one. I can't. For a second. I might be able to. Hang on, I can do it on my third account though. I'll have it ready for when he comes back here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Where did my chat? Hang on.
You seem to be doing that audio glitch again.
Yeah, it happened when I switched over to Discord to unmute you. So it's something Discord is doing, I think. But I'm gonna do a thing here. Hold on a second. Since we're all here.
I've got about 3 hours, so we should be able to breeze through the last 5.
No, I know, but you're gonna like this. It's fine. This takes a second. There we go. Hang on a second. I gotta get in my other account real quick. This is that. I can't remember if how much I was telling you about this, but this is that new thing I installed.
Where are you? I don't have you up right now.
What's that?
I don't have you up right now. I just have me up right now.
Oh, right. Oh, you won't be able to see it. Well, I've already typed it in, so I'm going to do it anyway.
But
I'll do a timer. Well, we're not going to worry about it.
I was a little worried after that first mystery took us an hour because of all the technical difficulties, but once those straightened out, we really picked up some efficiency. I'm not concerned. We should be able to finish long before the service starts. What was that?
We was coming, Shinobu. Huh. Guys. And I switched to Discord. Something weird is happening with Discord, but yeah, the Discord's the number. Welcome back, meter. All right, hang on. Let me put that in. Welcome back. We're trying to make a thing work. Oh wait, do we have to put meter? I don't know. Somebody type a method. Wait, maybe do it on this one. Let me try this. Did it do it? It didn't do it. Ah. Why? Damn it. I'm on my screen, not on my regular default. We're gonna continue on. We'll monkey. I'm aiming again to Stucky with the meter there. But yeah, what we're doing, we're
whatever you did to fix the audio earlier, do it again because you're cutting out again.
Nothing I did made any difference. I didn't change anything. It's because I switched back over to Discord for a second. That's what did it. I'm certain of this.
All right, so you're done in Discord.
See, I'm hearing it glitch out on.
So are we done in Discord now?
Glitch out on my side then.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I've got it off my no. So. And I'm in this. Hang on. Yeah, I'm just gonna. That'll help. We're ready to continue on.
I am, if you are.
If you want to go ahead and.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, let's go. Let's get her going.
The DOS emulator is now eating my mouse cursor, and we will be able to proceed once it does that. I switched. I refreshed the browser and switched back to the game's title screen so for a little visual interest during the break.
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind.
No, that's fine. Nobody says, "Is it a Brett stream without tech issues?" That's very true.
The case of the professor's pen pal.
I think if I were running Discord on a separate patch, us to it a lot better. This is the last one we're doing on the final episode. This is a series we've been working on for several months and just kind of took a break from for a while. And basically, Evie is doing the playing and I'm doing stupid voices. So here's one right now.
Hello, Uncle Jennifer. May I ask a favor? Somebody's lost their notebook, and I've got to figure out who it is.
We'd love to help, Mr. Grange, but, well, Aunt Miranda is on a big story right now. A priceless Hillard miniature was stolen from the Victoria and Albert Museum this afternoon, and we were kind of hoping she'd call us in to help investigate.
But Jennifer, this notebook's an electronic one, like the one you and Uncle use. I can't figure it out, and I'm sure the owner needs it very badly. Please come meet me at the British Museum. I'm in the curator's office.
Well, okay, Mr. Grange. We'll be right over. Bye.
Yeah, okay, we'll be there. Okay, bye-bye.
Hey, let's write a note to Jake to let him know we're on a case.
Tech issues only exist to make Brett stronger.
Yeah. Hey, let's write a note to Jake to let him know we're on a case. He was hoping to be back soon. Dear Jake, we're on a case for Mr. Grange. Call us if Aunt Miranda needs any help. You can watch my movie videos while we're gone. Try Forgotten Planet. You'll like that one. Jen. I'm assuming the fact that she meant...
That was nice.
I'm assuming the fact that you mentioned the robbery at the museum means it'll come up later in the case.
I think so. Something the viewers might want to know, there's I guess is the right word, overarching in this whole series called McCavity.
But McCavity only shows up during some of the mysteries involving animals, and this one doesn't look like it's going to be one of those.
He's not in every single one of them, yeah. McCavity's a big prankster and leaves these weird ransom note things.
But today you'll finally get to learn who McCavity is. Remember, I know who McCavity is. I've played this before. But you'll learn who McCavity is. You've seen them before. I'll give you that hint. You've seen them before. There's Mr.
Yeah. I assumed as much.
Yeah, there's Mr. Grange. And that must be the electronic notebook he was talking about. Gee, it looks like a neat one. But not as unspeakably cool as our notebook Travis, of course.
TARDIS. It will be TARDIS to me.
This morning I've had 3 very distinguished American professors come to visit me. They were all carrying notebooks like this one here. We had a delightful chat, then they went on to the Victoria and Albert Museum.
That's the museum that was mentioned earlier. That robbery's going to come into play. And one of them left a notebook behind?
Actually, the Ritz Hotel had it sent round after them. The chap there said someone found a notebook, and he knew that the professors had come to see me today. I said I'd try to return the notebook to the professor who lost it. We must hurry, because they each are going to leave Britain tonight. Mr. Chrysler is flying to Argentina. Mr. Randall is sailing for Sweden. Miss Phelps is taking the ferry. Mr. Jones is flying across to Zimbabwe.
There's no Mr. Jones here. Let's not.
I believe my mother is still in Ecuador.
Let's not get irrelevant because there is no Mr. Jones.
Oh, let's get irrelevant. That's half the fun of this.
Yeah, but I mean, Mr. Jones is not going to come up at all, so why mention him?
Well, we would have had already the next line down if you'd click it. So yeah, my jokes are very quick.
If I could figure out whose notebook it is, he's not Australian. If I could figure whose notebook it is, I'd know whether to send it to the air, or to the docks, or to the ferry landing before as it leaves the country, perhaps the planet.
Who are these professors exactly? And if they all had electronic notebooks just like this one, who left one at the Ritz early this morning?
They left a little brochure from their university there. It'll have some brown on each of them. It's over by the computer on my desk. I definitely remember that all 3 had a notebook just like this one. Mr. Chrysler said they were helping a friend test out a new laptop computer.
You can't buy it yet in stores, so those three are the only ones in existence. So those three are the only ones in existence. I believe one is named an Apple Lisa.
But here we have a fourth notebook. How weird.
It is strange. Oh well, maybe a clue inside the notebook will reveal who the owner is. I tried to use it, but I don't know how to work the infernal machine, or any other LucasArts games for that matter.
Travis is way better than this, not to brag or anything. Man, it's even hard to find the on-off switch. I get it. You press Authority N for notes, and the text comes up. Whoever owned this made only a few entries, all of them dated yesterday. Here, I'll read them. The first one reads, I have never seen such an awesome palace. The mural by Vario above the stairs in the entrance hall is spectacular. There is nothing quite like it in Wyoming. Here's another one. Towers, huge, walls impossibly thick. From on top you feel you command the river Avon and everything you've seen. The whole thing is in remarkably good shape. Did you catch that? It says you command everything you've seen rather than everything you see. Whoever wrote that doesn't know English too well. This one says, peaceful, lovely. I can see how it might inspire the bard to write great works, but it just bores the daylights out of me, especially considering how exciting tomorrow will be. Next it says, my companion is droning on about the psychology of this place and what motivated people to build this famous stone circle. He's dull, but I'm thrilled to finally see this ancient construction.
It was the Druids.
Here's the last entry. It was made late last night. Hasta la vista, computer. That's so weird. It doesn't seem like we have much to go on, does it? Maybe Jake could help us figure out what these mean. A flyer from Williams University in Wyoming is lying on Mr. Grange's desk. It tells a little bit about the university and has snapshots of some of their top professors. Mr. Chrysler is a professor of architecture. Mr. Randall is a professor of psychology. Miss Phelps is a professor of English.
Salix says, I kind of think an Apple Lisa pinata would be fun.
This is for you, Steve. Pump. It's for you.
What would be fun? I missed that.
An Apple Lisa pinata.
You know, it'd be fun. An Apple Mona Lisa. There already is a Lego one.
A Lego Apple Mona... Wait, what?
A Lego Mona Lisa. I mean, no. You said an Apple Lisa, so I said an Apple Mona Lisa. Lego already...
You said Lego has one.
Yeah, Lego has a Mona Lisa.
Yeah, I thought you were saying Lego had an Apple Mona Lisa, and I was...
No, I don't even know what an Apple Mona Lisa is yet.
No, it's an Apple Lisa. It was after Steve Jobs' daughter.
Cecil Grange says that the notebook was actually found here at the Ritz Hotel. Let's see if we can talk to the people who found it.
Aye, dear, it was I who found the thingamajig. Stuffed into a whole rubbish bin it was, amidst the tatters of yesterday's London time. What's all this, says I, when I feel it drop from the can. Somebody can't be intending to pitch this out, I tell myself. So I fishes it out and dusts it off and pops it down to Mr. Eric here. One of the guests pitched it by mistake, I tells him.
That was a super find, Mrs. Plum. Do you have any idea who might have thrown out the electronic notebook?
No, I best be getting back about me business. You'd never believe how many rooms I've got left to tidy up.
And here we have, I'm going to try C-3PO again. Hang on a second. Buttons, this button and this button again.
Miss Plum found the notebook in one of the upstairs rubbish bins. I recognized it as belonging to one of the American guests. Each of them had one of these fancy electronic notebooks. One of them even gave a demonstration to some of our guests in the lobby. He had a demonstration model, a hollowed-out version of the real thing that he let people handle. I'm afraid he meant to pitch that one out, but mistakenly tossed out this real working model instead. I wish he'd do that to R2. The Americans had all planned to visit Mr. Grange at the British Museum today, so I rang him up. Unfortunately, they had already left his office, but he agreed to find the little computer's owner, so I sent it right over.
Mr. Herrick, can you tell us anything about the 3 American professors? We're trying to figure out which one the notebook belonged to.
Well, let me see. They all arrived together the night before last. Yesterday, I believe, they went out sightseeing together all day. Directions to the train station. They each checked out this morning, leaving no forwarding addresses.
Do you have any idea where they were going today?
They mentioned the Victoria and Albert Museum, I believe. I heard them ring Mr. Grange, and they also called other people. Then they planned to go their separate ways. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. You might check R2's memory circuit.
Did they by any chance return to the hotel after they checked out?
Oh no, I was watching for them. If they had, I'd have given them back their little computer. And get rid of the echo. There we go. I love tinkering. It's fun. Salix says, I love R2's spicy language, though.
Hey Jake, we've got to return an electronic notebook to its owner. We know it belongs to one of 3 college professors from the U.S. Mr. Chrysler, Mr. Randall, or Miss Phelps. It looks like one of them accidentally threw it out and kept the dud demonstration model by mistake. They went sightseeing yesterday, and the notes in the electronic notebook describe some of the places they went. If we can figure out where they went, we can follow in their footsteps and maybe turn up some more clues. Speaking of clues, have you heard anything from Aunt Miranda? Have they found the missing Hillard miniature yet? Aunt Miranda Jake is me. Aunt Miranda called from the Victoria and Albert Museum. The police have it sealed off while they hunt for the miniature. Nobody's got any clues. Scotland Yard is in a panic. Every inspector is on the case. Aunt Miranda thinks the thief got away. Hey Jake, what exactly is a miniature? I thought the word just meant something small. Aunt Miranda told me a miniature was a tiny painting originally. Before there were photographs, people would have artists paint their portraits really small so that people they loved could carry them around. Nicholas Hillard is famous as one of the best painters of miniatures. His portraits are really accurate and detailed, and they're only a few inches tall. Okay, now we need to figure out these notes so we know where you guys should go next. Why don't we call Mr. Sneed to help us? He knows a lot about England. Do you think he'd mind? He can be pretty testy sometimes. Well, okay, but you make the call, Jake.
Testy.
British Library, Mr. Sneed here. What is it?
Hiya, Mr. Sneed. Good day, sir. It's Jake Eagle. Listen, some American professors left us some notes about where they were going in England, and we need your help to figure them out. Could you help us out, please?
I suppose, as long as it don't take all day. What do the notes say?
The first note mentions an awesome palace and an entrance hall. I think maybe they mean Windsor Palace. What do you think?
Well, we have many awesome palaces here in England, but the mural by Verrio most like Hampton Court. Verrio did the artwork for the entrance hall. It's marvelous.
Hampton Court. Great. Quite right, sir. Now, the second note talks about huge towers and thick walls in remarkably good shape. We think they mean a castle, and it overlooks the river Avon.
Aha! Yes. I would guess the note was written on the battlements of the castle. From the tops of the towers, one looks right down the river Avon, the town of Warwick, and the countryside all around. There's also a convenience store there that's very nice.
Warwick Castle. Excellent. Excellent, sir. The next note talks about a place lovely enough to inspire the bard. Wait, the bard is like William Shakespeare's nickname, so the note probably is talking about
William Shakespeare's birthplace in Stratford-upon-Avon, near Thames, under Wembley. It's quite a peaceful place at times, with a lovely garden. Glad I could help out your little quest, Jake, but I must be going. A librarian's work never ends. Goodbye.
He hung up. Never mind, Jake. I think we know where the last note was written. The famous stone circle has got to be Stonehenge. England has many stone circles, but Stonehenge is by far the most famous.
Stonehenge, where the children dance to the pipes.
So it looks like we'll be on trains for this whole mystery.
Yep.
Get your schedules ready.
Salix says, Mr. Sneed sounds like the guy to talk to when you have the need a need. A friend with weed is friend indeed, or something.
The professors went to sightsee in 4 different places. Boy, am I glad I brought along my book Ivanhoe. I think I'm going to get a lot of reading done today. Which place do you think will give us the best clues? pick that one and let's go there first.
Am I looking something up?
Hold on. We're looking at like a third of the train list here for this mystery. This is going to be the most trainy mystery yet. Our shortest train trip is to Hampton Court. It's only a little ways outside London.
You said any train schedules or no?
Not for this one, but most likely before we're done with this mystery, it'll ask you for something. We have to go on the 4 different trains for this mystery.
Yeah, okay.
I had forgotten just how awesome this palace is, and the entrance hall is extreme, just like the notebook said. I'm sure we're on the trail of the 3 professors.
Extreme entrance hall.
What did she sound like? Was that I was doing as Julia Child earlier? I can't remember. It seems like she had red hair. Whatever.
Yes, I remember the 3 Americans quite distinctly. 2 men and a woman, cultured and well-spoken for the most part. Not like your typical tourists who grouse about the prices and can never locate the loo no matter how many signs we put up.
Because they don't know it's called a loo, lady.
They had a decent itinerary, too. They planned some excellent stops on their holiday. Yesterday they saw Hampton Court and Warwick Castle, I remember. Today they were going to the British Museum and the Victoria and Albert Museum and also the Bob, Ted, Joni and Alice Museum, which is right down the block. They said they came from some beastly part of America, Arizona or some such desolate place. They had quaint little computers and were forever jotting notes on them.
One of them left a computer behind at the Ritz Hotel, Mrs. Presswick, and we're trying to figure out which one it was. Maybe if you hear what they said about Hampton Court, you'll know which one wrote it.
Oh, possibly. Go ahead and read me what he or she wrote.
I have never seen such an awesome palace. The mural by Verrio above the stairs in the entrance hall is spectacular. There is nothing quite like it in Wyoming.
Not very poetic, is it? I'm sorry, but any of the 3 could have written that about Hampton Court.
Well, they mentioned Wyoming, so I mean, there's that. But then again, it could have...
I could forgive a British person for confusing Arizona and Wyoming in passing.
Well, yeah, true, yeah.
But if it was just passing conversation, of course. If they were an educated English person, I'd be a lot less forgiving. Here we go. Us and probably a zillion other tourists on their merry way to Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain.
I'll tell you what they have in Wyoming. I'll tell you what they have in Wyoming. One of the worst highways I've ever driven on in my entire life. I thought my vehicle was going to fall apart. I am dead serious.
Why would I go to Wyoming for the worst highway if I can have that right here? Just saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The one in Wyoming was far worse. It was terrible. I couldn't believe it.
I'll bet you the architecture professor, Mr. Chrysler, wanted to visit Stonehenge. Architecture is all about people building things, and Stonehenge is one of the most famous structures ever built. This must be the famous stone circle mentioned in the notebook. Let's see if there's anyone here who might remember seeing the 3 American professors yesterday.
I bet there are. Oh, go ahead.
Professor Mathon, we have a question about professors.
Just to answer a question real quick, is it worse than the roads in Louisiana? Yes, it was horrible. Me and a friend pulled over and figured out a different route to go down so that we could get out of Wyoming off that highway. Forget the highway. Horrible.
One of the things that professors do is answer questions. So ask away.
We're interested in 3 American professors that visited Stonehenge yesterday. One studies architecture, another one studies psychology, and the third is a professor of English.
Well, architecture is the study of the structures that people build. Architects are interested in both the art and the science of buildings. Not only big buildings like skyscrapers, but also little buildings like home. Psychology is the study of the human mind and how it works. Psychologists are interested in the things people do and why they do them. It's called motivation. Why did people build Stonehenge, for example? No one really knows, but we know it was the Druids. An English professor studies the English language and how it communicates. English professors are interested not only in the rules of language, grammar,
But how to pronounce it, apparently they are as well.
like grammar and spelling, but also in seeing how the language changes over time.
What is he doing behind that thing? It looks like he's doing a. Who was the catch a predator guy? It looks like he's popping in. Have a seat over.
Have a seat over there. English professors often study the writing of famous authors to see how they use the to communicate their ideas, and many English professors teach classes on how to write in English. I, myself, am a professor of ancient. And now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to my research, touching around on these stones.
Why, yes, I remember the three Americans. They all had little computer thingamabobs, rather like yours, in fact.
Did they all take notes with their little computers?
Question: what is Mathon holding? Looks like it's limp. It does. I think it's supposed to be a pencil, maybe. I really don't know.
Maybe it's a banana.
It's badly illustrated banana.
Oh, yes, I believe so. One of the men took quite a lot of notes. The whole place fascinated him. I'm afraid that's all I remember about them.
So we know it wasn't Miss Phelps. First, she's the English professor, and Jennifer already commented on the improper grammar in one of the notes.
Yep.
But he said it's one of the men. So we know that's going to be either Randall or Chrysler, not Phelps.
Right.
So the Stonehenge visit was pretty important there. So let's keep going. You know, I bet the English professor, Miss Phelps, insisted that they go to Shakespeare's garden. Shakespeare's like the superhero of the English language. Off to Stratford upon Avon, the birthplace of the great playwright William Shakespeare.
In case anyone's wondering, the music is not in the game. It doesn't have music. I just have some supposedly copyright-free tracks. I guess we'll find out.
Holy smokes! Isn't that Inspector Blodges all dressed up like a tourist? Somehow I don't think he's here on holiday. Let's find out what's up.
Let's see, what did I make him like?
Why, Jennifer, Uncle, good to see you. Having a jolly holiday? Good, good. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Gee, we were surprised to find you here, Inspector. We thought for sure you'd be back in London investigating the theft of the rare Hillard miniature from the Victoria and Albert Museum.
Hush! I mean, please be quiet. You'll ruin everything. We have evidence that the thief, a suspect, was here yesterday. It's very important that I investigate in secret. So please, move along, move along.
No problemo, Inspector. Sorry. See you later. Geez, but how about that? It sounds like the thief of the Hillard miniature was in this garden yesterday. I wonder if the professors saw her, or him, or was him.
The rabbit's checking out our boy's butt there, I'm being told. Yeah. You wear those red shorts well, man. You know what I'm saying? I think you do.
Hooray! We're off to Warwick Castle. I just love that place.
Yeah. Warwick's awesome. Especially as Willow. He was great.
And on the subject of castle, I still don't have Lego castles, but what I do have is the minifigure gumball machine, which 4 of the minifigures are knight figures representing new castle factions.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
The Griffin Knights and the Kraken Knights. So I'll probably stream that over the weekend.
Cool.
There's also some new spacemen and some other figures too. Maybe if we take a look around the castle, we can tell for sure if it's the same place that was described in the notebook.
Hello, children. Would you like a tour about the castle?
We just have a few questions, Miss Maudie. Do you know 3 American professors visited this castle yesterday? Wait a minute. We've seen her before, and she's addressing us as children as if she doesn't know us. Did you catch that?
No, what are you saying? Sorry.
We've seen her before in several previous mysteries.
Yeah.
And she greeted us as if she doesn't know us. Hello, children. Do you want a tour?
Well, I mean, she's clocked too, so who knows? I don't know. We'll see if we can. We'll see if it does something. Oh, there's a quick note on the chat. Is this the game with Edie and Dizzy? No, No, this is Eagle Eye Mysteries London. It's an old DOS game. We've been playing through the entire game. Two games, Evie?
What?
Is this two separate games with the two notebooks?
No, it's one game. But you have to do
It's
the
one game. Okay,
you have
there's
to
two.
do the
Never mind.
first notebook
Yeah,
before you have to solve all the cases
yeah.
in the first book before you get the second book.
Yeah. It's a total of 50 cases, and we've gone through. We just finished number 45, and this is number 46. We're trying to wrap it up today, so we're kind of sort of trying to speed run through this a little bit if we can. But yeah, it's all right. It's cute. It makes me think of the old point and click stuff. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It lets me do stupid voices.
Okay.
So
We just have a few questions, Miss Motti. Do you know if 3 American professors visited this castle yesterday?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you. It was my day off. But why would you want to know? What kind of professors were they?
One of them, Mr. Chrysler, is a professor of architecture. Mr. Randall is a professor of psychology. And Miss Phelps is an English professor. I mean, she studies the English language. She's actually an American. One of them left an electronic notebook behind at the Ritz Hotel, Miss Motti. We're trying to figure out which one it was so we can return the notebook to him or her. Whoever owned the notebook wrote something in it about a castle. They said it was in remarkably good shape. Is that true of Warwick Castle?
it's actually an American. By the way, hello, Nate. I can't remember if I said hi.
Yes, indeed. Most castles have fallen into ruin because at some point their owners couldn't afford the tremendous cost of keeping them in repair. But this castle actually had people living in it not all that long ago. They were squatters and made a horrible mess. Nowadays, Warwick Castle is kept in repair as a tourist attraction and as a precious piece of Britain's cultural heritage.
Oh, I'm being told my chat is frozen.
What's going on?
Thank you. Appreciate that. My screen chat was frozen because I must have clicked on it or something while we were on break.
Whoa, that's quite a climb.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it.
That's quite a climb, over 500 steps from the bottom all the way to the top. But the view really is wild. Now that we're here, let's compare what we see with what's written in the notebook. It says towers huge, walls impossibly thick. Yep, we've sure seen that. From on top, you feel like you command everything you've seen. There's that bad grammar again. But it's true, from up here you do feel like you command everything you see. To live in a castle like this, that must have really been something. So we've gone to...
I think the everything you've seen might be a red herring. I don't know. Because you think not the English professor.
Well, let's go back to London. Let's go back to London and see if... Okay, so we don't get to go to Victoria and Albert and inspect there. So
something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like there's nowhere else to go. We've seen all the stuff. Yeah, we've seen all the stuff.
All right.
It's not letting us go. It's not letting us go to the museum to see if there's clues there. So we have to judge this based on the notebooks, and maybe the whole miniature is irrelevant, but maybe it's not.
Wait, it's not letting it. All right, hold on. It's got a location that it's not letting us go to?
No, there are no more locations to go to is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It's not letting us go to the museum to actually find clues about the missing painting, which might in fact be it might be an irrelevance, but maybe not. So we'll see.
Okay, so we're up to the solve phase now of the game, where we go through and select 5 clues, up to 5 clues, I should say. You don't necessarily have to have all of them, but you have to collect enough clues to meet whatever the episode's threshold is for getting a valid solve.
All right,
I don't even know what's going on, so I'm leaving this one up to you.
Whoever wrote it doesn't write English all that well.
Okay, so maybe that is a legit clue. Now we just need the other clue where we found out that it wasn't the lady.
My companion is droning on about the psychology of this place, so it's not the psychology professor. I'm thrilled to
Ah,
finally
yeah.
see this ancient construction. He's probably the
Okay.
architecture.
Let's see. Miss Phelps. Yeah. Mr. Chrysler. Yeah. Okay. Only one of them could have written about the paragraph about the palace. Yeah, try it. Oh, does it make you start over?
Yeah.
Evie,
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, does it make you start over when you
Yes.
miss it?
Yes.
Okay. The grammatical mistake was one of them.
Let's try that clue.
Mm,
Let's try the clues I had before, plus that extra one. Hmm.
okay, so let's focus on this for a second. We think it was which one? Not the psychologist, right?
Yeah, no, we think it's the architecture guy.
Yeah, Chrysler. Yeah, we think it's Chrysler. So anything having to do with Chrysler, maybe we need to
Oh, the
some
whole
kind.
thing is in remarkably good shape. He would know as the architecture guy.
Yeah, and also talking about the palace above might be
Yeah.
maybe not. Keep going. Keep going. I would still say select the grammatical mistake. Droning on about the psychology. Wait, that yeah, that one. I would say that one. Okay, maybe the Chrysler one, but let's see the next page first because there was something on the next page. Nope. Okay.
Warwick
Uh,
is in near perfect condition. We
oh,
selected the clue about Warwick being in good condition. Okay.
okay, so click the one with the palace because that indicates that it might be, you know, I would think that would indicate that it might be the architect. Uh, actually, if he's writing all of these, then go back to the previous page. Uh, maybe uncheck those.
We want the grammatical mistakes so we know it's not the
Yeah,
English professor.
and there was maybe one on the first page that we might want to uncheck. And he's droning on about psychology. Yeah, I would say keep that. Finally see the construction. Yeah.
Oh wait, he's talking about Stonehenge in that clue where he says it's not the psychology guy. So we want the Stonehenge clue.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, we don't need those. Three American professors visit him. Don't click solve yet. Wait, sure, a second. Keep going.
One man uses notebook. That says it's a man. That confirms that's a man. Should
Well, it
we?
doesn't confirm that it's a man because,
No, he says one man used his notebook a lot.
right.
I'm gonna
But I
try
mean,
it.
they all had notebooks, so yeah, I don't think it's that. there's something we're missing here. Normally it doesn't take this long, by the way, anyone watching. Normally this is a super fast thing, but it's being very picky about
So
this.
he's bored by Stratford. So
yeah, keep that. Wait, go back to the previous page for a second. Just for a second. All right, keep going. And I would say that one. And skip the one about one of three people. Yeah.
okay.
Professor, skip that one also. American professors, blah blah blah. Wait, I missed the last one on the previous page.
It's just the caretaker
okay,
of the hotel.
Okay, yeah. Keep going.
All right, I think I would say he doesn't. He was he was whoever wrote this, whoever had this notebook was bored by Stratford. So if we identify who wanted to go to Stratford, then we would know who it isn't. So
that seems like a stretch for this game, but yeah. I'm just gonna look it up real quick. Somebody is bound to have done this. That way we can move along because it's 15 till 5. Let's see. Keep going while I'm doing this. See if you can maybe crack it.
Oh, okay. I think I see something.
Okay.
We're going to frame this not as who threw out the notebook, but we're going to frame this as what if one of the professors is the thief?
Oh, okay. I didn't think about that. What was the name of this episode? Do you remember? Or this case? Do you remember?
Professor Penpal, I think.
Okay.
Especially considering how exciting tomorrow will be. He's got something planned.
Okay, I have found it here. Somewhere. There's Professor Penn. Okay, I have the answers.
All right, you said you have the answers?
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, the first one is the pretty obvious grammatical mistake. Ignore everything until that.
Oh, I need to be in solve mode.
Yep. And next one is my companion is droning on about psychology of this place. And the next one is the notebook belongs to one of three people. And the last one is psychologists study the human. That's part. Oh God, seriously? The last one, the very last one. How is that even? Oh, that's crap. But yeah, that's it. Good Lord, that's cheap. See, normally they include missions in these closing things or whatever. I guess just to reinforce what you've learned during the play or whatever. But normally it is not part of the answer, so that's crap. Anyway.
You got it. The notebook belonged to Mr. Chrysler. He's the one who stole the Hillard miniature. Mr. Grange told us the professors all studied different things. One studied architecture, one studied psychology, and one was an expert on the English language. When we saw a grammatical error in the notebook, we knew it didn't belong to the English professor. She spent most of her life learning how to use spelling, grammar, and punctuation correctly to write clearly and well. One entry made fun of a companion who talked endlessly about the motivations of the people who built Stonehenge. Psychology is the science that studies human behavior, including motivation. So Professor Randall was the thief's companion, not the thief himself. That only leaves one professor, Professor Chrysler. So he must be the one who stole the Hillard miniature and almost got away with it.
And I'd have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
And the scrapbook wrap up. Priceless Troy miniature found. Tipped off by Eagle Eye investigators Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle. Scotland Yard seized my. Oh, what? It looks weird on my screen. Seized Mr. Gareth Chrysler today as he boarded a plane for Argentina with a stolen Hilliard miniature. The young detectives applauded the honesty of Ms. Plum of the Ritz Hotel, who turned in Chrysler's discarded computer notebook. If she'd just kept the notebook for herself instead of turning it in, Jennifer Eagle said, Uncle and I couldn't have used it to solve the crime. Thus endeth Professor Pen Pal.
We got 4 to go. Let's.
Case of their art raider is a glitched mystery. We can't solve it. It can't be. It breaks every time you try to go through it. So yeah, we're gonna do what did we say? 2 more Night Knavery and Sightseeing Spy, and then we're gonna take a quick break, and then the last 2, and we finally find out who McCavity is. So if you're ready to start, Case of the Night Knavery, let's go for it. Let's do this. Chug it on along. We can make it happen. We've had it for 4 hours. Wow. Okay. Anyone up for an outing today? I'm just going to join Nigel and your aunt at Kenilworth's medieval fair.
Don't they have all that neat handmade jewelry and those people who swallow swords?
They do, and you should see them poop later. It's amazing. I'm sure they will, Jennifer. I'm especially looking forward to seeing the Queen of the Fair award her knights the Order of the Fair. It's a terrific ceremony, and there's always a bit of excitement, because if she awards the false knight, she must give up her throne to him for the rest of the year. Interest? They're going to have popcorn.
Sure thing, Uncle Baz. We'd love to go.
And turkey legs. Oh, you already said yes. Never mind.
On the subject of medieval stuff, did Q tell you about his Lego horses?
No, I don't think so.
You'll have to ask him about them.
Okay.
Kenilworth is way up north by Stratford-upon-Avon. We'll need to catch the train to get there.
Okay.
Excellent. I love castles.
Oh, I thought we were going to need a thing. I had my thing already popped up and ready to go. It's fun. British train looks a lot like Amtrak. Just saying.
Look at all these people dressed up in costume. These guys take their fairs really seriously. There's Nigel and Aunt Em now.
Oh, we haven't seen Nigel this episode, have we?
Hi, yo, Uncle. Hello, Jennifer. Come for a little archery, a game of Drench the Wench? These medieval fairs are magic.
I actually have a little Drench the Wench story. One day I was at the Renaissance Festival many years ago, and I was watching the action at Drench a Wench, and this guy came up and to do his turn, and he threw his 3 balls, and the 3rd ball hit the target, but not actually hard enough to actually push it in and drench the wench. But the king happened to be walking by, saw the ball hit the target but failed to drench the wench, walked into the booth, and punched the target to drench the wench. The king himself did that.
I can see that. That's pretty cool. Drench the wench. If you did it on Passover, would it be drench the mensch?
Maybe.
Ah.
My favorite bit is getting a chance to see all the ancient crafts. Just before you came, Uncle, we were watching a glass-blowing demonstration. Marvelous. And no one died. It was wonderful. I love the food and the sports. They've got a rope ladder over there that twists and turns when you try to climb it. But if you can get to the top, they'll give you 5 quid. At 50p a go. Nigel, you have spent £5 before you earn it. Have a good look around, Jennifer. I'll catch up with you when I can. The fair's spread out over all the surrounding towns with shuttles in between. Just remember to meet back here after the awards ceremony. That's right. They're awarding people the Order of the Fair today. Let's hope the Black Prince doesn't make off with the Queen's crown. I'm off to Warwick Castle to see the jousting. There's a shuttle to take you there if you'd like to join me over there by the Dragon Rib kiosk. Next to the turkey legs.
The rules for the Order of the Fair contest are posted on the Maypole. Each one who seeks the Order of the Fair must fulfill these 3 requirements. Display a true coat of arms, solve Merlin's enigma, and unhorse another knight or dame in honest combat. Every knight or dame who fulfills all three requirements truly and honorably will receive the Order of the Fair and be welcomed into Her Majesty's court. But should the Black Prince use trickery to gain the honor falsely, the Queen must forfeit her own crown. Our fair guide says that the jousting is at Warwick Castle and Merlin's Enigma is over on the town green in Stratford upon Avon. We can take shuttle buses to see them when we're ready.
Nate says, my favorite verb is unhorse. We used the word beheaded a lot earlier in this game with the whole Queen of England, King of England, whatever it was, business. And I thought to myself, beheaded. That's funny. Usually, when you put "be" in front of a word, it's adding to something, like bejeweled or bedecked or whatever. Beheaded. Do they get a second head? I mean, I don't understand it.
Hello, Jennifer. Well met, Uncle. How do you like the fair so far? This is the first year I've gotten to play the Queen's Page. It's fab. It's Marvy also. I get to run messages back and forth from the Queen to her knights and look after the royal hounds, Maximilian and Tristan. I really hope they don't eat me.
That's cool. What message are you carrying now?
The list of the petitioner's blazons. A blazon is a description of a coat of arms. I say that to you because I know you don't know. When the knights go at it on the field of combat, they have their helmets on to protect their faces. But you can tell who's fighting who by looking at the designs on their shields. Have a look at the list if you like.
The scroll Abigail is carrying lists each petitioner and the names of their coats of arms. Sir Charles Armour, Argent Bend Or. Sir Mark Stalls, Azure Chevron Argent. Sir John Ash, Vert Pale Or. Dame Colette Louis, Jules Cross Argent.
Now, this is stuff you should be familiar with, Evie, because that's all like, what's it called? Heraldry.
I don't get it. How can you tell what their shields look like from that? It doesn't make sense. It does. Oh, this is you.
Stepping on my line? No, I'm kidding.
It does to anyone who knows the terms for heraldry. See, I told you so a minute ago, but you didn't listen. No. Sorry, Jennifer, but I must dash. This list has to be delivered to the master of the joust, and after that, the hounds are waiting for their supper. We have to find at least one of the tourists to chop up. Hail, fair maid.
Let's see. She should be, she should be Captain Janeway.
Hail, fair maid. Art thou not Lady Jennifer of Eagle, and this your famed companion, Uncle of Evie?
Yes, Your Highness, I think.
I know she's not British. Let me try it without British.
What lucky hap. I'm in need of just such aid as yours. For each year at this time, the Black Prince, in some foul guise, petitions for my highest honor with some false knavery, and doesn't even bring me coffee.
Geez, all this medieval talk is kind of confusing. You mean you need us to help you find someone called the Black Prince?
Yadoy. He attends this fair each year with a different face and enters the contest for the Order of the Fair along with 3 worthy knights and dames. But each year his effort is full of trickery.
Okay, let's see if we have it straight. You want to bestow the Order of the Fair on some worthy knights, but each year one of them is the Black Prince who is trying to fake his way with some bogus trick.
Bogus.
Indeed, you catch the very heart of my meaning. Each year I must expose the Black Prince as a fraud, or else tender my crown. Canst thou help me?
If you don't figure out which knight is the fake, you'll have to give up your crown to him. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We'll figure it out. Mysteries are our game.
And Eagle Eye is our name.
Merlin's Enigma is supposed to be on the town green at Stratford upon Avon. This shuttle bus will take us there.
Nate says, dost thou? And also, that's a good point. It should be unheading. Yeah. English is weird.
An enigma is a puzzle or mystery. 2 things we're pretty good at. Let's see if we can solve Merlin's enigma.
We drive on parkways and park on driveways. We're just insane over here. Mr. Stalls, how much you want to bet he's in charge of the vending? Beware, young maid, the steal of the stalls. Wait, no, he's got the glasses. He's kind of a geek dad. All right, let's see.
Beware, young maid, the steal of the stalls. I come fresh from the jousting field, and my blade is still hot for the blood of the queen's foes.
Well, we're friends of the Queen, so don't point that sword at us.
That's not my sword. Well said, friend, but let it be known that Sir Mark Stalls will suffer no foe to rise up against Her Majesty. I am the only one that can rise up against her man. You know what I mean? You're doing, that's okay. Lovely Queen Ardelis rules not only the fair, but also my heart. Have you seen her wandering hereabouts?
I think we saw her last at Kenilworth Castle. Why do you seek her, Sir Knight?
Why do you think? Why, to pledge her my sword, and my love, of course, and ask her if she's free to see a film with me after the fair shuts down.
Halt! Hang on, he's in a suit of armor. Halt! What lovely... Damn it. Halt! What worthy maid would unravel Merlin's enigma?
Just me, Jennifer Eagle, and my pal were trying to figure out which knights have passed this test.
You know, any other day I would have an empty soda can here that would go great for the night guy, but... Oh, hang on. Maybe this. One moment. That secret can only be given to one who has solved Merlin's enigma themselves. If you wish to see the list of knights who have unraveled its mysteries, you must unravel it yourself.
No sweat, we're a champion puzzle solver. We'll take a crack at it.
Oh, me again. Then here is your task. Merlin has devised a secret escape route from the castle at Camelot that winds its way through underground caverns to one of 3 spots. He has fled the castle through this passage and also filled it, and must be found. You must follow his path, decide whether his hiding place is truly Lancelot's lake, Merlin's cave, or Guinevere's forest. Enter at your peril.
Okay, so this involves us going through an actual maze. You kind of have to do this one in your head, and
okay,
if you
you're starting at the top.
Yeah. And you just
You can just like go around the outside because I'm seeing like straight lines to everything here. But
yeah, I'm gonna puzzle out the maze because I can actually see what's going on here. Bear with me. I think it's the forest. I'm gonna click and see what happens. That's it. Merlin was hiding in Guinevere's forest. Great going. Now let's get a look at that list of names.
nice. I was going through like each of the things, and I just finished the third one when you said it's the forest. I was like, okay. Well done, young scholar. Here we have the roster of the knights who have solved Merlin's enigma. But alas, I have not their names, only the blazon of their coats of arms. The list reads as follows. 1. Jules Cross Argent. 2. Argent Bend Or. 3. Azure Chevron Argent. 4. Vert Pole Or.
So all 4 knights did solve the mystery. So whichever knight is the fake one, we're not gonna find based on Merlin's enigma.
What is an ore? I know what an argent is, but...
Those are heraldry terms. We haven't puzzled them out yet.
I am the first to complete my tasks. I pledge my sword to the service of Queen Ardelis.
Wow, what a terrific sword.
Why, thank you. Coincidentally, that's also what she said. I forged it myself in the flames of my own smithy. I'm a blacksmith by trade, but a knight by renown. It will be my pleasure later today to add to the honor of the armor name by receiving the Order of the Fair. Wilt thou be present to cheer me on? Wilt thou?
Sure thing. We plan to have our own important part in that ceremony, don't we?
Okay, so get anything from that? I think it was just...
So I think the Merlin's Enigma was to show us that, hey, all 4 of the knights did in fact complete the Enigma, which means the Black Knight could be coming through for the tournament. And so, yeah. So now we know that we cannot dethrone the Black Knight based on Merlin's Enigma.
Okay, so yeah, so he made it through the trials or whatever.
This shuttle bus will take us to Warwick Castle where they're holding the jousting. Let's go.
Let's go! Probably a good thing they don't have shuttle buses at the Renaissance Fair, because...
Looks like the jousting has already started. I bet there used to be real jousting at this castle back in medieval times.
And at medieval times. I say, it was my blow that felled you to the ground.
And I say it was no such thing. I challenge you, sirrah, to another round.
So what? So that thou mayest have better luck this time? I think not, milady. As my name is true, I swear I bested you most soundly.
Hey, chill, what's happening? I mean, Sir Knight, Lady Dame, what is your quarrel?
This ruffian claimed she defeated me in our joust, but it was I who was the victor. For my name, you see, is Victor.
Never. See how he lies. I neigh from his horse with this very... Right here, this one.
Rogue, you know 'tis true that my lance drove you to the earth.
Never so soundly as my lance toppled you.
Yikes! These two are really ticked off. Come on, let's sneak away before they start letting fly with those swords.
Yeah, don't make people mad at the Renaissance Fair. They tend to have blades.
Well, now let's shout at this guy on the ground, shall we?
Sure. Oh, it's sexy, sexy Nigel.
Hey, you lot, come for the jousting? You just missed the most brilliant fight.
Who was fighting, Nigel?
With those helmets on, who can tell? But whoever they were really going at it. The one with the green shield came charging up and nearly drove that lance straight through the one with the red shield. Then they both pulled back and charged at each other like steam engines. Wham! Wake me up before you go. They belted each other so hard with their poles that they both flew off the horses. It was utterly brilliant. The judges just finished debating about who won, and they had to admit it was a tie. They both unhorsed each other. Measurement of Nate. With the word unhorsed.
Oh, I can't remember what she sounds like. I don't know what I did for her.
She's the one in the wheelchair.
Yeah, but I can't remember what I did for the voice.
Hello, Jennifer. Hello, Uncle. You two just missed a pretty fierce jousting. All the petitioners for the Order of the Fair have to unhorse someone as part of the competition, so they were terribly serious about it. There was a really terrific fellow with a silver and gold shield who knocked his opponent off on the first go. He was a great big strong chap. Bulging muscles. The crowd loved him. So did I. There was another big bloke as well, carrying a blue and silver shield, who I would have bet was going to topple right off at the first blow. But he held on like a badger. However it is that they hold on, and ended up unhorsing the fellow he was up against too. This lot trained for ages so they can safely poke each other with those huge lances. The ends are capped with soft pads. The armor they've got on isn't just for decoration. Even the horses are protected. I've never been so aroused. In medieval times, jousts were just games like this one, but sometimes knights would fight duels. They did that. Often it was a fight to the death. Or to the pain, depending on which movie you were watching. In those days, they believed that if two knights were angry about something, like who owned some bit of land, they should settle it on the field of honor. People in those days were ever so superstitious. They believed that God would interfere in the duel to see to it that the knight who was always in the right would always win.
The knight who was in the right would always win. Yeah, okay.
Thank heavens we have courts and barristers, what you call lawyers in your filthy American tongue, now to see that the strong don't always beat the weak.
There's more stuff happening inside the castle hall. Let's check it out.
Hey, they got pizza. Awesome.
I don't think that's a pizza. It looks like it's a display of coat of arms.
My headcanon says pizza.
This place is stuffed full of armor and swords and stuff. I wish they'd let us borrow some to wear today. We'd fit in at the fair perfectly.
Get your own family coat of arms right here. Scottish, English, French, you name it. We got it. Look up your last name on our crest and select a coat of arms used by your distant ancestors.
That's neat. If I hadn't spent all my pounds on that new camera lens yesterday, I'd be up for this. Do you take kilograms? Maybe this guy can tell us something about heraldry, though.
I'll give you change in meters. Excuse me. Tell you the truth, young miss, these family coats of arms are just for fun. Real coats of arms are a very serious business. Not just anyone can have one, you know, and each must all be absolutely different from the other one. Only the King of Arms at the College of Arms in London can assign you a real God can assign you a real heraldic coat of arms. Here we go. The family crest we sell here are just decoration, a bit of fun for the family mantle. But if you'd like to find out about the real thing, you can have a look at this book on authentic heraldry right here.
Heraldry is Heraldry is the system of symbolism that defines true coats of arms. It was begun in the mid 12th century AD as a very practical way to identify friends and enemies from a distance. When the armies and soldiers.
Look at the Maryland state flag.
What?
I said, and you can also have a look at the Maryland state flag. However, your eyeballs will melt. Anyway.
When the armies and soldiers began to use helmets to protect their faces and heads in battle, it became nearly impossible to tell who was a friend and who was an enemy on the field of battle. To make it easier to tell who was who, soldiers began to color their shields and decorate them with patterns that represented their family or country. As this practice became more common, a set of rules for these patterns developed. The codes for heraldry are very strict. Each coat of arms must be completely unique, different from every other. Many of the colors used in heraldry, called tinctures, are still described in the original Norman French. Blue is called azure, red is gules, green is vert, and purple is purpure. Metal colors are also used. Silver is called argent, and gold is called or. One of the most important rules of heraldry is that metal colors cannot be used with other metals, and tincture colors cannot be used with other tinctures. The blazon, or description of a coat of arms, must be exact, so that any herald reading it could recreate the shield. The blazon's first word describes the shield's field or background, and the second word tells the pattern, and the rest describes the details.
So it's almost like a compression scheme kind of for a flag.
Yeah, the main patterns, called ordinaries, are described in specific terms. A chevron is an upside down V, a chief is a wide bar across the top of the shield, a bend is a stripe going from the top left corner to the bottom right, and a pale is a stripe going down the middle of the shield. As time went on, families passed down their coats of arms from generation to generation. Sometimes when a great victory was won, or two families joined together, the family crest was changed to show it. Every true coat of arms follows each of the rules and codes of heraldry. So let's go back and see if any other clues came up, because we have
that's
what
interesting. Now, so if what I'm hearing is correct, you could take the Maryland flag, which is, as far as I know, the only U.S. flag based on heraldry, and you could just break it down into a series of words that would describe the flag, and someone else could make a duplicate of it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
I'm going back to see if there's any clues that we miss, any other clues to get elsewhere. But I think
Nate is telling us I'm not going to remember all this. Nor am I, so don't feel bad.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go back to Kenilworth, the main site where the Queen is, and we'll solve it there. We'll solve right in front of the Queen.
Solve it right in front of the Queen. Just in your face, Queen. Think you solved stuff. You solved nothing, Queen.
So we know that if you can't mix metal and metal, whoever has the gold and silver shield is our fake knight.
Yep.
Argent, bend, or Sir Charles Armour.
Yep. Bingo. Yep, silver and gold. Okay, so Sir Armour, ironically, is the guy.
Wasn't there another case in the first case book where we had to find a blacksmith who made a shield, and the other blacksmith had a name that suggested he made weapons?
Yeah, it was the same guy. It was Armor and I don't know, Shotgun or whatever the guy's name.
Display a true coat of arms.
Mm-hmm. So he failed that one. Won the jousting match. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So and it was silver and gold shield. His opponent. Yep. There you go. Blah blah blah. None of this matters. games with blah codes of heraldry are very strict. Do we want the one about the codes of heraldry being
No,
very
metal
strict?
cannot be used without metal. Cannot be used with metal.
Yep. All right. And it's Charles Armour.
That's it. Charles Armour is playing the Black Prince at the fair this year. He was trying to trick his way into getting the Queen's crown. Queen Ardelis told us that each year, one of the fair members is elected to play the Black Prince, the Queen's arch rival. Each year, the Black Prince tries to trick the Queen into giving him the order of the fair by breaking the rules. If he succeeds, he gets to keep her crown. The rules of the Order of the Fair say that a knight or dame must do 3 things to fairly qualify for the honor: display a true coat of arms, solve Merlin's enigma, and unhorse another knight or dame in honest combat. The Black Prince
Me.
The Black Prince could have been any of the knights we met, even the Dame Louis, so we had to find out if any of the 4 petitioners had cheated at the requirements. All of the knights managed to solve Merlin's enigma, and after we found out what the heraldic terms for their shields meant, we realized that all of them had unhorsed another knight or dame too. But we found out that heraldry has rules and regulations. One of them is that a shield cannot contain 2 metal colors. And that's how the Black Prince slyly chose to cheat. He presented a coat of arms all right, but a fake one that broke the rules of heraldry. His crest was Argent Bend or a silver field with a gold bar across it. Since the rules of heraldry forbid metal colors with metal colors, the coat of arms was illegal. Charles Armour could have gotten the Queen's crown if he hadn't figured it out.
You saved the Ren Fair. And the wrap up. Kenilworth Fairgoers saved Queen's crown. The annual search for the Black Prince was on once again at Warwickshire's medieval fair. This year, Queen Ardelis was aided in exposing her rival by young fairgoers Uncle Evie and Jennifer.
Hey,
Eagle
look,
of
they're
EY
friends again.
Investigations.
Those 2 knights are friends again.
Oh, of course they are. Yeah. After their argument. The United States. Uncle spotted this year's Black Prince presented a coat of arms that violated the rules of heraldry. For their cleverness, Uncle and Jennifer were allowed the honor of leading the festival parade themselves. We didn't give them any.
All right, you want to do one more and then go into the last break?
Where we at? How many we got left? Is
3.
it still... We got 3 left. Okay, yeah, we'll do one more and then do the last 2.
All right, Case of the Sightseeing Spy.
One more and then a break and then the last 2.
Yeah, Case of the Sightseeing Spy.
Da 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 da. Excuse me. No C's around.
What? Uncle Basil, you're mumbling. Can you speak up, please?
They're on the fires around.
What is going on? I still can't understand you.
Wait one moment. Yeah.
Uncle Basil, this is silly. Writing notes instead of talking? It says, are you sure there are no spies around? Spies? There are no spies in here, Uncle Basil, just us.
Well, that's a relief. When spies are around, you always have to watch what you say. They might be anywhere. They might be anyone, and I can't let them know you're on their trail. You see, Aunt Miranda called. She's at pot, and she says she needs help uncovering a spy. Like in my book, Agent Holliday's Missing. Halliday? Agent Halliday's missing. Whatever his name was. He's gone. The enemy spy, you see, is a flower girl in Covent Garden, and...
We better hear that story some other time, Uncle Basil. If Aunt Miranda needs help, we'll get over there right away.
Oh, yes, quite. Oh, Dred, we've missed tea time. Oh, well. I'll just have a buttered scone, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You know, I know a little bit about spies from some of the shows I've seen. Spies are people who pretend to be someone else so they can secretly find out stuff. Governments use spies to gather information about other countries. Spies need quick wits and lots of courage, and they need to be good actors to avoid being caught.
And scotch.
Spy stories are very popular themes for fictional books and movies. The most famous spy in the world is British, James Bond. In the James Bond stories, he often has to go somewhere and pretend to be someone else, a scientist maybe, or a professor. But every time he does something that's not what a scientist or a professor really would do, he risks being caught.
Like being Sean Connery. He would risk being caught.
Well, here we are in the House of Commons. When Parliament's in session, the members of the House sit in these benches. Above us is the Strangers' Gallery. Strangers in this case meaning visitors, although some of them are pretty bloody strange if you know what I'm saying. Now you walk with me over here. I'll point out the Speaker's chair.
Oh, hey, Salix. You missed part of one thing, but we're doing a different one, and yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, welcome back.
How I allow your Aunt Miranda to talk me into this shenanigans, I do not know. Now it's spies and cloak and dagger silliness right here in the House of Commons.
Wow,
House
what's the
Commons is
full
for
story?
serious things like fistfights.
What's the full story, Mr. Sneed?
Those three people standing near Aunt Miranda have all just arrived from other countries. They're here for a conference on the environment, but Miranda's learned that one of them is the spy. They're
Yeah, I was gonna do an immigrant, but I can't get my words to come out.
The people invited to the conference all work to save some natural resource in their countries, but one of those people is not invited and has pretended to be someone who was. You gotta suss him out. Whichever one it is doesn't actually live in the country he or she claims to have come from. We learned that the spy actually came into Britain from somewhere else, through France. French people. Your Aunt Miranda and I hoped one of them would say something that would give him or her away, but I think they've sussed out that she's a reporter. She wanted me to ask you, will you follow these suspects around? Maybe one of them will say or do something to prove he or she isn't who they say they are. And then we can stop that person from disrupting the conference. Or worse yet, feeding us their food. In the meantime, I'll gather some relevant material at the British Library. Meet me there later. Now I must go. If we spend too much time together, the spy may get suspicious. French people.
Says Salix.
Hello, children. Are you here on a tour of Parliament? If you have any questions, you should talk to the white-haired man over there. He's able to talk about things much more than I am, if you catch my meaning.
Did you get that? Aunt Miranda's pretending she doesn't know us. Let's play along. Thanks, lady. Sorry to bother you. Yes, we're touring Parliament right now, but perhaps later we'll go to Bond Street.
Aha, yes, that's right near St. James Street. You're most definitely on the right track. Good for you. Goodbye. Don't forget to stop at the gift shop on your way out.
Did he catch all that? Together we said James Bond, and she said we were definitely on the right track. She obviously can't talk to us. The spy must be in this room. We need to talk to the white-haired man. He's our contact. We already did that, so now we talk over here to these people.
Mr. Figueroa. Oh, are these the potential spies?
Yeah.
Figueroa? It's gotta be Figueroa. Is he Spanish?
Spanish or Portuguese, I'm guessing. Maybe Italian.
It could be Italian. As I was saying, I'm gonna do him as Italian. As I was saying to our colleague here, excuse me, sir, I've forgotten your name. Hey. From Iceland, I have no idea.
I'm guessing he's Scandinavian based on the name.
Yeah, other than Bjork sounds like. And I'm not gonna try and do this like Bjork. I'm trying to see what that would sound like in my head. Can't. Quite all right. I'm Mr. Erickson from Iceland, and I've just had the pleasure of meeting this young lady here. Ms. Beamish. Oh, it's funny. I was talking about Willie Beamish, another game earlier. Now we have a Ms. Beamish from Belize. Do you know what that is, Mr.
Belize, I think, is South America.
And then we have Mr. Mr. Figueira. I am a Portuguese citizen. Okay, he's Portuguese. I have no idea what Portuguese sounds like, so I'm sticking with Italian. Italian citizen from the Azores Islands. Yes, Miss Beamish, I know where Belize is. It's in Central America, is it not? Next to Mexico and Guatemala. Hey.
Well, friends, the conference starts tomorrow. Do any of you plan to go sightseeing today? I could go for some pizza. I'm about to leave for Oxford. Yes, sightseeing sounds like fun. I thought I would journey to see the ruins at Tintagel. And I simply must see Stonehenge. Good to meet both of you. See you tomorrow. Salix has replied, Porch of Geese.
Okay.
Porch of Geese sounds like a 90s, folk emo band or something.
Well, we have our choice. Who should we follow first? Mr. Figuera to Oxford, Mrs. Beamish to Stonehenge, or Mr. Erickson to Tintagel? When we've seen all three, we can head back to see Mr. Sneed.
I don't know.
Good idea. Let's find out why Mr. Figuera is going to this famous university.
Yeah, pick one. Surprise me. That's another thing about this game. If you haven't played it or seen it or whatever, it kind of doesn't matter which thing you do first.
Here's Mr. Figuera. I wonder why he's waiting in this empty classroom. He looks pretty bored.
Well, if you've come for this lecture, you're about an hour early, just like me. The pizza place had terrible pizzas, so I left. I flew in today from the Azores and I forgot to reset my watch. Hey, the actual time here in Britain is about an hour earlier than what my watch says, so I'm stuck here waiting.
Pardon me, mister, but where are the Azores?
They are islands west of here and also south. They are about the midway between Europe and North America, which has made them important. Ships and planes often stop to refuel at the Azores. And we feed them lots of calzone. It's a wonderful place. I love sailing ships. I must also try to see that beautiful Windjammer Cutty Sark while I'm here. She belonged to Portugal once upon a time, and many people back in the Azores are Porch of Geese. I should introduce myself. I am Mr. Figuera, and I'm here in England conference. I'm not actually Italian, but the guy doing my voice doesn't know what I sound like. And to give a talk about the farming techniques we use in the Azores. Organic soil is very fertile.
What kind of a conference are you attending? Is it all about farming?
Actually, I cannot tell you. It's a very hush-hush thing. Sorry. They'd hang me up in the pastrami locker if I tell you this.
He's a little bit sus, but let's keep going. They're all sus until we've proven otherwise.
Okay, Ice.
I can understand why Mrs. Beamish wants to see Stonehenge. It's one of the great ancient building sites in the world.
And it was an awesome song by Spinal Tap. Stonehenge! I don't know the words to it. I am ashamed. Hey, whoa. Before you start reading, hold on. This is the same background plate. They used this already. The other guy was like rubbing on the stone with his flaccid pencil.
There's Miss Beamish. She's sightseeing at Stonehenge just as she said she would be.
Saving money on art. Yeesh.
They
Most impressive.
Each site has its standard background plate. You know that by now. We've seen all these places a bunch of times.
Yeah, but still. Anyway.
Most impressive.
She's not Italian.
The stones certainly seem to have a power to them, don't you think? The people who built them thought this place was quite special.
Yeah, and to bring those huge stones here and put them up like they did, that was a lot of work. I'm surprised that people could do all this without trucks and tractors and stuff.
It is impressive. You might say it took a lot of stones. I make a joke. Well, you should my part of the world. You could see tall pyramids and lost cities that measure 50 square miles in area. All of them built over 1,000 years ago.
That would be so cool. Where do you live?
Mars. I live on the surface of Mars. My name is Celine Beamish, and I'm from Belize. It's a small country in Central America on the Yucatan Peninsula, next to Mexico and Guatemala. And the Mayan ruins in that area are quite impressive. The Mayans built a great civilization beginning about 1000 BC, but by the year 900 AD it had collapsed so completely that huge cities were completely lost and forgotten in the jungle. We wonder now if the Mayan civilization failed because it cut down too many trees.
I actually had heard something like that. That's interesting.
You know, the Mayan people have a saying, whoever cuts the trees as he pleases cuts short his own life. In their language, tree sap and blood are the same word.
Your English is very good, Miss Beamish. In fact, you sound more English than we do.
Well, my English should be good. After all, that's the official language of Belize.
That might
And
be a clue. That
the
might be a clue.
official holiday song is Belize Navidad.
Yeah. That might be a clue, the official language thing. I know that King Arthur probably never lived at Tintagel, but every time we head out there I think about him just the same. I wonder if Mr. Erickson knows about the Arthurian legends.
Or how to make cell phones. I bet he knows one of those things.
I bet he learned how to use a cell phone, maybe not make them. There's Mr. Erickson. He is supposedly from Iceland. I wonder if he's the spy.
It's a beautiful old ruin. You know, Tintagel helped inspire the fabulous legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table because Geoffrey of Monmouth used Tintagel as his setting when he wrote down those legends in about 1136 AD. My name is Mr. My name is not. My name is Mr. Erickson, by the way. I've just arrived from Iceland. I certainly enjoy the sunny warm weather here in Britain.
I guess you would, coming from Iceland. You seem to know a lot about old stories and legends.
Yes, storytelling is a tradition where I come from. Has been for over 1,000 years. They say many of the Old Norse legends would have been lost except for Icelandic storytellers who kept the stories alive over the centuries.
Iceland sounds like a pretty cold and bleak place, Mr. Erickson. Is it really that way? What's it like in Iceland?
Actually, no, Iceland is green and Greenland is icy, which makes no sense to me. It's not so bad. About 1/10 of the island is glaciers, but there are places of incredible beauty. And for heat, we don't burn wood, we use volcanoes. Thermal energy keeps about 80% of our homes and businesses warm all year round.
What brings you to England, Mr. Erickson?
Well, you guys are certainly nosy, aren't you? Fish. You see, Iceland depends on fishing, so it's important that we learn to plan how many we catch, or play it. Either way is fine. If people take too many fish from the ocean, we may get rich today, but we will be poor tomorrow when there aren't any fish left at all.
That's really interesting, but hey, is the time on your watch correct? If so, we need to hustle to catch our train.
You mean, is my watch set on England time or on Iceland time? It doesn't really matter, you see. They're both the same, so you'd better hurry. Goodbye. I have no idea what Icelandic people sound like. Except Bjork. I think that's the only... wait, it wasn't, Lazy Town, weren't they from Iceland? Or was it Finland? It's something land. I don't know. Rest in peace, Robbie Rodden.
I hope Mr. Sneed has pulled together some information for us. And look, Uncle Basil's here too.
But our three suspects say they're from Iceland, the Azores, and Belize, respectively. So I prepared little packets of information about each of those countries.
Gee, Mr. Sneed, you're...
Oh, and yes, I am. No, don't thank me. And don't bother me with any tales of your sneaking around and playing spy. Information shouldn't be secret. It should be open and available on all. Information wants to be free. Vive la revolution! That's what libraries are for. Now, good day.
Good day, Mr. Sneed.
Salix Googled it, and it is Iceland at Lazy Town. That's what I thought.
Sheesh, he really likes to act crabby sometimes, but he always manages to find out just the right piece of information for us. You can tell he really gets a kick out of helping out our investigations.
I said rest in peace, Robbie Rotten earlier. I think the name was Robbie Rotten, the character name, the actor's name, but yeah, he passed away from some form of cancer towards the end of the show, I believe. Sucked. He seemed like a really nice guy. He played an absolute jerk on the show, but he seemed like... Oh, it's me, sorry. Well, did you find out anything? Is one of them dressed in a big trench coat? That's what spies wear, you know. And sunglasses. And a hat.
Chill out, Uncle Basil. The only one wearing a big coat like that is me.
Exactly, Jennifer. And aren't you going around spying on the spy? See, you proved my point. Anyway, did you find anything out?
Gee, I don't know for sure, Uncle Baz. They all sound pretty convincing. We need to check some facts on Mayan ruins and Icelandic storytellers and the Azores Islands. And we need to understand time zones and how they work.
Oh, well, good luck with that. They're damned confusing. Well, I can't help you there. I guess he was agreeing with me. Can't never keep him straight myself. All I really know is that all the British Isles are on the same time. Greenwich Mean Time. GMT. Salix says based open source mentality and information should damn straight. Say, if you want to answer questions about time zones, you'll need to head down the Thames to Greenwich. That's two funny pronounced words right next to each other. You need to head down the Thames to Greenwich. That's where the tall ship Sock is moored.
Good idea, Uncle Basil. We'll check it out. But before we check it out, we have 3 books to read.
Oh boy.
Belize is a small country on the east side of Central America, next to the Caribbean Sea. It is on the Yucatan Peninsula and is the site of many great Mayan ruins. The Mayans built a great civilization, including huge cities populated by millions of people, but the civilization collapsed abruptly around 900 AD. We're just beginning to learn why. A former British colony, Belize gained its independence in 1981. Although the official language is English, many of the Belize people speak Spanish, Creole, or one of several native languages.
They speak Creole? That's a trip.
Iceland is an island country northeast of the British Isles near Greenland. It is considered to be part of Europe. Iceland is Europe's most volcanically active land, with over 20 active volcanoes. Resourcefully, Icelanders use this geothermal energy. Hot springs supply about 80% of their home heating energy. It is also a land of ice. Glaciers cover about 10% of Iceland's surface. The biggest glacier in Europe is Iceland. Icelandic, the official language of Iceland, is very similar to the Old Norse language. Icelanders have an ancient storytelling tradition which has preserved several Old Norse sagas down through the centuries. Even today, sagas and eddas, old stories and legends, are commonly recited aloud on radio in Iceland.
Salix says, that reminds me, I saw a coat like the one she's wearing that went down to the ankles. Looked like a New York Flasher outfit. Yes, it does.
The Azores Islands.
It was at a Ross somewhere. Sorry, Marshall. Actually, Trump considers Greenland as part of America.
Yeah. The Azores Islands are thought to have been discovered by the Portuguese around the year 1427. They are still part of Portugal. Volcanic in origin, the Azores are famous for fertile soils and excellent vineyards, orchards, and gardens. During the days of sailing ships, they were a welcome sight to many a seaweary sailor. Christopher Columbus left from the Azores on his voyage to the Americas in 1492. So we have one more place to visit.
I understand he's going to rename it Island of America. Like Gulf of America. Oh my goodness.
Here's a tour guide for the Cutty Sark. Maybe he can answer our questions about the fabulous old ship and about time zones too.
I want to ask him questions about the Scotch. Let's see, this is Robin. I don't know what he's supposed to sound like. I'm trying to think of somebody I can do. Whatever. Yes, miss, the Cutty Sark. Breadth 36 feet, depth 21 feet, length 212 feet, 6 inches. Built in 1869 for Captain John Willis. In her day, she could outrun even the best steamship, and looked 1,000 times more majestic. Steamships eventually forced her out of business, and she fell on hard times. But in 1922, she made her way back to Falmouth, where a retired master mariner named Captain Wilfred Bowman saw her. He and Miss Dowman set their minds to preserving her as the pinnacle of the shipbuilding art she is. Nowadays, the Cutty Sark doesn't leave this dock, but ships of all nations cruise by and salute. And I'm being told Canada is now known as North Washington.
In addition to many exhibits about sailing in the sea, the National Maritime Museum holds the Old Royal Observatory, which explains many facts about the history and importance of timekeeping. Greenwich is the reference point for the standard time used throughout the world. As you go around the world, each new time zone either adds another hour or subtracts another hour from Greenwich Mean Time. There's a map here that shows what time it is right now in various parts of the world. Let's look up Iceland and the Azores in France.
Okay, before you go on to that, I just wanted to drop a little trivia knowledge on the Brett Evie thing here. So we're looking at a ship that's no longer, but it's been decommissioned or what have you, and it's basically set up in a port as a tourist attraction. Evie, does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's where I met this guy. He and his brother were
Not at
hosting.
this ship. We met at one in
No,
Baltimore. Same kind of
right, right,
thing,
right.
though.
No, you're right, right, right. I was getting to that. You and your brother were hosting a tour of the historic ships of Baltimore in the inner harbor down there, and I just happened to go with them on or go on the tour and met him and got to know him, and been like 10 years ago now. So funny how things work. That's all I was gonna say.
The map shows that the Azores are one time zone west of England. France is one time zone east. Although Iceland is west of England, the people there set their clocks the same as England. If a country is one time zone east of you, then the clock from there will read 1 hour later than yours. If a country is one time zone west of you, a clock from there will read 1 hour earlier. According to this time zone map, a clock from the Azores would read 1 hour earlier than ours. If we went by it and tried to get a 2 o'clock movie, we would actually arrive an hour late. But if we were using a clock from France, it would be exactly the opposite. You would get to your movie an hour early, and we have our guide. This is how I figure it. I imagine the sun rising in the east. For the people in the time zone east of me, the sun has already risen. Those people have already begun their day. It's later in the day for them. But for people west of me, the sun hasn't even risen yet. It's earlier in the day for them. So if someone comes to England from one time zone east and forgets to reset their watch, they'll be early for everything. If they come from one time zone west, they'd be late. And we have our guy with that. It's the Portuguese guy.
Yep, very nice. There's discussion in the chat real quick about Wario. Actually, just to go back just a bit, Salix asked Nate, "How is it living in America?" Nate does not live in America, um, and Nate replied, "You'll get punched if you joke about that up here." Now, Canadians are unfailingly polite, but on my last visit there were Canadian flags everywhere. They are not happy with the way things are going right now, and it wouldn't surprise me. They would punch you and then say sorry. Um, and Salix, I cannot say that name right. Salix said, "By whom, Wario?" And Natathon says, "Yes, and also Captain Canuck, and I have the entire original run of Captain Canuck."
Okay.
Given me by a friend back in college. All right, go ahead.
One of them is a spy who did not come from their own country but snuck in through France. I think that's a clue because
Yep.
we're. Mr. Figuera showed up an hour early for a talk. He forgot to set his watch when he flew in. His watch is 1 hour ahead.
Nate says I'm the true Canadian, not him. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of wish I was a true Canadian. So we'll just leave that sit there. We'll talk more on my stream. I am streaming again later, by the way. I wanna bounce back to what was that thing? Adventure of Samsara. That's it. Oh, and I'm gonna send you a link, Nate, for the.
France is located one time zone east.
The Wario Lego set. I don't know if you've seen that yet, but Evie was the one that told me about it actually today.
All right.
Come on.
Snuck in through France.
If my phone will cooperate. I'll let you solve this one. I'm having problems here. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you already have it. Okay, well there you go. Problem solved. Ixnay then on the link. I thought you said that it just come out.
Okay. It's not taking the obvious clues.
Is it a different set that just now came out? Have they done Wario before?
No, there's only one Wario set, but
It's been out for a while then.
it's doing the same thing the other mystery is doing, where it's not taking the obvious clues.
Ah, I have our answer if we need it. I have a cheat site handy. The last case that we did, just a quick note to people watching here. The last case we did had one really crappy clue that we would never have gotten it. It didn't make any sense. Still doesn't make any sense. All right, I have the answers if you need.
All right, give me the clues because I just went through this 3 times picking the obvious ones.
Yeah, okay. All right, here they are. The 3 suspects are Mr. Figueroa, Mr.
All right,
Erickson,
next.
and Miss Beamish. Okay, next. Mr. Figueroa showed up an hour early for a talk.
Go on.
And next one is the Azores are located 1 time zone west of the British Isles. That one, yep. And finally, if a country is 1 time zone east of you, then a clock from there. Yeah, that one. There you go. Yeah, that was just stuff about time zones. That was it.
You got it. Mr. Figueroa is our ecological intruder. The man pretending to be Mr. Figueroa was a good spy. He told us many true things about Portugal and the Azores Islands, but his watch revealed that he was the liar. When we met him, he had showed up an hour early for his talk because he forgot to reset his watch. He had come from the Azores, he said, which is 1 time zone away from England. That's true, but it's 1 time zone west of England, which means you subtract an hour to find out the time there. He was an hour early because his watch added an hour. Therefore, he hadn't come from the Azores, as he had said. He came from someplace east of Britain, like France or Italy, as the case may be.
Yep.
And one thing we knew about the spy was that he had come into the country via France, probably by route of Italy before passing into France.
Yeah, he spent some time there.
1 time east of England, like the place Mr. Figueroa must have really come from, Italy.
This is true. Nate says it would be a crime if I didn't have a Wario Lego set, and I believe you're speaking correctly, sir. Because I immediately thought of you when I saw it. I was like, I wonder if he knows about this. Ego disruption plot foiled. An attempt to disrupt a conference on the environment was stymied yesterday when alert detectives Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle unmasked a spy. The man, actually named Simon Greaves, was posing as Mr. Figueroa, a well-known pioneer in farming techniques. Mr. Figueroa had fallen ill at the last moment and couldn't attend. The 2 American detectives were apparently alerted to the deception by a misstatement made by Greaves about time. His watch should have been off all right, Jennifer said, but it was off the wrong way. Officials at the conference were relieved that the 2 detectives uncovered the imposter. Thanks to the Eagle Eye Detective Agency, said attendee Ms. Beam, the conference can go on as planned. Thus endeth the spy story.
And now we got to take a quick little break, and then we'll be back for the last 2 mysteries. And then we will be done with it.
2 more after this. 2 more after this, and then it's over.
And in the last mystery, we finally unmasked McCavity, the big mystery that's been bugging us for a few months now.
We will have been doing this on and off for like months. So yeah, it's good to complete this because I just wanted to get it off my plate.
And I'll pull us back to set dressing real quick, and while we take a quick break.
All right, yeah, probably about. I'm thinking like, what do you think, Eve? 5 minutes?
About. I really need to stretch. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take some medication. See if that helps.
But you think like 5? You think like 5 minutes on the break?
Yeah. I'll probably be lying in bed while watching the service. Honestly.
Like exactly 5 minutes, just to give you some idea. So.
5 minutes ish, I think, is what we're gonna say.
Okay. All right. No, that sounds perfect. All right. So yeah, we're gonna bounce for very briefly. Salix, one last joke before we go. He downloaded more time to his watch. Meh. All right.
I'm back from my break. We're just waiting for Brett, and then we'll get on with the last two mysteries. We're just about done with the game at this point once we solve these last two, and we're finally going to unmask McCavity. Um, yeah, so we're just waiting for Brett. We've been streaming for 4 and 3/4 hours, but that includes the technical difficulties at the beginning and also the breaks. So I think we're making good time here. I predicted we would need about 6 hours, and that's about where we're going to fall once we get through these last two. Let's see. I'm not sure where. Um, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna raid out at the end or not. It depends on if anyone's on. I'm not. I have things to do after stream, so I may skip the raid. We'll see how I feel. So yeah, we're just waiting for Brett at this point. And then once he gets back, we'll proceed and finish the game. Hey Brett, you there?
That. There we go. Yep, he is indeed here.
I was waiting for you. Somehow I got back from break first. Anyway,
Oh, that's weird. I was given some extra time because I thought you wanted a little extra time, so that's funny.
so let's.
All right, so yeah, we're. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So yeah, my stores are acting up. So let's power through these last two, and then I can move to a more comfortable position after stream.
All right. Thank. Salix.
All right. The DOS emulator is now eating my mouse,
That sounds terrifying.
and it's doing
I
the
really
thing.
need to get a second. I really need to get a second monitor.
And we were using Jennifer. So let's go on
Yep,
with the
we're at the
last
end of
two.
it, right? All right, the final two cases. We have. Oh, in the case of the rare art raiding, we weren't in. That one is it's like it can't be finished because it hangs up every time you try to go through it. So, case of the envelope espionage is the next to last. Got my liquid death again. This game doesn't even have sound effects, does it?
Well, I have the audio turned
didn't
off in the
realize that.
browser because if it does have sound, it has those really annoying DOS sounds.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Jennifer, Uncle, stop crashing about looking for criminals and come round to Lady Edna's. Chris, and join us.
Well, Aunt Miranda, you aren't going to sit me next to some super geekoid cousin like you did last time, are you?
Jenny said I was sorry about that. And I'm sure discussing video games with Cousin Stanley, even if you did. By the here we'll be done to Marty's. Dear Uncle, drag Jenny. Kisses.
To be honest, I think solving mysteries is way more fun than any stuffy old party. But come on, we can't keep Aunt Miranda waiting. And your audio is doing the thing again. Is that just because we're coming off a break?
Yeah, it's because I had the mute. Yeah.
You just cut out again.
Say, get these right. Sister, they're being pulled away for something. Hopefully, I will be back in time. And also leaving stream open for review. Oh, thank you. Awesome.
All right.
Guys, got them today. It should cut a minute, I hope.
It resolved itself after a minute or two last time. So. Let's see. I know we want the train that goes south to Brighton, but what track number is that on? I can never remember. We need the track number for Brighton Marford Manor. It's really easy to get lost in a train station if you don't know what track your train leaves from. Let's make sure we're on the right track before we head out. Check out the train schedule.
Track number?
We need the next train to Marford. We need it's the 2:20 p.m. train to Marford. Or actually, it's 2:20 now. What's the next train? We're going to Marford.
I was gonna say there's 2:20. There's a 2:30, and then 18. What is that? 1834.
1834 is the track number. Are you
No, it's a track number. I see train. Oh wait, she's saying which platform? Hang on, let me go back. Which one was it? 2:30. Platform 4. There we go.
We'll take the 2:30 train south to Brighton from track number 4, and then we'll come back on platform 9 3/4.
Of course. I would expect no less.
What's this? Everyone looks so glum and worried. Looks like the party's a dud.
Oh no, it's the English. We have sad parties, you see. Let's see, I'll do a Sir Toby. Attempt a Patrick Stewart, but nobody expect a lot. The eagle-eyed themselves. Oh, glad come. Only hope to recover my lost secret.
Uncle and Jennifer, this is Sir Toby Uppingham. I'm afraid we had a bit of an incident while you were on your way. Someone dipped a hand into Sir Toby's jacket and peeked at a secret government message.
Why has he got a message at a party? Oh, the scandal, the outrage. You must tell me who it was. Oh, I'm in such trouble. The minister will make me travel to every rainforest in the world, and he won't even let me bring my umbrella.
Don't worry, sir. We are ace sleuths. If someone here is guilty, we'll nail her or him.
Even if that someone is your Aunt Miranda, she's our prime suspect. Supporters. This is not my best Pat Stewart day. I don't know why.
Oh, really, Toby? Do shut your fat face. Children, the facts are these. Our party today is a fundraising event for the children's christening. Each guest made a large donation to attend. The money's used to buy gifts for poor children during the holiday. Our theme was children's games, and we played games we haven't played since we were very young. After tea, we were playing musical chairs. Someone who saw Toby's chair peeked at the secret message in his coat pocket. But who did the dreadful thing?
And how did they know he had a message in his pocket to begin with? What were they actually looking for?
The other guests, suspects, are either huddled in the library or sulking out in the garden. Either I will escort you when you're ready.
Okay, let's talk to some guys.
Sir Toby, what kind of secret message is it? And how do you know someone got a look at it?
It's a secret government message. I'm quite high up in the government, you know. I'm afraid I can't divulge its content to you. I checked the seal on the message right after tea, when we all stood up to play musical chairs. It was quite all right then, but when I checked it at the end of the game, I saw the official seal had been torn wide open. I kept the message tucked away in my coat pocket. Unfortunately, I laid my coat over the back of my chair before the game started. I suppose I should have snatched it back as soon as we began switching chairs, but it just slipped my mind. Obviously, someone took advantage of the confusion to fish the letter out of my pocket while they were sitting in my chair. They read the letter's top secret contents, then stuffed it back into my coat before moving on. How did this happen? The minister will ask me. While I was playing musical chairs, I'll reply. Oh, I'll have my head for this.
Who would want to risk getting in a lot of trouble just to see a secret government message? It probably isn't anything all that interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting, I'm afraid. It's how we're going to take over the world, you see. Well, your Aunt Miranda, for one. Actually, anyone might want to look and then sell the spicy tidbit to a newspaper for bags of dosh. Perhaps enemy agents read it. Oh, the minister will make me garbage inspector for North London.
Did you say something about taking over the world? Didn't they already do that a couple 100 years ago for a while?
They did, yeah. They haven't gotten the sequel yet, though, so, I mean, you never know. The way things are now, who knows?
3 of the 6 dining room table chairs have been pulled aside. One of them has Lady Edna's shawl draped over it. Well, the table's set up really nicely. Look, there are even little name cards showing where everybody sat.
Oops, Jennifer. Since we knew you detectives were coming, we didn't touch anything after Toby discovered the broken seal on a secret government message.
Okay, let's check out the seating arrangement. At the head of the table is a card that reads Lady Edna. Of course, and her chair was one of those pulled away from the table. Going clockwise, next we have Sir Toby. His chair is still here with his coat hanging on it, and I see a paper peeking out of a pocket.
Yeah, it's just as I found it. You see, after the music stopped the third time, I happened to sit in my own chair. I naturally checked my secret message, and saw the broken seal. Gad, the minister will send me to be postmaster of an uninhabited island.
Going on clockwise, we next have Miranda. Her chair hasn't been pulled away. Then there's Ved at the foot of the table, and his chair is still there too.
You've noticed we're going boy, girl, haven't you, Uncle? All very proper. I am tripping left and right over these lines. I don't know what.
Right, so next in order is Ray. Her chair has been pulled away. And finally we have Ned, and his chair is also gone. Hi, Julia. Did you see all of what went on?
Certainly, Miss Eagle. After tea, the guests began a game of musical chairs.
Now, as musical chairs play the same way in Britain as it is in the US, people march around the table until the music stops. Then each one tries to sit in a chair, but the number of chairs is one less than the number of people.
Yes, Miss Eagle. The one person left standing's out. Then one chair's removed and then starts again. At our party, we were quite orderly and proper, of course, so everyone marched round and sat in exactly the order we started. One did jostle elbows a bit to get a seat, but no one moved out of order. I was the one playing the music. Ray Meringue took care of the chairs.
Wait, but wasn't she also one of the name cards sitting at the table?
Yep.
You never sat in any of the chairs. You are not a suspect.
Why, no, Miss Eagle. It seems only one of 5 people could have done what Sir Toby's spoken of.
And who were those 5 people?
Why, either Ved or Ray Meringue, Ned Bassett, your Aunt Miranda, or Edna herself. They really were the only ones to have the opportunity. This event has upset poor Toby. In fact, he's positively distraught. He even accused me of snooping into his soppy little secret. But as I didn't. I couldn't. I was the first one cut when we played musical chairs. I never sat in anyone's seat. If you ask me, it's that rotter Ned Bassett. He's so desperate for thrills, he'd rip open that note just because he knew he wasn't supposed to.
rotten sot. I'll show you out the garden. It's right this way. I don't know why she's cockney. I'm just going.
Well, she is the servant.
Yes, I know. Miss Eagle and Uncle, if I may be so bold, offer a bit of advice.
Why, certainly, Julia. Go right ahead.
Invest in Apple Computer. Do it now. It seems it might be possible to reconstruct how the game of musical chairs progressed, Miss Eagle. You know, who sat who sat each time in what chair, including who sat in Mr. Uppingham's chair. If one could learn who sat in what round and who dropped out and which chair was removed, then this could be plotted on a scrap of paper. Here's the miss.
Thank you, Julia. This must be Mr. Maringe's daughter, Ray.
I remember. I remember her from before.
Didn't we meet her in the countryside in one of the animal mysteries?
I think so. Was it the horse one?
It may have been.
Might have been the horse one. Anyway, yeah, we've definitely seen her before. Really, what on earth would I want with Sir Toby's moodly old secret message? It's probably some silly government study on the number of hedgehogs in Wolverhampton or some such rubbish.
From the look on Sir Toby's face, Ray, I bet it's a little more vital than that. Can you tell us what you remember about the game of musical chairs?
Well, I wanted to be helpful, so I was the one who pulled chairs away from the table so there'd always be one less chair than people still playing. Nate says, rubbish! When we all stood up to play, I pushed my chair against the wall. Then after the music stopped the first time, I found myself in Lady Edna's lap. Chair. So before the second round, I pushed it against the wall. The chair, not the lap. Whenever the music would stop and someone was out, I always pulled away the chair I'd ended up sitting in and pushed it over to the wall.
Do you remember all the people who sat in Sir Toby's chair while you were playing?
No, we were all dashing round and round the table, and the music was blaring, and everyone was really drunk. And every time it stopped, we all leapt for a seat with everyone laughing. I remember. Okay, so she was no help. Well, a little help, but... This is the library. I think your aunt is skulking about in there. Skulking. What a word, skulking. Love it.
Now, everybody, remain calm. We're just going to ask you a few questions.
Put an extra L and it's Skull King. The king of Skull Village. Thank heavens you're here, Uncle. You would just get me out of this mess. Before the game started, I saw that pompous Sir Toby check his secret message. And I guessed it was an important message, too, because of the way he had been patting his pocket all during tea. Now people think I peeked at it. Please help.
We'll try, Aunt Em. Do you have any proof that you didn't snoop into Sir Toby's secret paper?
You little snoop. You took my photo for your TARDIS gallery. You got me down as a suspect.
No offense, Aunt Miranda, but we know how hard you dig for your stories sometimes.
Oh yes, I'll chase a newspaper story from Cornwall to the Orkneys. But I'd never pinch a secret government message straight out of someone's pocket. Honest, wouldn't. Don't worry, Miranda. I'm sure the detectives believe you. Don't you, dears? Mumbled sounds of agreement. The first thing I must make very clear is that my daughter is quite innocent.
How do you know
My
that,
son,
Mr.
however,
Maringe?
is a right bastard. Well, damn. Well, I just know it, that's all. It's about all I know about that dizzying game. Who knows how many times we went round and round the table before Julia stopped the music? No one can say. All I remember is that when the music ended the second time, I dropped into the nearest chair and found out it was my own. Your Aunt Miranda tried to sit in it too, but she was too late. She was out. And Nate says, this will be my new catchphrase. From
All right.
Cornwall to the Orkneys.
Okay, we have a clue.
Orkneys.
All right, we know it's not Aunt Miranda because Aunt Miranda got eliminated second round, and second round is when the person looked at the secret message, because it was the third round where Sir Toby ended up in his own seat and discovered the seal had been broken. So it's not Aunt Miranda.
Okay, so who else do we have in here, Mister
We still have one more guy to talk to.
Ned Bassett? I can't remember what I was doing with him. He's not the American, is he?
I don't
Was he
think
the
so.
actor?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. But let me tell you the things everyone agrees happened during this insipid game and its dreary aftermath. I wanted to help the Children's Christmas Fund, but this really has been such a bore. I ran out of cocaine 5 minutes into the damn thing. The tale of the game itself is as full of excitement as a trip to the local grocery. Dear Lady Edna got eliminated on the very first round, and your Aunt Miranda went out the end of the second round. On the third go-round, Sir Old Toby plops down in his own chair. Then he bobs right up again, shrieking about some secret message or other. He looked like a giant pin. I'm going to use the, uh, oh, what was it? Who's the guy? I'm going to use the Benedict Cumberbatch pronunciation. He looked like a giant penguin crying because his egg cracked. Someone else was sitting on it. It's probably no secret message at all, just some deadly dull government memo about his new solar energy plant. He's always blathering about that station. What a crashing bore. I'm lots of fun at parties. Watching Sir Toby dance around in circles was good fun, though. Perhaps the only part of the festivities worth paying for. Dance, monkey, dance.
Did you ever sit in Sir Toby's chair, Ned?
No, I'm quite sure of that. That's one thing I do remember quite distinctly.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Okay,
we
I
know that they were in chair order when they did sit down,
Mm-hmm.
but the chair for the first two rounds, chair order was offset. By how much we don't know. We know we know that if Aunt Miranda was eliminated in the second round, it means that Lady Edna was eliminated in the first round. So we know for sure Lady Edna did not do it.
Mm-hmm. So who does that leave? Just the
That
three
leaves
eyes?
Ray, Ved, and Ned.
Did they give any information as to hang on. Let's see, report. I skipped that one. First or second round. Alright. First second round, whoever's sitting in Sir Toby's chair.
So we
Yeah.
know it was in the first
That's
or second round.
Oh yep, true, true. Yeah, she can't be a suspect. Mm-hmm. There's a she. Oh wait, go back one. There's a she never sat in any of the chairs, but I don't think she's on the suspect
She's
list to
not on the
begin with,
suspect
right?
list.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure of that. Okay. Ro found herself sitting in Lady Edna's chair. Oh, okay. So they mentioned having a piece of paper. I think they want you to um, actually like sketch out the people and all that. But that Ved Maring ended up sitting in his own chair for a second. Oh, never mind. We got so Edna was removed first. Miranda was removed second.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was when they sat down in the third round that he figured that he saw that the thing was opened.
Yeah.
See, the first round would have started with him in his own seat. Then he would have been in a different seat but he went back to his own seat at some point.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the.
Yeah, do the thing, because without actually doing the pen and paper thing, I don't think we can do this one.
Yeah, it's taking a while. Okay, so in the first clue. Okay, this is stupid. Oh my god. The first clue explains musical chairs. It's the one that says, in musical chairs, if a person sits in a certain chair, that one.
Okay.
Next is the lineup of people around the table before the game began. Or before the game started, rather. That one, yeah. And finally, when the music stopped the first time, Ray found herself sitting in Lady Edna's chair. And that's all you need.
That's all you have there?
That's all you need. Yep. Yep. I only needed 3 clues for it. And it's Ned Bassett. Oh, why'd you click her?
Because I misread the clue.
Okay. Yeah, it's Ned Bassett. So did we fail the case?
No. But can you read her, and then I'll go back and do that again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Really? How could you suggest such a thing? Don't you know I always pulled the chair I sat in away from the table? Sir Toby's chair wasn't pulled away. Therefore, I never sat in it. Huh.
All right, let's try this again.
Okay. So it's the stupid in musical chairs one.
Yeah.
And then it's the lineup of people around the table. And then it's when the music stopped the first time. And that's it. And it's Ned. Because he was so unbelievably bored.
You're right. Ned Bassett broke the seal on Sir Toby's secret message. Fortunately, he did it to poke fun at Sir Toby because he was bored, so he never actually read what the message said.
Yeah, but...
This crime forced us to reconstruct the exact circumstances of the party. A pencil and paper helped us keep it all straight. Except because we technically cheated.
I would very strongly still suspect Ned as having read the thing, because of course he's going to say, oh, I didn't read it. Well, you opened it. I mean, how do we know you didn't read it?
The first important thing to notice, the order of the note cards on the table. That told us for sure that how the people lined up around the table playing musical chairs. And it told us the order the chairs were in. In the first round, we learned from Ray that she sat in Lady Edna's chair. That meant that the person after her in the lineup, Ned, was sitting in the chair after Lady Edna's, Sir Toby's chair. In the second round, we learned from Mr. Maringe that he sat in his own chair. If you work out in order who then sat where, taking into account the chairs and the people who were out, you'd find out that once again, Ned was sitting in Sir Toby's chair. And he claimed he never sat in Sir Toby's chair. Sure. In the third round...
And now he's going to prison.
In the third round, Sir Toby sat in his own chair and discovered the broken seal on his secret message. It could only have been Ned who stole that peek. But why did he bring the secret message to the party in the first place if he knew other people were going to be there?
That's what I'm saying. That seems like a pretty bad breach right there. You know, I'm not a spy master or whatever, but just saying.
In my old company, which wasn't even a government thing, it was a non-profit, doing something like that would have gotten you disciplinary action.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see. Excuse me. Prince visits Solar Station. Prince Rogers Nelson, famous recording artist, paid a surprise visit at the Uppingham Solar Collection Station today. Because his visit was a secret, he was able to get an extensive tour and learn much about Sir Uppingham's new research into solar power. Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle were guests of honor at the tour for reasons Sir Toby Uppingham declined to state. But sources close to the prince implied that the two detectives helped Sir Toby to keep the visit top secret. I can't comment on the details, said Sir Toby, but the prince and I feel truly indebted to Uncle's deduction.
Word.
Okay.
We have one to go.
Are we ready for the final case? The final case in the entire game.
And this is where we unmask McCavity.
Yeah, I was thinking there were 2 games maybe, but
one. So the case of McCavity's mace. Did he mace somebody? And they went, "Ah, my eyes, you've maced me. I'm emaciated." uh, ring ring. Jennifer, is Uncle there? You and he simply must come down to Parliament immediately.
Yipes, Inspector, what's up?
McCavity, the scoundrel's really torn it this time. The House of Commons is completely shut down. The government's in an uproar.
Say no more, we'll be right there. So, if McCavity caused the government shutdown, that means McCavity's pranks are no longer harmless, technically.
And it also means that the English government contacts teenagers to solve their crimes if the government shuts down, which I find endlessly amusing.
So what's going on here? Where are all the ministers?
In church. Where do you think they'd be?
They're out muttering in the halls. This session of Parliament's over. McCavity's stolen the mace of the House of Commons. They can't spray anybody now.
The way you're yelling, Inspector, I guess that must be a big deal.
Yes, it's a big deal. The mace is a symbol of royal authority given to the House and packs a naughty punch. It gives them the power to make laws. Without the mace, the House cannot meet. No bills can be debated or passed. Parliament comes to a complete halt.
So have the gavel, they stop the proceedings? Oh my god. No wonder we won.
We simply must recover that mace at once. We have every officer on the job, and Lord Pomeroy specifically asked for you. You've solved several of McCavity's pranks. You probably know more about the scoundrel than anyone.
Wow. Well, we'll do our best. Maybe you'd better tell us the whole story from the beginning.
Nate's saying, "Is this real?" And I'm like, "Well, no, it's a video game." But you mean the part about the Parliament? I have no idea. It might be. I don't know.
When the House of Commons began its session, the mace was placed on the table as usual. Suddenly, a chimpanzee dashed into the room, grabbed the mace, and in a flash was out the door.
How on earth did a chimpanzee get into the House of Commons, Inspector?
Practice, practice, practice. We have no idea. Anyway, the guards pursued it through the halls, out a side door, out to the street. The chimpanzee jumped into a car waiting at the curb with both doors open. But then it flew out the other side, leapt into a tree, scrambled its way to the very top, and sat there, waving the mace at everyone. It was a spectacle. You might say it was quite the sight. It took us about an hour to climb the tree and get the ape down. And when we did, we discovered the mace it held was a fake.
A fake? How did that happen?
When the chimpanzee jumped into the car, it must have given the mace to someone sitting there, and they gave it a fake mace. By the time we realized what had happened, the car was long gone. Inside the fake mace was a note from McCavity. It's over there on the table. We sent the chimpanzee to the London Zoo for safekeeping. And that's it. No leads, no clues. Just another fiendishly clever scheme by McCavity.
So we know at the very least the chimpanzee has some training. Which means
Yes.
it's somebody who has chimpanzees as pets. Who does
Like
that sound like?
Michael Jackson?
No, I mean in the game. We've met them before, I'll tell you that much. We haven't seen them today, though. We have not seen them today, but we've met them before.
I was going to say, Michael Jackson was alive when this game came out, so.
The House of Commons met today to discuss an important law, one that gives new protections to wild plants and animals in Britain. Not everyone thinks it would be a good law, and it may not pass. For one thing, it would cost several £1 million to study our wildlife, to learn how to protect habitats, and many ministers want to spend the money in some other way.
Oh, Nate did a Google. We have a Googlage. The House of Commons can only operate lawfully when the royal mace, dating from the reign of Charles II, who's that guy again, is present at the table. 2 other maces dating from the reigns of Charles II and William III are used by the House of Lords. Wow. It is real. Holy crap.
We have 2 houses of Parliament, you know, the House of Lords and the House of Commons. You Americans copied that idea when you set up your own government. You call them the Senate and the House of Representatives, I believe. Commoners. Here in the House of Commons, we have a tradition. It's a law, actually.
To discuss or vote on laws, we absolutely must have the mace of the House of Commons present. Exactly that.
What
Verified. There
exactly
we
is
go.
a mace, Lord Pomeroy, and what does it look like?
Oh, it's this heavy thing you can beat people with. I was kidding. I was making a joke about the game I was playing, Avowed. But a mace is like a big club. Long ago, the king's men used a mace to clear a path through a crowd, so the mace became a symbol of royalty. There's a description of the mace of the House of Commons over on the table. McCavity says that if Parliament promises to pass the animal protection law, he'll return the mace. Of course, Parliament would never promise to do any such thing. Parliament was created to stop one person, the king or queen, from deciding what everyone else will do. In a democracy, we must be free to talk things over, even to argue about them, or perhaps strike each other with maces. Personally, I'm afraid this prank will backfire. The ministers may be so angry at McCavity that they vote against the bill just to teach him a lesson. And that will be bad news for the environment of Britain, as well as the people who make maces.
Like McCavity's other notes, this one spells out a message with letters cut out of newspapers and magazines. The note reads, "Protect the creatures great and small, protect our animals, one and all. Your maces fled, the royal sign lost, until you sponsor nature's cost."
In a minute, I'll take this note back to Scotland Yard for analysis. We'll let you know if we find anything. Yes, it's important that we keep in touch with you at all times, Jennifer. We've put 5 squads of detectives at your disposal, plus helicopters, airplanes, even a blimp. Here's some of the Royal Crown gem jewels. You can take those, pawn them, just find the mace. One moment, sir. I'm not sure that's wise. So far, these detectives have done just fine using their wits and instincts. I feel like helicopters and whatnot shan't improve things. Uncle and Jennifer, what do you think?
I agree with Inspector Gage. All that stuff would probably just scare McCavity away. We mean no disrespect, but we'll try to solve this our own way, if you don't mind, Lord Pomeroy.
Imperial. Even though I've already put a deposit on the helicopter, that's fine. Everything's fine. We shall respect your wishes. Now, as I was wondering, God, can I read today? Now, I was wondering, as you begin this immensely important task for the English people, what will your first step be?
I'm going to Disney World.
This is a big case, Lord Pomeroy. I think it's time to call an emergency meeting of the whole Eagle Eye Detective Agency. Come on, let's go find Jake. The mace of the House of Commons dates from around the year 1660. It is almost 5 feet long and has a crown on one end and a small knob on the other. Its silver surface is covered with decorations. The mace symbolizes the power of the Queen handed down to the House of Commons. With the mace present, everyone knows that the House is acting on her behalf for the good of the British people.
Okay. But I mean, if they don't have the mace, they can't make laws. That just seems like a bad idea.
It's superstition more than anything.
Yeah. I took it to the round of poker last night with me and my mates, and it was in my jacket pocket. I don't know. I got around it.
How can you hide a 5 feet long weapon in a jacket pocket? Is your jacket 10 feet long?
It's a big jacket. You can fit a 6-footer in it.
Yo, Jake, it's McCavity. He used a chimpanzee to steal a royal mace and shut down Parliament. We need to review everything we've learned about McCavity. Way ahead of you, Jennifer. I already have all our case files out. They're here on the floor.
Alrighty.
There's McCavity's name. It's from that book of poems about cats by T.S. Eliot. In that book, McCavity is a cat who's a master criminal. Yeah, the poem goes, whenever they reach the scene of crime, McCavity's not there. Just like the case of the trespassing toys, when McCavity tricked someone into building a little robot tiger. That's right, when that little tiger escaped, McCavity was not there. He or she was safely far away, guiding the tiger by remote control. McCavity still has that tiger robot, by the way. And in the case of the Raja's ruby, McCavity bribed some guards to steal a ruby. By the time we found it, McCavity was long gone. McCavity's not there. That exactly describes this case, too. McCavity didn't actually steal the mace, the chimpanzee did. McCavity just sat in the car.
He was in the car.
We got you, McCavity.
How about the
Damn.
case of the hieroglyphic hint? Remember that one? Yeah, McCavity wanted to publicize the predicament of some trained monkeys and find them a good home. But it wasn't just monkeys that McCavity took, right? There was also a chimpanzee. Hey, that's right. Good thinking. There was a chimpanzee. And although we found the monkeys, we never did find the chimp. Right, that always bugged me that we never got Yum Yum back. Do you remember what was so special about Yum Yum? She could talk. She knew sign language and could talk with her hands. Holy Toledo, Jennifer. The chimpanzee who took the mace is almost certainly Yum Yum. If we knew sign language, she could talk to us and tell us who McCavity is. You two better get over to the zoo right away. You're right. As soon as we finish here, we'll go. And when we do, Jake, call Inspector Gage. Tell him we're going to the zoo and we need someone who knows sign language to meet us there, okay? Gotcha. I'll tell him to send the best person in London. Of course, the culprit isn't someone named McCavity. That's just the name he uses. Or she uses. McCavity could be a man or woman, we don't know which. What we do know is that McCavity is really protective of animals. Every time he or she commits some crime, it's all about animals. And the crimes are never things that injure or hurt people. They're always done just to make a point. Yeah, remember the case of the tricky tusk? McCavity tried to disrupt an auction of ivory objects. We learned a lot about the animals that produce ivory in that adventure, and how elephants are being hunted to the edge of extinction. But what did we learn about McCavity? Nothing. We solved one of McCavity's...
Flew by. Wait, stop for a second. Something just flew by the window. Did you notice that?
Nah, that's probably nothing. It's probably just background animation.
All right. I didn't know it was foreshadowing or something. All right, go ahead.
If it was anything we could click on, there would be a box around it.
Well, no, I know, but I thought it might be like a foreshadowing thing.
No, I don't think so.
Animals,
But I'll watch the window for a moment when we get rid of the dialogue box if you want.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it too. Yeah,
Right.
Go ahead.
We solved one of McCavity's major riddles in the case of the Tiger's Trail. What did we learn about McCavity during that case? That he or she isn't a very good poet? No, silly. We learned McCavity knows a lot about London and its history. Yeah, and all its cats. Every place we went had some kind of special cat, like Casper at the Ritz or those creepy cat mummies at the British Museum. Yeah, and on our first case in London, we had to track down that statue of Bastet, the Egyptian cat goddess. After all, McCavity is a cat's name.
Okay, before you click on the next one, got a thing here from Nate. The ceremonial maces in the Canadian Senate and House of Commons embody the authority each chamber derives from the country's sovereign. It also, excuse me, I don't know what's wrong with me today. It also represents the royal authority of Charles III, the King of Canada. The current mace in the Commons is the fourth mace, a replica of the third one destroyed by fire at the center block in 1916. Canada does the same thing, and Nate also pointed out Yum Yum single-handedly ended the government. Sounds like it. Yum Yum's a good. Yum Yum's a smart.
All right, so yeah, the thing in the window is nothing.
Just a graphical thing. All right.
So I guess we're going to the zoo for the last time.
Was there other stuff there to click on?
No, I clicked on everything.
You clicked on all of it. Okay.
It was a recap of all the McCavity cases.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's this guy, Steve Irwin.
There's the chimpanzee that stole the mace. Scotland Yard never suspected that it was Yum Yum, the chimp who knows how to speak in sign language. McCavity kidnapped Yum Yum weeks ago. Months ago in our case. That was...
Yeah.
Yum Yum. Oh no, this is your line. Sorry, I did it again. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We're plowing through. So yeah, it happened.
Yum Yum, I remember reading about her. She was taught American Sign Language by some American researchers. Beautiful plumage. Eight on our language usually don't know words, about 200 at the most. So far, they seem to reach the learning level of a 3-year-old human child. But she'll answer your questions as best she can.
Why do they teach apes American Sign Language, Mr. Potter? Why don't they just teach them English?
Are you if they can't bloody talk? Because chimpanzees and gorillas can't talk. They don't have well-developed vocal cords like humans do. They can be taught to understand some human languages, but in order to talk back, they have to use sign language. Several apes have become famous for their ability to speak with their hands, or by pointing to symbols on a board or computer screen. Among these are the gorilla Coco, and the
Rest in peace, Coco, by the way.
and the chimpanzees Washoe and Kanzi.
I don't know if they're around or not.
When she was upset with someone, Coco would call them a bird because she did noisy birds. Washoe and Kanzi would ask for their favorite treats or movies by name. Other animals who seem to be able to learn language are dolphins, sea lions, even parrots.
Nate's saying, I thought Kanzi was a bonobo. I'm not sure. I don't remember. The others.
My name is Ellen Costello.
Maybe she's American. I'll just. Probably not, but we'll go with it.
My name's Ellen Costello, and I know American Sign Language. Inspector Gage asked me to be your interpreter today. I'll do the best I can.
How did you learn American Sign Language, Miss Costello? Do you know someone who's deaf?
Actually, Jennifer, I'm mostly deaf myself. I use American Sign Language to talk to my deaf friends and sometimes to talk to the people in my office.
Well, if you're deaf, Miss Costello, how can you understand what I'm saying?
Lip reading.
I can hear a little, and by watching your lips and face, I can figure out what you must be saying. That's called lip reading. Actually, you could help me understand you better, Jennifer, if you'd keep your hand away from your mouth.
Oh yeah, sorry. You know, it would be neat if the Eagle Eyes learned sign language. Then we could talk to each other silently and stuff. It would be like writing secret notes, but we could write them in the air with our hands.
Yes, and you could make a series of YouTube videos doing bad lip reading. I think they're over really well, don't you? That's right. Plus, you could talk to the many people who use sign language to communicate with others. 16 million people in America have hearing problems. Sign language is the fourth most frequently spoken language in the United States. Go ahead and ask Yum Yum a question. I'll watch her hands and tell you what her answer is. Remember, use simple words. You can call the mace the big silver stick.
Right. Okay, Yum Yum, tell us. Who stole the big silver stick? The chimpanzee points to her own chest.
It was me.
Yum Yum says she did.
Not a very clever question, was it? Let's try it this way. Yum Yum, who told you to take the big silver stick? Yum Yum makes a motion like licking a lollipop twice.
Yum Yum says, sweet, sweet. Actually, that could mean any type of candy or really anything sweet.
I have no idea who Sweet could be. Yum Yum, tell us. Was Sweet a girl or a boy? A man or a woman? The chimpanzee makes a fist and nods it up and down twice.
Yum Yum says, yes, yes. That's strange. But wait, an urgent phone call's coming in on my beeper. Inspector Gage wants you to meet him at Scotland Yard at once. He's discovered something important.
For our younger viewers, a beeper was a device that you held on your belt. It had a little clip that was kind of like a cell phone, only you couldn't reply on it. It showed numbers. People had little codes for things. All that. Good times.
All right, we're here, Inspector. What did you learn that's so important?
Ho-ho! The chaps down in the laboratory examined McCavity's note and turned up a big clue. One of the letters in the note was cut out from an official invitation to take a Royal London tour. What McCavity doesn't know was that each tour's invitations...
They missed a word.
What McCavity didn't know was that each tour's invitations were slightly different than the others. Near the big letter R in London Tour, the tour number is printed, very small. When McCavity cut out the R, he or she also cut out the number. McCavity is in tour number 12.
Or maybe McCavity got an invitation from someone in Tour 12 and cut it up. Who are the people in Tour number 12, Inspector?
I'm looking that up now. Let me see. 6 invitations to Tour 12 were sent out. 1 each to Lord and Lady Cheswick, 1 to Lady Edna Saltcoats, 1 to Mr. and Ms. Peregrine, and 1 to Mr. Grimwood, and 1 to... what's this? Mr. Basil Eagle.
Basil, out hobnobbing with McCavity? My word.
Hobnobbing with McCavity? My dear Miranda, we must wonder if perhaps Basil is McCavity.
Oh, piffle. Basil's a creative darling and a wonderful husband, but a criminal mastermind? I hardly think so. He can barely tie his own shoes, that man. Besides, he was with me all morning. He couldn't have possibly nicked that mace.
We need to interview all these suspects right away. Where are the people in Tour 12 now, Inspector?
Let me see. Well, by now they've strolled through Westminster Abbey. That means that. Oh no. Right now McCavity's in the Tower of London and headed for the crown jewels of England. You've got to get over there fast. And I'm just going to stand here and poke around on my computer screen.
Nate says,
So it's more than just it's more than just shutting down Parliament. They're going for something big.
Yeah. Nate says, the big letter R. The pirate alphabet has two letters, I and R.
Here are some of the people who were invited on the royal tour. Alice Pells is the tour leader. And here's Uncle Baz.
Why, hello, Uncle and Jennifer. Decided to join our tour, did you? I didn't know you received an invitation.
Actually, Uncle Baz, we didn't, so we can only stay a few minutes. Can we see the invitation you got? At the top of Uncle Basil's paper are the words London Tour. Underneath the R is a super tiny number 12.
So far, the tour's been deadly dull. Lord and Lady Cheswick are witty, of course, and so is dear Lady Edna. But Mr. and Miss Green do nothing but hiss sweet nothings at each other. It makes me sick. And Mr. Grimwood never says a word. He's so odd. Uncle, Jennifer, how surprising to see you. Your uncle said you were at home, and he said your Aunt Miranda was out covering debate in the Commons today. You know, the one about the protection law. Do you have any idea how the debate is going? Julio and I are firmly in support of that law, you know. Together we wrote scads of letters to our minister. We even put a petition to Parliament in the bag.
Petition in the bag? What's that all about?
Excuse me. My throat's killing me today. Oh, it's how Parliament started. Long ago, the people would write out petitions to the king or queen asking for new laws or whatever. You know, now that Parliament makes laws, we petition them instead. You put petitions in a big green felt bag that hangs behind the Speaker's chair in the House of Commons. You have to write it out by hand, and it must be polite. One famous petition had over 3 million signatures on it, and another one was 8 miles long. Those people signed really big.
Wow, you sure know a lot about the House of Commons, Lady Edna.
Well, I should. Julio and I go there often. Everyone should know how laws are made, and one should do everything one can to make sure that good laws get.
We need to run, Lady Edna, but I was wondering, could we check the schedule on your invitation?
Yes, I mean, no. Julio has it. Julio? I've been saying Julio the whole time. Julia. Oh my god. Julia has it. Julia? Now where has she gone? She was right here a moment ago and also was named Julio for some reason. Seems to have disappeared and or changed identities again. Makes a good point. Not even measuring that one petition in kilometers. Is this really even London? Well, Jennifer and Uncle, it is a pleasant day for a stroll, isn't it? I so enjoy a good tour. Have you seen the Tower Ravens? Or the Bar Ravens? Or any ravens at all, actually? My, they have an easy life, don't they?
Easy if you don't mind having your winked, that is. To my eyes, those ravens are prisoners of the tower, just as Walter Raleigh was.
Oh, don't grouse so, my sweet. You'll frighten the children. Are you two here for the tour, or are you on a case? We so enjoy reading Miranda's delightful accounts of your escapade.
We are kind of busy right now, Lady Cheswick. Maybe we could catch up to you later. Where are you touring next?
Well, here's our invitation. You can see it for yourself what's next. But do give it back, please. It's our only one.
Lady Cheswick's invitation is on an official paper. By the letter R is a tiny number 12. Wait a minute. she said it's their only one, but didn't the inspector say that
Each
each of them
person had their own
got a
invitation.
copy?
Yep. So it's Julia then. It's
Not necessarily,
Julia.
because Edna only got the one invitation, but the Cheswicks got one each, and Lady Cheswick just said it's their only one.
Ah, okay. Interesting. Oh, we've got all kinds of activity over here. Luna has shown up. Sup, Luna? And is saying, "Oi, Brett!" And Pirate's showing up and says, "Luna!" And goes, "Wavy!" And Luna goes, "Pirate!" And Luna goes, "Wavy!" And
Okay.
Luna goes, "It's on early today." And Pirate goes, "Wavy!" And there was a screaming person in there as well.
It's
So,
it's 7:15, so we really do need to push through this last one.
oh, it did the thing! It did the thing! Did it work? Did it make this?
What did what
I think it may have
thing?
just made none. There's a thing I installed on my OBS that.
You talking about the bot thing you were trying to get working before?
Yeah, it did both. Awesome, thank you, Pirate. The lag, yeah, it gets pretty choppy when Wario pops out. Yeah, I turned it down actually. I figured out how to change
Ah.
the volume, and I turned it back down, and it didn't accept the value, so I gotta go fix
The
that. Anyways,
This is you.
you can. Oh, it's me. Crap. I'm sorry. I was like, why isn't he reading
Yeah.
that?
And
Let me see. I think it says that.
we are kind of in a little time crunch now.
Yeah, no, we'll be fine. Let me see. I think it says we were going to Parliament, but the tour guide said that was out. We're off to Buck Palace next instead. Well, Sarah, my sugar plum, did you want to see the crown jewels before we leave the tower? Oh, I think not. I'm much that little bauble you gave me for my birthday, sweetheart.
So they're talking a
Or
lot
was
of
it?
sweets.
True. Yeah.
Remember what the chimpanzee said? Lollipop, sweet, sweet.
Sweet, sweet. Yep.
That's a clue.
Dr. Pels. Perhaps we've spent too much time reciting the names of people who were imprisoned or executed here. The tower has a gruesome history, it's true, but it also represents almost 1,000 years of law and order for the people of London. There, finished my lecture. Now, what was it that you wanted? I don't have 5 quid.
What's this tour all about, Dr. Pels? And who do you have along on the tour?
Oh, from time to time, we offer tours that reacquaint the people of London with the fine history and art that we have available in our city. Today I'm showing the Cheswicks, the Peregrines, Mr. Eagle, Lady Saltcoats, Over the River and Through the Woods, and Grandma, and Mr. Grimwood here, just a few sights of historical London. We have permission to go behind the scenes to some of the places visitors often aren't allowed to see. We began at Westminster Abbey. We were going to tour Parliament next, but now I understand the building's closed for some reason, so we may tour Buckingham Palace instead. Some of the people on my tour have gone ahead to gape at the crown jewels. They do fascinate some people.
This way leads to the jewel room. You know, the crown jewels are really heavily guarded. I doubt that even McCavity would dare to try to steal them. They're in a vault buried deep underground beneath an old building within the tower walls. Here are the other people from Tour 12, and the crown jewels all seem to be safe, thank goodness.
I realized why that was so loud earlier. It's because I had to bump up the volume quite a bit because Evie's mic is really weak, and it comes through on the same channel on my mixer board, so everything coming through here has to be turned down to compensate for that.
So you're absolutely sure no one can steal the crown jewels? No. Yes. I can't imagine any way for robbers to get down in this room and then back out again. The door to the vault's immensely thick, and the towers that surround us are very high. And the Royal Guardsmen are on guard around the clock.
Well, what if some brigands developed a mechanical badger with diamond-hard claws and teeth? It could tunnel in, poke some priceless gems into its pouch, and tunnel back out again. Think about that.
We have, sir. The walls are solid steel, too tough even for diamond teeth. And besides, sir, Badgers don't have pouches.
Yeah, but it's a mechanical badger. Who says he can't put one on when you build it?
That's true. Design modification. I'm aware of that, Sergeant. As the foremost authority on training animals for the military, I know by heart the carrying capacities of every badger, hedgehog, raccoon, sea lion, monkey, and ape on this planet. Jerk.
Excuse me, sir. We were wondering what time the tour was supposed to leave. Could we see your invitation?
No, don't have my invitation. Memorized it and destroyed it. Right away. Right way to deal with any secret document. We leave at 13:10 sharp, and please be punctual. Oops. I made a small miscalculation. We leave at 13, well, in a few minutes anyway. And actually, I gave my invitation to Miss Serena when I met her at the beginning of the tour. He's so lying. She's over, blast, where is she? Good heavens, she must still be at Westminster Abbey, our first stop on the tour.
Look, Sweeney, it's those young detectives. We've seen their pictures on the telly. Yanks, aren't they? Oh, they don't look as tall as they did on the tube.
Not so tan either. I thought all Yanks were tan. The bloomin' sun shines all the time over there, you know. What brings you two to see the crown jewels?
Well, we wanted to.
See them, of course, who wouldn't? Millions and millions of pounds lying there just out of reach. To think about holding one of those huge diamonds, well, it makes my heart flutter. And the rest of me do other things.
Oh, Candy, please put the dramatics back into the can, will you? We need to hurry up and get this tour over with so we can get back to business. Come now, let's go.
What's next on the tour, do you know? Does it say on your invitation? We seem to have lost ours.
I have it here somewhere.
Buttercup, do come along. How many times must I ask?
Oh dear, sorry, Jennifer. Must fly. Charming to have met you. Goodbye.
Rats, I saw something that looked like an invitation, but I couldn't tell for sure. We'll have to try to get a look at it later.
So now we're heading over to Westminster Abbey.
Yeah,
Who's supposed to be there? It's the one guy's wife or whatever.
I guess. That's Miss Serena. I think she's holding one of the tour invitations.
But when they got the chimpanzee down, they discovered the mace he held was a dummy. The real mace had been left in the car, which was long gone. And a note in the mace demanded that Parliament promise to pass the animal protection law. Can you believe that? Chemo cavity?
Good heavens, what will Parliament do?
Not make any laws, that's what they'll do. No one knows. Now, many supporters of the law are saying they cannot give in to this outrage. The law may be doomed, all because of this foolish prank.
That really surprises me. I thought it would be so desperate to get its mace back, they'd promise to do anything. After all, might have passed anyway.
Are you taking the tour, Miss Serena? That looks like a tour invitation there in your hand.
Yes, Grimwood gave me his. I guess I've fallen behind, haven't I? Oh well, I don't find Mr. Grimwood to be such pleasant company. He keeps looking at his watch. You can see I cut the invitation down a bit so it fit in my purse. But you can still read the times and places. Oh.
On the invitation Miss Serena has, the letters spelling London Tour have all been cut off. But a little number 12 remains near where the R used to be. So this isn't the cut up one that that McCavity used. Because McCavity's number 12 was still attached to the R.
Yep.
When we've talked with all the people on Tour 12, let's go back to the zoo and talk to Yum Yum again.
So, have we been able to cut out any potentials on this?
Well, her. So that was Mr. Grimwood's invitation. So it's not him or Serena. So Inspector Gage is trying to ask Yum Yum questions.
All right, Yum Yum. One more time. Is Lady Saltcoats the name of the person who told you to steal the mace? I mean, big silver stick.
Yum Yum quickly makes some gestures with her hands and arms, and Miss Costello starts to laugh.
sorry for laughing, but Yum Yum says, I'm sorry, but the man's questions are quite stupid. Goodbye. I don't think I'll talk to you anymore, Mr. Inspector.
Well, I'll be your monkey's uncle, so to speak. Or perhaps some other genetic relative. I've struck out. Uncle and Jennifer, thank heaven you're here. Talk to this monkey. I asked Young Mem about the names of all our suspects. She doesn't recognize any of them. I get anywhere with her at all.
Why would the monkey know the names of people?
Yeah.
I mean,
Relax, Inspector. We get along great with Yum Yum, and we have some questions of our own to ask.
More news, Uncle and Jennifer. We found out how McCavity got the chimpanzee into the building. He or she used a little tiger robot to turn off an alarm on a side entrance.
Aha! It's the robot McCavity tricked Vivian Harris into making.
Like all of McCavity's operations, it's abominably clever and done with military precision. You must uncover the villain, or nothing in London will be safe. Especially my job.
Hi, Julia. What brings you here to the London Zoo? Weren't you on the London tour?
To be honest, I cannot abide Alice Pels, the tour guide. I find her lectures boring in the extreme. I much prefer to spend my free time with animals. I adore animals, especially the big cats and the chimpanzee. Yum Yum here reminds me quite a bit of Lady Edna's chimpanzee Cupcake. Lady Edna and I were both quite good at working with chimpanzees, in fact.
I never knew Lady Edna had a chimpanzee. She never mentioned it.
I gathered she wouldn't. No, nor would she ever. You see, Cupcake left the manor grounds one day and got her hand caught in a rabbit trap. When she died, Lady Edna was heartbroken. We never speak of it, but we do what we can on behalf of other animals.
Alright, that eliminates Lady Edna if she doesn't speak about owning... Because her chimpanzee is dead and she doesn't speak of it.
Yeah.
Yes, Lady Edna mentioned that you go to Parliament often. You were both there earlier today, weren't you?
Well, we arrived together, but there were quite a few people jamming the halls, and we got separated. I didn't see her again, actually, until we met at Westminster Abbey for the tour. Now, I must go if you don't mind.
Julia didn't say so, but I think she was pretty fond of Cupcake too. You could pretty much see it in her eyes. We'll have to go talk to our suspects one more time. By now they should be at Buckingham Palace. Julia is carrying several books and pamphlets. The books are all about animals. One pamphlet is titled Urge a Yes Vote on the Animal Protection Law. Among the pamphlets is a tour invitation. It is printed on official paper and has a small number 12 near the big letter R in tour. So the other invitations that we saw that are intact, they can't be McCavity either because they're intact. So the R and the 12 are still attached to the actual invitation and not on McCavity's letter.
Yep.
Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Now, the inspector originally said that each of the Cheswicks got a copy, but Mrs. Cheswick, Lady Cheswick, said they only had one copy between them. That means somewhere along the lines they lost a copy or cut it up.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk.
So they were both in on it together, it sounds like.
Yeah. The chimpanzee rubs both hands on her chest and then holds out her hands and flutters her fingers like she's playing the piano.
Yum Yum says she's glad to see you, and see how she's fluttering her hands? Those are supposed to be like eyelashes. She thinks you're both cute.
Thanks, I guess. Okay, Yum Yum. We have some questions about the person who told you to steal the big silver stick. What color hair does he or she have? The chimpanzee looks confused for a minute, then flicks her hand out from her forehead, draws a circle around her face, and then pats her head.
Yum Yum says, I don't know. Face hat. I'm afraid I don't know what that means.
A mask, maybe?
Face hat, mask, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yum Yum looks upset. She walks her fingers across her palms, then turns both of them hands up as if something were on them, then pretends to lick a lollipop. Then she hides her face in her hands, slides them away, draws a circle on her face, and pats her head.
Okay, don't... dang it, you clicked. I was going to try and walk through those movements if I could figure out what was...
Yum Yum's angry that we don't understand. She says, hulking, carrying sweets. Then she hid her face and revealed it again. I don't know what that means. Then she said face hat again. I don't get it.
I do. Walking carrying sweets. I think Yum Yum means Halloween. Hiding her face. She means a mask. Face hat means mask. She doesn't know what color hair McCavity has because McCavity always wore a mask.
Security person. Yes, yes, Yum Yum says you're right. I didn't know what she meant because we don't celebrate Halloween the same way you Americans do. Yum Yum must have learned that sign in America.
Thanks, Miss Casello, and thanks, Yum Yum. A mask, huh? Darn that McCavity. He or she has foiled us once again.
Well, maybe not. I have a feeling this case is going to work out a little differently than the other one.
We're going to Buckingham.
I think we got a pretty good idea of what's up here.
We've caught up with Tour 12 again, but it looks like some people are missing.
It was Queen Victoria who established Buckingham Palace as the primary residence of England's royalty upon her succession to the throne in 1837. And that's all I'll say until it opened the gates. So now you got a couple minutes. Well, of all the rude things, Mr. Grimwood just took off. Just as you two came up, he looked at his military-style chronometer and claimed he had to go feed the animals. I guess he has quite a menagerie at his house. It's like a zoo. But all of the animals are really well trained. He orders them about like it's his own private army. I'm looking forward to this tour. The news I got about the fuss at Parliament has me quite worried, and the tour may take my mind off my problems. The Peregrines and I decided to both invest some money in a business that studies wildlife. I thought for sure the animal protection law would pass, and we'd make quite money. I told the pair it happened at Parliament this morning, and they didn't seem worried in the least. You can't imagine what with all the money they've invested in our new wildlife research business. Well, if it isn't my favorite detectives, outside of Sherlock Holmes himself, of course. In just a few moments, we're starting our tour of Buckingham Palace. It's quite amazing, really, that they let us commoners Queen's own home. Not so amazing, Basil. Although we needed special invitations to take this private tour, they've opened the palace to visitors on a regular basis to raise money to repair the fire damage at Windsor Castle. Actually, I'm not sure I even want to take this tour, Basil. Perhaps you children would like to go in my place. You could use this invitation to get in.
Lady Edna holds out a tour invitation. It's printed on official paper, and under the big letter R, there's a small 12.
Be funny if she handed you one with a cutout because she was trying to frame you.
Thanks, Lady Edna. We're sorry to bring this up, but it's very important. We need to ask you about Cupcake.
I'm sorry, children, but I won't discuss it with anyone ever. And that's that. I'm sorry, Basil, but I really must be going. My, I've never seen Lady Edna quite so upset. But you had your reasons, I'm sure.
I hope so. We were also wondering, Uncle Basil, what happened to the Cheswicks?
They've seen Alice before, so they went home to Cheswick Hall, just outside London, near Hampton Court. Well, if you want to upset even more of my friend, you can go bother the Cheswicks. They never, ever, ever have guests over to their manor. Oh, we've heard all about the uproar at Parliament, but Sweetie Nookums and I aren't worried, are we? No, dear heart, we're not. I'm sure that after a few days or weeks of total powerlessness, Parliament will reason and agree to pass the Animal Protection Law. And we will earn ourselves a tidy sum, won't we, Candy, my little buttercup? Hush now. You know it's rude to discuss money in front of other people, even if they are from America. Those rude bastards. Come, my little panda bear. Speaking of money and power, let's go see how the Queen lives. Yes, dear. And take notes. Bank notes.
Speaking of notes, we were wondering if we could look at your invitation once more. Sorry to bother you, but it's really important.
They go on and on about this invitation, don't they, dear? They do indeed, my little puppy dog. I'm sorry, children, we no longer have a invitation. Lady Edna asked for one, and I gave her ours. Nor do we need one. We're quite well known and need no...
We're wealthy, you see.
I think we have one more place to go.
How you doing on time?
The thing starts in 20 minutes, but we're right here at the close to the end of the last mission. If I'm like 2 minutes late, I don't think they're gonna care. They won't even notice because I'm watching from home. So,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Uncle Basil said Cheswick Hall is just outside London near Hampton Court. Come on, let's see if we can catch up with the Cheswicks in their lair. Have you noticed it didn't ask for any map questions this whole time?
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if one was going to pop up here. I guess not. It's like you made it through the whole game, so, you know.
Yeah. What a spooky place. You have to hike for about a zillion miles to get here from the front gate. It's like a jungle out here. The front door was ajar, and there's no doorbell, so we had to just come in. What an incredible house. I hope they don't get too upset that we dropped in like this.
And then the shots rang out. Quiet, Sheba. I'm sure it's just the movers. Why, no, it isn't. It's Uncle and Jennifer. Come to visit us at Cheswick Hall. How lovely. Why, so it is. Welcome. So, why did you two come to see us? Let me guess. You must be conducting another one of your investigations. Of course. How exciting. Do tell us all about it and we'll help you in any way we can.
Okay, we think someone in Tor 12 may be wanted by Scotland Yard. In fact, we believe someone in Tor 12 is actually McCavity.
That mischievous rogue. It's Mr. Grimwood, I'll wager. The man was always looking at his watch, but could never figure out what time it was. Most suspicious. Most suspect. No, darling, it's Lady Edna. Poor dear looks so edgy today. I thought she was just fretting about that animal protection law of hers. Perhaps planning her next masterful prank. Or maybe the Peregrines. Good heavens, that couple never had a good word to say about anyone. They'd be the perfect pair to get the goat of Scotland Yard. Boy, they are deflecting all over the place here. It's like they have a deflector shield. Not Julia Beeswing, I hope. Although it was peculiar. One moment she'd be standing with us and the next vanished. By the way, what did that scoundrel McCavity do this time? Also notice how they're speaking of McCavity.
McCavity arranged to have the mace stolen from the House of Commons.
Oh my, that is a spectacular crime, isn't it? Well, I'm afraid, sir, and I haven't been much help. Sugar Plum. Uh-oh. No, I would say not. No help whatsoever. If on the way out you happen to cross those piano movers, just send them right in, would you please?
You thought we were the movers? Are you moving somewhere?
Oh, no, dear. We love Cheswick Hall. It's just so... it's so us. We hired some men to move the piano from the music room into the ballroom, that's all. My, I hope Sheba and Bastet haven't scared them off. Oh, Bastet.
Yikes, your pet panthers. I forgot about them.
Oh, yes, they're inseparable, really. Just like us. Isn't that right, Sarah, my sweet, 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 sweet? Of course, Alexander, my precious sweetheart. My sticky bubble gum. My raisin...
Two cats swirl affectionately around Lord and Lady Cheswick's feet.
Uncle and Jennifer, meet our cats. Two of our many cats, actually. One's named Mungo Jerry, and the other's Teaser. Oh my god. It's so close, they're just about to let it out.
Yes, sweetie. Yeah, Mr. Cass. Ah. Yes, sweetie. Yes, Sugar Plum. Ah. There, McCavity. Ah.
Oh, don't you pay any attention to Echo. He says such sweet things, but if you come too close, he'll try to bite your finger. Best to stay away.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a parrot.
Echo? Yeah.
If I ever get a pet parrot, it's gonna be named Echo. But I think
went to school with a girl. I went to school with a girl named Echo. There we go.
I think we need to solve this thing. I got like 10 minutes.
I think we do. All right, let's do this.
Yum Yum
Candy
made
or
the
sweet?
sign for candy or sweet.
called each other Candy and Sweet all the time.
Also, for man or a woman, the sign for yes and
So,
yes.
yes, yes.
So it has to be a couple.
6 invitations, 2 toes.
1 each to Lord and Lady Cheswick.
Uh-huh.
Cut up one of the notes. They only have 1
Number 12 on
invitation.
it. Yep. Those clues unmask the hidden part. Oh, wait, there.
It's the
We're thinking
Cheswicks.
it's the Cheswicks. And with this click, well, more or less, there's country, but with this click, the cases are all closed on Eagle Eye Mysteries. Do the thing, my friend.
Now, knowing that the Cheswicks are McCavity, they've appeared a couple times before as the Cheswicks as well. This paints those mysteries in a new light as well. Remember the Halloween party where everyone went as a different cat that was hosted by the Cheswicks or whatever?
Yep. Yep, it rather does, doesn't it? It rather does, doesn't it?
You got it. You cracked London's most sensational crime and unmasked the 2 people who together called themselves McCavity. One way to solve it was to find the missing invitation. In the end, everyone had shown us 1 proper invitation. But if you remember, Inspector Gage said the Cheswicks were each sent 1. They kept 1 and cut the other up to make the ransom note. Our key witness, Yum Yum, gave us another way to solve the mystery. When we asked if McCavity was a man or a woman, Yum Yum told us yes, yes. That was our first clue that McCavity was a man-woman team. But it could have been Mr. and Mrs. Peregrine. After all, Mrs. Peregrine's first name was Candy. That's very suspicious because Yum Yum said McCavity's name was something sweet. But after hearing the Cheswicks talk to each other, we realized that they called each other sweet nicknames all the time. They said them so often, even their parrot at home repeated them. Those were the sweet names that Yum Yum told us about.
Uncle and Jennifer, all London is proud of you. Unfortunately, McCavity was still 1 step ahead of us. We have to do a sequel of this game, you see. When Salem just bounded into the room. We have a very rare Salem couch sighting. When Scotland Yard got to Cheswick Hall, the Cheswicks had flown the coop. They left behind a huge fortune, and the mace of the House of Commons, and this videotape. We realize now that in our zeal to protect our animal friends, Sarah and I have done the people of England a great wrong. We freely and humbly return the stolen mace to the House of Commons to Parliament. We also resign the titles of Lord and Lady Cheswick and put Cheswick Hall up for sale. It should be worth several £1 million. We ask the money be used to fund the animal protection law, if and when the people of England choose to pass it. Oh well, that's cool.
So these are criminals actually living up to their mistakes. You don't see that anymore.
Yep. We know we should be strong and face trial. Perhaps we'd find forgiveness. But I could never let anyone put my Sarah, sweetie, pumpkin, poochie, poochie into a cage, even for a moment. Nor could I ever stand to see my beloved Alexander behind bars. Therefore, we will slip away just as the cat disappears into the night, leaving only a grin behind. To Uncle Evie and Jennifer Eagle, we tip our masks and say, until we meet again, adieu. And the final, the scrapbook. Let's go. Mace recovered, McCavity unmasked. Across England this morning, jaws dropped as people read of the astounding theft of the Commons mace by a chimpanzee. This afternoon, more jaws hit the floor as the Eagle Eye detective agents, the immensely popular Lord and Lady Cheswick, together comprised. Wow, I'm gonna just stop reading forever. Comprised the scoundrel McCavity. The detectives recovered the Commons mace for order in Parliament and announced Cheswicks, before fleeing the country, had donated millions to help fund the animal protection law. We're of course indebted beyond measure to the fine young detective, said Lord Pomeroy of the House of Commons. A fax from Hong Kong addressed to Eagle Eyes startled Scotland Yard. It read, "You won the day this time, but we may meet again. North, south, east, or west. Catch us if you can. Signed, McCavity." Thus endeth the case, and thus endeth Eagle Eye Mystery.
Yes, we're done. And this thing is like in 5 minutes, so I kind of got to run.
Yeah, you got a jet. All right. Yeah, Evie's got a split. I'm streaming again later on tonight, probably at 7:20.
And I'm not.
Yeah, I'll do 9, probably 8:39.
I'm not even doing an exit raid. But we'll hit a Lego Mario stream on either Wednesday or Thursday. I got another big set to do over the weekend,
Yep.
and I'll see my people soon. And I gotta hang up and run. So I'm dropping the stream in 3, 2. I'm out of here. Good night.
Thanks, Evie. Have a good night.